The era of Beast Girls begins with a pact with an SSS-Level School Beauty. Welcome back, brave explorers of impossible worlds. We are excited to have you here to continue this odyssey together. Before we continue, everything you'll hear is pure fiction. So please don't try to replicate combat techniques at home. This wonderful story in all its rights belong to its brilliant original author. We are only the messengers of entertainment. Want another dose of adventure? Subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a single chapter. And if you can't wait, our Patreon has exclusive surprises you'll love. Chapter 676 Binxie's Heartache. Cheng Binxie's delicate body trembled. She hurriedly shook her head. No, I haven't met your ex-girlfriend, she said firmly. Xiao Ye? When did I have an ex-girlfriend? Hearing this, Cheng Binxie's beautiful eyes widened. Back in high school, didn't you have an ex-girlfriend named Xie Mengxuan? She wanted to get back together with you, but I refused. Let me tell you, Xiao Ye, I will never agree to be with that kind of dirty woman whose body has already been defiled. Xiao Ye raised his hand. Wait. I think I did have such an ex-girlfriend. But that was so long ago, I've almost forgotten. When he was in the third high school of Mengxuan Bay City, he and Cheng Binxie were deskmates, and he and the class beauty Xie Mengxuan were boyfriend and girlfriend. But Xie Mengxuan wouldn't even let him touch her hand, let alone kiss, hug, or go to third base. He and Xie Mengxuan had no feelings for each other at all. Back then, Xie Mengxuan took the initiative to be his girlfriend, her purpose being to have a boyfriend who was the top student in the grade to show off and flaunt her superiority. It was only after Xiao Ye awakened his talent that he awakened his past life memories. He didn't know why. Before awakening his past life memories, he had let a materialistic woman like Xie Mengxuan be his girlfriend. Probably just youthful ignorance. Cheng Binxie snorted coldly, her eyes flashing with murderous intent. She's recently returned to Mengxuan Bay City and even contacted me, saying she wants to see you and get back together with you. She even threatened me, saying she's your childhood sweetheart, your true love. I wish I could kill her. Cheng Binxie seemed extremely angry, her chest heaving with rage, and said with a hint of jealousy, Xiao Ye, tell me, who is your childhood sweetheart, your true love? Xiao Ye's lips twitched. It's Cheng Binxie. Cheng Binxie's face stiffened, her anger dissipating. But then she became melancholy, saying sadly, but I'm the second person you've been with. If we're really going to be serious, then Xie Mengxuan is your true childhood sweetheart, your first love. And I, Cheng Binxie, am the third. You keep telling all the beast girls that I'm your childhood sweetheart, your first love, but when Xie Mengxuan appears, I feel like a clown. Xiao Ye was stunned. So that's why Cheng Binxie was so sentimental. No wonder her brows were furrowed, as if she had a knot in her heart. It was because of Xie Mengxuan. Xiao Ye scoffed. Xie Mengxuan, that ordinary-looking woman with an ordinary figure, what makes her compare to you? It was just a fling between us, there were no real feelings involved. Xie Mengxuan claims to be my first love? She doesn't deserve it. Cheng Binxie's face went blank, but her heart instantly lit up with joy. She asked expectantly, really? Xiao Ye nodded, more real than real gold. The reason Xie Mengxuan became my girlfriend was because I was naive back then. I thought having a girlfriend who was the prettiest girl in class was prestigious, something to brag about to my friends. She was only after my top grades, she just wanted a boyfriend who was a top student to brag about to her best friends. We had no feelings for each other, it was all mutual exploitation. Otherwise, she wouldn't have broken up with me publicly right after awakening her talent and template. If there were feelings involved, I wouldn't have agreed to break up without a second thought and then gotten together with you. This treasure of a girl. Cheng Binxie's furrowed brows gradually relaxed, as if she had suddenly understood. It was indeed as Xiao Ye had said. After Xie Mengxuan awakened her S-rank template, she publicly broke up with him, and Xiao Ye agreed without hesitation. From then on, Xiao Ye never mentioned Xie Mengxuan again, nor did he even glance at her. Even when Xie Mengxuan later formed a contract with a bold college student, Xiao Ye acted as if it were none of his business. It seemed that Xiao Ye and Xie Mengxuan really had no real feelings for each other, it was all just a game. Cheng Binxie smiled brightly, her soft body throwing herself onto Xiao Ye, tilting her head back and saying happily, Xiao Ye, what about me? Do you wanna have real feelings? Xiao Ye glanced at her, not answering immediately. Cheng Binxie's face stiffened, tears welling in her eyes, her smile freezing. You and I, are you just playing around too? Xiao Ye kissed her directly. Cheng Bingxi was furious, he wouldn't answer such an important question. She was so angry. Xiao Ye kissed her for half a minute, then smiled and said, "Kissing you makes my heart feel sweet." "And you?" Cheng Bingxi subconsciously replied, "My heart feels sweet too." I understand. She realized, kissing someone you like is the only way to feel sweetness. Xiao Ye truly loved her. "Bingxi, it's good that you understand," Xiao Ye smiled. But Cheng Bingxi suddenly hugged him tightly, threw a villa aside, and pulled him inside. "Don't talk, take me." 2 hours later, Xiao Ye and Cheng Bingxi emerged from the villa. Both had smiles on their faces, looking completely at ease. Xiao Ye smiled and said, "No worries now?" Cheng Bingxi nodded, "No." Xiao Ye said ruthlessly, "If you're still troubled by Xie Mengxuan, then kill her and send her into reincarnation." Cheng Bingxi smiled and rolled her eyes, "I'm not a heartless demon. I've already banished her from Mangyeonbase City. As long as she doesn't appear in our sight, it's fine." Xiao Ye shrugged, "Whatever." Then, Cheng Bingxi began to awaken the life attribute rule origin of the Star River Realm and the destruction origin of the Star River Realm. After awakening, she entered cultivation. Xiao Ye did not leave immediately. After ensuring that Cheng Bingxi's cultivation would not be disturbed by the newly born life in the 100,000 mountains, he left a day later. 2 light years away to the south, the Time Empress and Mu Qingsu walked on the clouds. The two women, who looked alike, chatted happily. The two women blushed from time to time and rolled their eyes from time to time. The topics of their conversation were all related to Xiao Ye. "Qingsu, does the human emperor really lift his leg when he pees?" "Yes, like a little puppy." "Wow, that's really cute, ha ha ha." "He also picks his nose, and afterwards he sucks his fingers." "Huh? No way, that must be so dirty." "You don't believe me? That's unbelievable, I don't think the human emperor would do that." At this moment, a handsome young man with a dark face appeared behind the two girls. He raised his hand and flicked Mu Qingsu's forehead. "Ouch! That hurts." Mu Qingsu said aggrievedly. "Xiao Ye, why did you hit me?" Xiao Ye said irritably, "You made up stories to slander me, and you ask me why I hit you." Mu Qingsu shrank her neck, "I was just joking. Don't take it seriously." The Time Empress looked surprised, so Mu Qingsu was lying. "Oh, you actually lied to me." The Time Empress raised her middle finger. "Lying is a bad habit, Qingsu. I despise you." Mu Qingsu pouted. "I don't know who was stupid enough to believe you just now, HMPH. The Time Empress said in embarrassment and annoyance, "I just didn't know much about the human emperor, so I wanted to learn from you." Chapter 677 Mu Qingsu and the Time Empress. Seeing the two women arguing, Xiao Ye came from behind and embraced them, one in each arm, his arms filled with their warmth and fragrance. Both women had excellent figures. The Time Empress was naturally well developed, while Mu Qingsu, who was originally flat-chested, had become slender under his secret massage techniques. Mu Qingsu instantly lost interest in arguing. Xiao Ye had finally spent time with her, and she didn't want to waste time arguing. The Time Empress also had no interest in arguing. Xiao Ye smiled and said, "Qingsu, what have you been doing all this time? Tell me, I want to hear it." Mu Qingsu rested her head on his shoulder, a happy expression on her face. She slowly began to recount her story. "I'm home. Daddy and Mommy both praised me for being successful, and the whole family came to hold a celebration banquet. Everyone in the family is very nice, there's no snobbery or anything like that." Xiao Ye let out a soft hum. "A celebration banquet?" Mu Qingsu nodded, beaming with joy. "After I advanced to the Great Emperor Realm, all my blood relatives and family members in the family experienced upgrades in both their templates and bloodlines. My uncles, aunts, and other relatives held a banquet to celebrate my advancement to the Great Emperor Realm. It's called a celebration banquet because my advancement to the Great Emperor Realm brought about a sublimation for the family. This is a merit that deserves celebration." Xiao Ye and the Time Empress both sensed that Mu Qingsu's joy was genuine. Xiao Ye chuckled, "Just the Great Emperor Realm? Didn't you tell them you've already advanced to the Sovereign Realm?" Mu Qingsu shook her head with a smile. "In my parents' eyes, even in the ancestors' eyes, the Great Emperor Realm is already a legendary realm. There's no need to mention the unattainable Sovereign Realm. I have no intention of showing off." "Why would you say it?" She was indeed a worldly woman who disliked showing off or gaining a sense of superiority from others. Xiao Ye remembered a sycophantic figure who used to fawn over Mu Qingsu, so he asked, "What about your little follower? Isn't he still bothering you?" "Little follower?" Mu Qingsu was stunned, pondering for a while before suddenly realizing, "You mean the general's son? He's married now, entered into contract with a girl who's somewhat attractive, and has a family. He hasn't bothered me for a long time. At the victory celebration banquet last time, he brought his wife along. The family looked very warm and loving, but he didn't even come over to talk to me, acting like a stranger. His wife, however, held his hand and came over to ask for my blessing. I can tell that little follower from before really likes his wife now, just like he used to like me, completely devoted to her." "Xiao Ye, you don't dislike him and want to cause him trouble, do you?" Mu Qingsu smiled enigmatically. "Are you jealous?" Xiao Ye was taken aback, waving his hand. "Why would I be jealous? Nothing like that. Even if that little follower continues to bother you, he won't have a chance. You're already at the Dominator realm, a little trick can easily make him behave. But now, things seem to have developed in a way I didn't expect. He actually got married. And in my heart, he's completely let you go. How many people have had a crush on a beautiful girl, or even an open crush on her, only to have her become someone else's wife? And how many people can truly let go? But Xiao Ye is the man who married the beautiful girl someone else had a crush on for so long." The Time Empress covered her mouth and laughed. "I didn't expect Qingsu to have such a past. It sounds quite interesting. I misjudged someone back then and almost ruined my life. Luckily, the human emperor was there, otherwise I still wouldn't be able to escape the vortex and return to normal." Mu Qingsu was astonished. "You are the Time Empress, once the strongest being on Blue Star. You actually have such an outrageous story?" Xiao Ye's lips twitched, and he said, "Qingsu, you might not believe it, but the Time Empress was a slut back then. Yes, just like you think. She liked women and almost became estranged with one." Mu Qingsu gasped. "A slut?" She looked at the Time Empress with a strange expression. "This ethereal, otherworldly guy, like a fairy from the mortal realm, is actually a lesbian?" The Time Empress said, embarrassed and annoyed, "Oh dear, that's all in the past, no need to mention it again. The human emperor has also met that crazy woman and even made a pact with her. I'm straight now. But you, Qingsu, you promised to tell me about the human emperor, to learn from me." A sly glint flashed in Mu Qingsu's eyes as she said, "Learn from him? No problem. Xiao Ye has some very bad habits, you must understand them clearly." Xiao Ye scratched his head. How many bad habits did he have? How come he didn't know? The Time Empress's beautiful eyes lit up. "What? Tell me quickly." Mu Qingsu said with a straight face, "Xiao Ye is a foot fetishist, a leg fetishist, a breast fetishist, and a butt fetishist. He also likes to put women's stockings on his face. He doesn't like wives with athlete's foot because he likes to suck on feet." Xiao Ye's lips twitched. "Really?" Empress Time's eyes widened, as if she had heard something bizarre, her curiosity rising. "The human emperor, how could he be so perverted? Should I wear stockings from now on? My feet don't smell, I don't have athlete's foot. Will the human emperor suck my feet?" Mu Qingsu suppressed a laugh. "Just ask Xiao Ye." Empress Time stared at Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye was speechless. "Don't listen to Qingsu's nonsense. Stockings on your head, foot sucking, none of that happened. Don't get misled. If you ever put your feet in my mouth, I'll break your legs. I have a slight flaw, maybe I'm a foot fetishist, but a very mild one, negligible." Empress Time nodded thoughtfully. "No wonder I saw the big sister wasn't wearing shoes, it's because of your strange fetish." "Xiao Ye?" Mu Qingsu burst out laughing. "Empress of Time, you've been fooled. Xiao Ye doesn't have any of those flaws at all. You really believe him? You're so stupid." The Empress of Time blushed. Mu Qingsu, you tricked me again. You even made me look bad in front of the human emperor. I'm going to teach you a lesson." Mu Qingsu pouted. "I'm a 10th level sovereign, and you're only a 4th level star domain realm. What makes you think you can teach me a lesson?" The Empress of Time thought for a moment and confidently said, "Human emperor, teach Qingsu a lesson for me. Pound her down and give her a good beating. If you satisfy me, I'll reward you. How about it?" Xiao Ye's eyes lit up, and he stared fiercely at Mu Qingsu, saying, "Qingsu, you've slandered me. I'm going to punish you severely. Are you willing to accept punishment?" Unexpectedly, Mu Kingsu was overjoyed and took Xiao Ye's hand, leading him into a very dense cloud. She excitedly said in a sweet voice, "Xiao Ye, please teach me a lesson." Chapter 678 Forming a Contract with the Time Empress. Xiao Ye declared righteously, "Alright, this time I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget." From within the clouds came rustling sounds, the sounds of fierce fighting. The Time Empress blushed deeply. As she listened, she suddenly understood something. Sitting on a nearby cloud, she began to comprehend the fundamental rules of the Star River realm. The original source of the rules was awakened, appearing in the clouds. The vast source stretched across the sky, its end invisible. The Time Empress was overjoyed. The original source of the time attribute rules of the Star River realm was right beside her. She and Mu Kingsu had searched for so long, and it was actually right around the source. The original source emanated an extremely dense and pure source power, far superior to the time source of the Star Domain realm. She had a premonition that cultivating around this source would allow her cultivation speed to reach its peak. Within 10,000 years, she would probably break through to the Sovereign realm. Within 500,000 years, one could break through to the Star River realm. Within 2 million years, one could reach the high-level Star River realm, or even the perfect Star River realm. The Time Empress longed to cultivate immediately, but remembering that the human emperor was still there, she suppressed her desire and sat upright in the clouds, waiting for the human emperor's battle to end. The waiting process was filled with blushing and embarrassment. Half an hour, 2 hours, a day, 2 days, 3 days, until 128 hours, equivalent to a week in Blue Star time, the Time Empress finally saw Xiao Ye and Mu Kingsu emerge from the clouds. Mu Kingsu looked satisfied. Xiao Ye was full of energy. The Time Empress blushed and said coquettishly, "It took so long. Humans usually finish in 3 minutes. Human Emperor, you're so different." Mu Kingsu was taken aback. 3 minutes? We haven't even finished warming up yet. The Star River realm's original body has been awakened? The Time Empress nodded. I awakened it. After hearing your battle sounds, I understood. Kingsu, let's start cultivating. In terms of cultivation speed, our time attribute is the most abnormal. We can accelerate time. Mu Kingsu rolled her eyes. I'll cultivate first. You and Xiao Ye can be lovey-dovey. It'll only be 128 hours, it'll be quick. Mu Kingsu sat down directly and began cultivating. She gave herself a cultivation cheat, the time acceleration divine power, 1,000 times faster. The original power within her original body was continuously drawn into Mu Kingsu's huge vortex, supplying her with what she needed for cultivation. Xiao Ye smiled and said, Empress of Time, if you want to cultivate, then start cultivating. Rewards can be given next time. The Empress of Time shook her head, saying, You've already modified my body, cultivating later is fine too. Let's form a contract first, then I'll give myself to you. I promised to give myself to you last time at the edge of the desolate realm. Now that everyone recognizes my existence, I can't delay any longer. Xiao Ye frowned, but we're not married yet. The Empress of Time had already released the contract. Seeing this, Xiao Ye had no choice but to form a contract with her. A moment later, a faint connection formed between them. They felt a greater sense of intimacy. A smile appeared on the Empress of Time's face. Human Emperor, I'm finally with you. I'm so happy. Then, let's get on with the things that need to be done. Are you really not in a hurry? Xiao Ye tried to persuade her. The Empress of Time didn't care about that. Holding a wedding was a custom only for human beings. She used to be a god and didn't value such things. She pulled Xiao Ye directly into the dense cloud formation, saying, Human Emperor, I'm here. This is my first time doing something like this. You need to guide me. I have no experience. Xiao Ye said, Don't rush, take your time. 128 hours later. Xiao Ye watched the Time Empress sitting not far from Mu Kingsu, in a meditative state. After watching for a long time, he left. Both of them were time attribute cultivators, able to apply cultivation cheats to themselves, making their cultivation speed more than 1,000 times faster than others. With mythical level aptitude, it takes 300,000 years to advance one rank in the Sovereign realm. With the added power of the Star River realm's origin, it takes 200,000 years to advance one rank. With 1,000 times the time acceleration, it takes 200 years to advance one rank. 200 years? With SSS level aptitude, it takes the Supreme Realm to advance one rank. One can imagine how fast Mengxuan and the Time Empress's cultivation speed is. These two should be the fastest to advance to the Star River realm. Xiao Ye, is currently at the 10th rank of the Sovereign Realm, able to manipulate the time difference between the Time-Space Palace and Blue Star to 2.8 million years to 1 day. Once they reach the Star River realm, they can manipulate time to 28 million years, which is equivalent to 1 day on Earth. For a mythical level talent, advancing 1 rank in the Star River realm requires 3 million years, and with the added boost from the Star River realm's origin, it takes approximately 2 million years to advance 1 rank. Reaching the peak of the Star River realm requires 20 million years. However, Mengxuan and the Time Empress can reduce time to 20,000 years in the Time and Space Hall, advancing to the peak of the 10th rank of the Star River realm. After Mengxuan and the Time Empress break through to the Star River realm, the acceleration of their time acceleration abilities will further increase, shortening time even more. Perhaps in 15,000 years, the two women will have reached the peak of the 10th rank of the Star River realm. In the boundless ocean to the west of the Time and Space Hall, Xiran walks effortlessly on the dark seabed, 100,000 meters deep. With flowing purple hair and a long purple dress, she calmly glides past the super sea beasts already born on the seabed, searching for the Star River realm's origin entities of devouring and creating. The super sea beasts here include giant octopuses covered in tentacles, ancient sea sharks with a sharp spur on their heads, and indescribable ghostly monsters. Xiao Ye appeared at a depth of 100,000 meters and immediately felt the eeriness of the place. The water pressure was astonishing, enough to crush a Supreme Realm expert. But for him, a Dominator Realm expert, there was no danger. Those super sea beasts were just large shrimps, easily killed with a flick of his wrist. Xiran showed no surprise upon seeing the young man beside her, calmly saying, "Xiao Ye, the sea beasts here have already reached the Emperor Realm. If they continue to grow, the Star Domain Realm is not a problem, and they might even reach the Dominator Realm. Should we catch some to take back as food?" Xiao Ye glanced around and nodded. They can be used as food, but there are too few Emperor Realm beasts. There are only 2 or 3 in the endless ocean, otherwise I could extract countless fragments of the law core. The Star River Realm rule origins of the devouring and creation types haven't been awakened yet. Do you need help? Xiran said matter-of-factly, of course. Xiao Ye, you should have the authority, right? Just let them out, save me the trouble of searching. Xiao Ye was taken aback. Shouldn't you refuse me, saying you should do things yourself? If it were Chang Bingxi, she definitely wouldn't want him to help. Xiran said irritably, "What, you don't want to help me? You're my husband now, why would I bother if I need your help?" Xiao Ye smiled. Immediately use the Time-Space Hall authority to summon the creation type and devouring type Star River Realm rule origin entities. Xiran's lips curled into a smile, that's more like it. You don't need to come to cultivation, I can cultivate by myself. You can leave now. Xiao Ye? Don't you need me to do anything else before you just tell me to leave? Xiran pondered for a moment, then suddenly said, you want to exercise? Then come on. HMPH, I'm only exercising with you to satisfy you, I'm not that kind of woman who's desperately thirsty. Looking at the excited look in her eyes, Xiao Ye almost believed her. Chapter 679 Will he get the athlete's foot? Xiao Ye waved his hand dismissively, taking a few steps back. I came here for you. Since you don't need it, then forget it. Well, the original source of the rules has been awakened. You should cultivate now. I'm going to find Huangfu Xiangling. He made a move to leave. Xiran was furious. Anger appeared on her pure face. She put her hands on her hips and scolded, Xiao Ye, stop right there. I won't let you leave. Xiao Ye stopped, suppressing a laugh. Sister Xiran, why did you make me stop? Xiran was about to lose her temper and rolled her eyes. You know what I want to do. Xiao Ye shook his head. No, I don't know. Tell me. Xiran blushed and said shyly, I want you. You haven't spent time with me for so many days. I, Xiran, also have needs. HMPH. Do you have to see me seduce you? Really? How can I leave you? Come here right now. Xiao Ye leaned over and pulled her into his arms. Xiran's delicate body trembled, and she said in a muffled voice, Xiao Ye, in your heart, have I, Xiran, already been replaced by Xiangling? Am I, Xiran, already dispensable? You actually left me to go find Xiangling. Xiao Ye was taken aback. No, I was just teasing you. Xiangling is also a devouring type attribute. Why isn't she with you? Ziran breathed a sigh of relief. It was good she hadn't been replaced. Ziran smiled. Xiangling is searching in the depths of the endless ocean. We separated. Separating will allow us to find the Star River Realm devouring type origin body faster. So that's how it is. Xiao Ye had the authority to directly summon and awaken the rule origin bodies of all attributes. But he didn't do so. These beast girls lacked experience and still needed tempering. Their realm was the Dominator realm, but their knowledge and experience were still far inferior to those who had fought their way up in the universe. Therefore, this search for the origin body was also a form of training for the beast girls. There's no need to worry about the beast girls' safety. Even if they suffer fatal injuries inside the Time-Space Palace, the palace's guardians will protect them. As for getting lost, that's a simple difficulty that can be easily overcome. Then I'll teleport Xiangling over, Xiao Ye said with a smile. Ziran shook her head. No, you stay with me first. Summon her when I'm satisfied. This is a time for the two of us to be alone. I don't want to be disturbed by anyone. Xiao Ye nodded, lowered his head, and kissed Ziran's red lips. The taste was cool and moist. After a long while, the two separated. Xiao Ye sat on a branch of a large underwater tree, and Ziran sat on his lap, her slender white fingers constantly drawing circles on his chest, making Xiao Ye feel ticklish. Xiao Ye asked, "What have you been doing these days?" Ziran sniffed his scent a few times and slowly replied, "I went back to the Supreme Hall. Don't forget, I used to be the head of the Supreme Hall. Although I'm now at the Sovereign Realm, the Supreme Hall is the culmination of over 1,000 years of my life's work, and I haven't abandoned it." Xiao Ye was surprised. The Supreme Hall is an organization that manages the supreme beings in the mortal realm. The supreme level is a bit low. You're still the head now? Do you manage those trivial matters? Ziran shook her head. I promoted a trusted confidant to be the head of the Supreme Hall. I became the ancestor of the Supreme Hall, a hands-off manager. The former ancestor has gone traveling the world. As for later, the big sister gathered everyone to hold a wedding for you, Xiangling, and the ancestral goddess. For Ziran, at the Sovereign Realm, creating a Saint Realm or Quasi-Emperor Realm person to manage the Supreme Hall was incredibly easy. Ziran was not only a master of the devouring attribute but also a master of the creation attribute. Even in the starry sky, she could already stand in the first tier of the hunter starfield, although the beast hunting starfield was just a remote starfield. As she spoke, Ziran felt something was wrong. Her feet were being held and played with by someone. Ziran let out a soft moan. Xiao Ye, you really haven't changed your ways. No matter how many beast girls you've married, you still like jade feet. You even nibbled on my feet like you were slurping noodles while I was sleeping at night. Don't think I didn't know. It seems like it was more than once. She seemed very happy, as if it was something worth bragging about. Xiao Ye curled his lips, not taking it to heart. Only he and Ziran knew about this, and Ziran wouldn't tell the other beast girls. Let her brag if she wanted. He immediately admitted it, saying, I like it, so what? You're my wife, I can do whatever I want. There's a saying that a woman's feet smell or not depends on her face, but that's not really true. All my beast girls are top-notch and beautiful. Only yours, Ziran, is sweet. I couldn't believe it at first, so I nibbled on it a few more times, and I was shocked to find that yours really is sweet. It completely refreshed my understanding. Praised by Xiao Ye like this, Ziran felt as sweet as if she had honey on her heart. A happy smile spread across her pure little face as she giggled. I see. Ziran, I'm definitely different from others. No other beast girl can compare to me in this respect. Xiao Ye picked it up and sniffed it, asking curiously, then why is that? Ziran shook her head. Maybe everyone's constitution is different. Xiao Ye, why not today? Do you want it? Xiao Ye hesitated. Isn't that inappropriate? But Ziran directly pounced on him and began to unleash her wildness. 128 hours later, Xiao Ye and Ziran stood before the original bodies of the devouring and creation Star River Realm rules, with Huangfu Xiangling beside them. Huangfu Xiangling was puffed up, her cheeks bulging, and she glared at them, saying angrily, Master, how could you do this? You found the original body but didn't tell me, making me stay a light year away for 5 or 6 days. If I hadn't sensed the presence of the original aura here, I might still be searching in the dark. She was searching desperately, while Ziran was cuddling with Xiao Ye. This made her feel a little bitter. Ziran smiled faintly. I was testing your reaction speed. Xie Mengxuan, you did very well, I'm very satisfied. Well, to praise you, Xiao Ye, you can go cuddle with Xie Mengxuan, I'm going to start cultivating now. Ziran pushed Xiao Ye onto Huangfu Xie Mengxuan. Huangfu Xie Mengxuan muttered, you're satisfied? It's Xiao Ye who made you satisfied, not me. HMPH, don't try to fool me. But Huangfu Xie Mengxuan, held by Xiao Ye, smiled happily and said sweetly, Xiao Ye, I want a kiss. Xiao Ye didn't immediately agree. If he kissed her, would Huangfu Xie Mengxuan's mouth get athlete's foot? Ziran looked away and waved her hand, saying, you two go away, don't be so lovey-dovey in front of me, it'll disturb my peace of mind. Also, Xiao Ye, I advise you to rinse your mouth. Otherwise a fungal infection wouldn't be good. Huangfu Xie Mengxuan? A question mark appeared on her white hair. What the hell is a fungal infection? Chapter 680 Liu Ya's changes. Forget about athlete's foot, I want a kiss. Huangfu Xie Mengxuan didn't care about any of that and kissed Xiao Ye directly. After the kiss, she said excitedly, I still managed to kiss you, he. But why does it taste a little different from before? It's so sweet. It's as sweet as eating a jar of honey. Huangfu Xie Mengxuan stretched out her little hand, I want candy too. Xiao Ye and Ziran looked at each other. Candy? Where did they get any candy? There wasn't any. Wait. Could the sweetness Huangfu Xie Mengxuan mentioned be a fungal infection? Ahem. Xiao Ye used his creation magic to create a candy and placed it in Huangfu Xie Mengxuan's hand. Huangfu Xie Mengxuan threw it into her mouth, smacked and chewed a few times, her big eyes full of wisdom, and said, I know, that kind of sweetness is a candy that belongs only to you guys. It's not suitable for me, Huangfu Xie Mengxuan. Relax, relax. Although the taste was different, it was still sweet. Huangfu Xie Mengxuan was easily satisfied. Then, Huangfu Xie Mengxuan waved her hand, Xiao Ye, you can go now, I need to start cultivating. Xiao Ye left, heading towards the Endless Cavern, 10 light-years away in the 100,000 mountains. The Endless Cavern was a naturally formed, vast underground cavern, with caves stretching endlessly, one after another. Liu, formerly the most beautiful teaching assistant at Kunpeng Academy, was walking and observing in one of the caverns. Every now and then, a phantom spirit would appear around the cave, its small eyes curiously scrutinizing Liu Yan. It felt an aura of familiarity emanating from Liu Yan. Liu ignored it. These phantom spirits were life forms born from the phantom spirit mine, possessing the phantom spirit attribute and the talent for stealth and wall passing. Her goal was to find the original body of the phantom spirit attribute rules in the Star River realm. But suddenly, a tall male phantom spirit appeared in front of Liu Yan. He flaunted his explosive muscles and 8-pack abs, chattering, Woman, I'll give you a chance. Submit to me, become my concubine, and I'll grant you the highest status. With a wave of his hand, countless phantom elves appeared in the cave. Phantom elves also emerged from the cave walls. The phantom elf king looked down at them, saying, These are all my subjects. And I am the noble elf king. Well, have you thought it through? Liu Ya's lips curled into a smile. She crossed her arms and leaned against the wall, squinting, Sorry, I already have a man. I advise you to disappear from my sight within a second, or you might be in trouble. In Liu Ya's gaze, a handsome young man appeared behind the elf king. The young man was about 1.8 meters tall, similar to the elf king, but their temperament and appearance were worlds apart. Elves were known for their handsomeness and beauty, but the elf king's appearance paled in comparison to Xiao Ye's. Especially his temperament, which was nowhere near that of Xiao Ye, a master of the sovereign realm. The elf king was completely unaware of Xiao Ye's presence, and his face darkened as he said, Woman, don't be ungrateful. No one can refuse my request, I am the elf king. Liu laughed. This elf king was quite arrogant. She chuckled softly, a frog in a well. May you be reborn into a better family in your next life, elf king. The elf king was furious, his thick eyebrows furrowed, and he was about to speak when he felt his shoulder being pressed down. The elf king's feet sank. As if he were bearing the weight of a planet, his bones almost bursting, his body crushed like a shrimp. The elf king's face turned red, and fear appeared in his eyes. He turned to look at the suddenly appearing Xiao Ye, and asked in terror, You, who are you? Why are you in our elf clan's territory? Xiao Ye, I'm your father. Damn. You dare to steal my man, you really have guts? He lightly patted the elf king's shoulder. PFFT. The Elf King transformed into starlight, his soul and spirit utterly destroyed. The surrounding phantom elves scattered in all directions, fleeing swiftly. Leah, dressed in leather jacket and pants, threw herself into Xiao Ye's arms, laughing, "Little Xiao Ye, you've finally come to find your sister. Of all your beast girls, I thought you'd forgot me. How long has it been since you last came to keep me company?" Xiao Ye pondered for a moment. "I came to see you last time we were cultivating." Leah gave him a kiss, complaining, "In real life, you've never come to see me even once. Every time you come to see me, it's like you're completing a task, so perfunctory. What, you're tired of me now that you've had your fill?" Xiao Ye chuckled, "No way. Sister Leah is the goddess teaching assistant of Kunpeng Academy, the perfect goddess in the hearts of countless male students. How could I be tired of her? Don't overthink it. It's just that this phantom elf clan is a bit unruly." He activated his destiny divine power, altering the royal destiny of the phantom elf clan within the time-space hall. A river of destiny appeared in his vision. This river of destiny was composed of countless tiny points of starlight, flowing downstream. He casually pulled out the fate of the phantom elf race in the temple of time and space, and attempted to alter some of their destinies. From then on, only powerful elves of noble character would become phantom elf kings. The paranoid elf king bound by his lower body, like the one he had just seen, was expelled from the elven royal family. Afterwards, Xiao Ye smiled and said, "You can take a step back and manage the phantom spirit race. You are the master of the phantom spirit attribute, and you possess the phantom spirit progenitor cat template, allowing you to create your own phantom spirits and lead the race." Liu pouted, "I have no interest in that. It's much better to be carefree. Managing spirits is too tedious." Xiao Ye shrugged, "Whatever." Liu Ya breathed into his ear, her eyes filled with allure, and said softly, "Let's not talk about that. Xiao Ye, have you forgotten something? The last time you spent with me was 1,000,000 years ago. Shouldn't you spend some time with me now? 1,000,000 years refers to 1,000,000 years in the time-space palace." Xiao Ye coughed, "Since I'm here, it's to help you find your original body, and incidentally, to satisfy you. If you have any needs these days, just come to me, and I'll definitely fulfill them." Liu was excited. She pulled him into a sealed cave, casually set up an isolation barrier, and then began their wild adventure. 128 hours later. Xiao Ye emerged, leaning against the wall, his face weary. Liu Yan, her complexion rosy and spirited, helped him out. She said with a half-smile, "Come see me more often in the future." Xiao Ye hurriedly replied, "Okay, I promise I'll come see you every now and then." He was a little apprehensive. These beast girls needed more companionship, otherwise, they were like wolves and tigers. And he wouldn't be able to handle them. Using his access to the time-space hall, he summoned and awakened the original form of the Star River Realm's illusionary spirit attribute. Liu pushed Xiao Ye away, waving her hand. "Xiao Ye, you should go. I have things to do. You'd better not only spend time with me once like last time, or I'll find you and hold you accountable even if I don't cultivate." Xiao Ye nodded, turned, and left. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 681 in Nangguang Xiao, the directionally challenged girl. Xiao Ye practically fled. He was seething inside. Liu Ya seemed to have unleashed a torrent of pent-up resentment. He couldn't handle it at all. For a whole week, Liu Ya hadn't wasted a single second, going wild the entire time. He had to devise a new plan. Last time, when the many beast girls were cultivating, he wasn't in the time-space hall the entire time. He'd even left Blue Star for half a day. Half a day on Blue Star was equivalent to hundreds of thousands of years in the time-space hall. During those hundreds of thousands of years, these beast girls cultivated alone, without anyone to accompany them. But this time, Xiao Ye decided not to leave Blue Star. He would just stay with the beast girls. From beginning to end, a yearly cycle, accompanying each beast girl once a year. Emerging from the endless cave, Xiao Ye sensed the aura of the mature woman, Nangguang Xiao. He was somewhat surprised. Nangguang Xiao was actually so close to Liu Ya, less than 100,000 meters away. Above the endless swampy land, smoke swirled. Nangguang Xiao stomped her foot angrily, blaming herself. "Ugh! I got lost again. This swamp is so huge, I can't even remember where I came in. Where am I in the swamp now? She hovered in midair, tossing a coin from her pocket. The coin spun in the air and landed in her delicate white palm. Xiao looked closely and exclaimed joyfully, "Tits! I'm in the lower half of the endless swamp, almost at the center. I'm such a clever little devil, even this helped me find the center of the swamp." Her disappointment vanished, and she excitedly flew rapidly forward. At the Dominator realm, her speed could reach faster than the speed of light per second. Half an hour later, Xiao actually arrived at the edge of the central area of the endless swamp. Overjoyed, she plunged into the thick fog, flying towards the very center of the endless swamp. However, the central area of the endless swamp was 20 light-years long. Half an hour later, Xiao's face darkened. Damn it! I got lost again. Luckily, I have a lucky coin. She tossed a coin once, and this time it landed on its edge. Xiao was dumbfounded. Huh? What does it mean if it's on its edge? Where am I? Does it want me to fly up into the sky? The supreme attribute Star River realm is in the sky? Xiao was very distressed. Xiao Ye had given her this coin, saying that if she got lost, she should toss it once. The coin would guide her. But she clearly felt that the supreme attribute origin body was in the endless swamp, not in the sky. At this moment, a magnetic male voice resounded in Xiao's ears. "Xiao, do you think it's possible that this coin wants you to burrow into the ground, instead of flying into the sky?" Xiao subconsciously exclaimed with joy, "Yes, I should burrow into the ground, the origin body might be buried underground." "Thank you." She didn't forget to thank him. But when she realized what was happening, Xiao was startled and turned her head. A handsome young man appeared in her field of vision. Xiao Ye smiled faintly and said, "Xiao, did you get your brain caught in a door? You're already at the Dominator realm, and you still make such a low-level mistake." Xiao threw herself into Xiao Ye's arms, slapping her hands and pouting, "Oh dear, I'm just naturally a bit slow. It's good enough that I didn't lose myself. Xiao Ye, don't criticize me." Xiao Ye's lips twitched. "You mean I should be happy that you didn't lose yourself?" Xiao took a step back, put her hands on her hips, and said smugly, "Of course. I'll run home by myself on rainy days, cook for myself when I'm hungry, and even if I have needs, I'll hold them in. There's no other girl in the world as good as me. Xiao Ye, you should cherish me." Xiao Ye's lips twitched. He waved his hand. "Alright, as expected of you, Xiao. A little girl spoiled rotten by her parents when she was little." Xiao puffed out her chest and glared at him, saying, "Xiao Ye, watch your words. Where am I small? I'm huge, okay? Please speak properly." Xiao Ye sighed. Luckily, Xiao married him. If she had married someone else, she might have been utterly despised. But Xiao Ye never looked down on his beast girl, and laughed. You're quite something, a big girl, is that all right now?" Xiao nodded in satisfaction. "That's more like it." Xiao Ye pointed to the coin and said, "I've loaded some privileges from the time-space hall into this coin. It has the function of guiding direction. Make good use of it, I'm leaving." Xiao's eyes widened, and she hurriedly pulled Xiao Ye, coldly saying, "Don't go. You're already here, just help me find my original body. Finding things is too difficult for me, I can't find them at all." Xiao Ye used his time-space hall privileges to summon and awaken his supreme attribute, Star River Realm original body. With a loud boom, a magnificent and narrow source burst forth from the earth, suspended in the sky. Its length was hundreds of light years, spanning the entire endless swamp. Xiao Ye smiled and said, "As long as you use the coins properly, you'll definitely find the original body. But you still haven't overcome the difficulties and found it on your own. Xiao, you need to grow." He felt that Xiao was too dependent on him. He had to slowly cultivate Xiao's independence. She didn't need to become an exceptionally independent woman, but basic independent survival was essential. She couldn't rely on him and Xie Mengxuan for everything. Xiao looked at his serious expression and fell into deep thought. After pondering for a while, Xiao nodded and said, "I will work hard to grow stronger." "Xiao Ye, why don't you put your original body back underground? You'll definitely find it yourself this time." Xiao Ye waved his hand. "You already know where your original body is. There's no point in continuing to look. You should start cultivating now. I'll stay here with you for a week. Nangguang shook her head. No, I want to spend a week with you before I cultivate. There's always time to cultivate, but time with you isn't so often. She took out a villa from her storage space and threw it into the air above the endless swamp. She secured it with a restriction and smiled. Xiao Ye, come on, it's time to go home. This is our little nest, just for you and me. Xiao Ye was led into the villa by her hand. The villa was decorated in a girly style, all pink. Nangguang smiled sweetly and said, Xiao Ye, I've learned to cook, brew tea, and pour wine. This week, I, Nangguang am your virtuous wife. Wait here, I'll cook for you right away. Xiao Ye waited for an hour or two. Nangguang had indeed prepared a large table of dishes. These dishes looked very elaborate and smelled wonderful. He just didn't know how they would taste. Nangguang picked up a piece of vegetable and fed it to him, asking expectantly, how is it? It's edible. Xiao Ye gave a fair assessment. You still need to work on it. Nangguang smiled. I will become the best cook among all the beast girls. After dinner, she pulled Xiao Ye to look at the stars. After looking at the stars, they went into the bedroom, where Nangguang revealed eyes like a hungry wolf. Xiao Ye thought to himself, oh no, he's still in his sage mode. Chapter 682 Goddess of Luck. Xiao Ye could only give himself 1,000-fold time acceleration, and within a minute he was out of his sage state and back to normal. Facing Nangguang hungry wolfish pounce, he responded gently 128 hours later. Nangguang and Xiao Ye returned to the original body of the supreme attribute rule source. Under Xiao Ye's gaze, Nangguang entered a cultivation state. Currently, Nangguang is at the first level of the sovereign realm, requiring 300,000 years to advance to the first level, and 3 million years to advance to the 10th level. This time was a bit too long. Xiao Ye felt he could do something. He raised his hand and cast a time acceleration spell on Nangguang 1,000-fold acceleration. This spell's effect lasted for 1 year. It could accelerate the cultivation speed of beast girls whose cultivation levels were lagging behind. In 1 year, he would accompany many beast girls through a cycle. The following year, he could cast another time acceleration spell on beast girls whose cultivation levels were lagging behind. Xiao Ye could only cast it 3 times. The time source power within his body was only enough to cast this maximum intensity acceleration spell 3 times. Nangguang didn't feel anything, as the changes in the outside world weren't obvious. Seeing her immersed in cultivation, Xiao Ye left silently. He teleported to the extremely cold region in the northern part of the Time-Space Palace supercontinent. Yunbing and Yunzai, the 2 beast girls, separated, one on the east side and the other on the west side of the extremely cold region. The fiery and enthusiastic Yunbing found the original body of the Star River Realm's lightning attribute rule. She sat cross-legged around the original body, but instead of entering a cultivation state, she was waiting for something. She muttered and complained, Xiao Ye is really something. I've been waiting for weeks and he hasn't come to find me. Isn't he supposed to come to find us once before we start cultivating? Has he changed his mind this time? Forget it, I won't wait anymore. Yunbing put aside her worries and was about to absorb the power of the lightning attribute rule's original body to cultivate. At this moment, a handsome and extraordinary young man appeared in her field of vision. Yunbing was pleasantly surprised, a smile playing on her lips. Oh, I've actually found a wild boy in this desolate wilderness. I, Yunbing, am truly blessed. I love wild boys the most. She reached out her small hands towards the boy, like an eagle snatching a chick, her eyes brimming with excitement. The handsome young man was taken aback, then turned to leave, trying to escape the clutches of this woman. Yunbing was even faster, grabbing the handsome young man and laughing loudly, Xiao Ye, you think you can outrun me? I'm not only a space-type cultivator, but also a lightning-type cultivator. My speed is unmatched in the entire universe. Xiao Ye sighed, looking up at Yunbing's beautiful, mature face, and said, from this angle, aren't you afraid of being exposed? You can see my double chin. Yunbing wasn't afraid at all, her eyes shining brightly, and she said, I don't have a double chin. I'm naturally beautiful, Xiao Ye, you can't fool me. Quickly confess, where have you been these past few weeks? Xiao Ye laughed, I went to find other beast girls. Yunbing's face stiffened, and she complained, why didn't you come to find me and Yunzai? but instead went to find other beast girls first? Is it that I'm not attractive enough to you? Is my figure not good enough, or my face not pretty enough, or my personality not to your liking? Facing the question of death, Xiao Ye handled it with ease. I'll save the most important things for last. You know, the grand finale and the last thing are the most important. These kinds of words came out of nowhere. Clearly Yunbing was easily swayed. Yunbing didn't care whether it was true or not. Xiao Ye saying this to her meant he cared about her. Haha, you passed. Actually, I didn't wait too long, only 3 or 4 weeks. I can wait that long. Xiao Ye, stay with me for a while. After a while, when I'm satisfied, you can leave, okay? Xiao Ye nodded. Yunbing was a mature, sophisticated woman, mature in both mind and personality, and very independent. She was unlike Ningguang Xiao, Huangfu Xiangling, or Qin Zitter. She didn't act like a little girl, she was very mature and steady in her actions. Yunbing smiled. Xiao Ye, tell me honestly, how do you feel about me? Do you only have thoughts of mating with me? She was like a smiling tiger, her eyes flashing with a dangerous light. Xiao Ye shook his head. Of course not. You have a fiery temper, you're very unique, and you're reliable. You're not just a pretty face and a pretty body. My feelings for you naturally can't be limited to just procreation. Yunbing was very satisfied and said, but right now, I only have the thought of procreation for you. Xiao Ye, what do you think you should do? Before Xiao Ye could speak, his mouth was covered. He immediately began a decisive battle with Yunbing 128 hours later. Yunbing let Xiao Ye leave, saying, Yunzai is 10 light years away. Go find her. Don't keep Yunzai waiting too long. Xiao Ye nodded. He was somewhat surprised when he passed through the extreme cold. Qin Zitter, whose mental age was only in her early 20s, the once fragile girl with a disastrous constitution, was actually in the center of the extreme cold. At this time, she had awakened the original essence of the Furu class and had entered a state of cultivation. This fragile girl had changed a lot. Specifically, her personality had changed a lot. She was no longer as weak as before and had become strong. Previously, Qin Zitter relied on her father, Qin Tai, for everything. Now, it's Qin Tai who relies on her, entrusting her with tasks that are difficult even for those at the Saint Realm. As a sovereign realm cultivator, Qin Zitter handles these matters with remarkable ease. Xiao Ye passed by. Qin Zitter, immersed in cultivation, immediately awoke. She looked around, stood up, and exclaimed joyfully, Brother Xiao Ye, I knew you were here. Don't hide anymore, I want to see you. Xiao Ye emerged from behind a glare, smiling, little girl, you reacted quickly. I saw you were cultivating and didn't want to disturb you, but you spotted me first. Qin Zitter threw herself into Xiao Ye's arms, hugging him tightly, a happy smile spreading across her face. Qin Zitter smiled blankly, Brother Xiao Ye, you're so good to Zitter. You've not only made Zitter the pride of the family, but you also care about her so much? Thank you. Xiao Ye patted her head and said, the pride of the family? I remember you used to be rejected by everyone around you. Qin Zitter smiled, that was before. Now, everyone in the family wants to please me. I'm not that jinx anymore, I'm her lucky star. Everyone in Jinling City calls me the goddess of luck. Xiao Ye nodded. Qin Zitter's attributes are blessing and curse. Before, she couldn't control them, and her curse abilities could be triggered passively at any time. But now she can control all her abilities, so calling her the goddess of luck is no exaggeration. One blessing ability can make an ordinary person rich overnight, find treasure in a cave, or win $1 million spirit stone prize by finding money on the street. One curse ability can bring a series of misfortunes, causing someone to choke to death while drinking water or suffer oxygen poisoning from inhaling air. The two hugged and chatted for 2 hours. 2 hours later, Qin Zitter's eyes were filled with longing as she said expectantly, Brother Xiao Ye, please take Zitter. Zitter is thirsty. Chapter 683 Cosmic Level. Qin Zitter was a gentle young woman, very caring. After 128 hours, she let Xiao Ye leave. Seeing Qin Zitter enter a meditative state, her cultivation level still at the first stage of the Sovereign Realm, Xiao Ye used a time speed boost 1,000-fold to pass by before leaving. For the past, the Sovereign Realm was a dreamlike realm on Blue Star. But for the current Blue Star, the Sovereign Realm was still very weak. Otherwise, they wouldn't need to rush to cultivate and strive to become stronger. Xiao Ye arrived at the other end of the extreme cold. In an ice lake, Yunzai was soaking in the ice spring when she suddenly spotted a man standing on the shore. She had set up an isolation barrier on the ice lake to ensure a safe soak. Seeing the blurry figure, Yunzai knew who had come. She beckoned and called out, "Let's soak in the ice spring together. The temperature here is minus 120 degrees Celsius, perfect for a bath. It's so comfortable." Xiao Ye was dumbfounded. Minus 120 degrees Celsius bath? Was this masochism? What kind of fetish did Yunzai have? He tried, without using any energy, simply sinking one foot into the icy water. Hiss! Xiao Ye gasped, a shiver running through his body. Cold, extreme cold. Bone-chillingly cold. Yet, looking at the fair skin in the center of the icy lake, Yunzai's expression was natural, seemingly enjoying herself. Xiao Ye thought to himself, Yunzai must have used energy or the power of rules to resist this cold. But the next second, a comfortable feeling came from his foot still submerged in the icy water. AWW. Xiao Ye cried out in pleasure. Comfortable, indeed very comfortable. He discovered that his ice attribute rule source had activated. What had previously seemed like an icy spring now felt like a hot spring, bringing enjoyment and pleasure. Xiao Ye suddenly understood. It was the ice attribute that made Yunzai like soaking in the icy spring. Yunzai's attributes were both special and ice attributes. After forming a contract with Yunzai, his body also acquired the ice attribute. Rip! Xiao Ye removed his armor, leaving only a pair of red shorts, and jumped into the icy spring with a splash. So comfortable, the 120-degree icy spring was even more comfortable than a 28-degree hot spring. Swimming to Yangxi's side, he laughed, "Sister Yangxi, you're really enjoying yourself. Everyone else is cultivating, but you're soaking in the icy spring." Yangxi calmly replied, "I'm waiting for you. The ice attribute star river realm rule origin is right here, and I've also found the space attribute rule origin. But you haven't come to me for a long time, so I thought I'd cultivate after you arrived." Yangxi, though cold in nature, also needed companionship. Xiao Ye nodded. "I'll stay with you for a week first. After a week, you can start cultivating again." Yunzai leaned gently on Xiao Ye's shoulder and smiled faintly. "Xiao Ye, my parents have been settled in the Magic City base. Everything is taken care of. If you have the chance, come visit my parents. They are very grateful to you for saving them and want to thank you in person." Xiao Ye said, "No problem. It's just that Blue Star might not be safe right now. I need to find a way to protect all the Beast Girl's loved ones." Yunzai frowned. "We're already at the Sovereign Realm. Are the wild beasts stronger than us?" Xiao Ye nodded. "Yes, not only wild beasts, but all the races of the universe are stronger than us. Because of the appearance of the wild realm, all the races of the universe will definitely come to Blue Star. We need to take protective measures in advance. Especially for you Beast Girl's loved ones." Yunzai, who originally had little interest in becoming stronger, instantly became eager to cultivate upon hearing this. "No wonder you brought us to the Time-Space Palace for cultivation so quickly. I will strive to become stronger, protect my family, and safeguard Xiao Ye," Yangxi said earnestly. When Xiao Ye first arrived at Kunpeng Academy in the Magic City base, she was his bodyguard. Whether it was protecting Xiao Ye from the Yi family elders at the Magic City Lord's mansion or dealing with the danger posed by Hong family patriarch Hong Dingshan, she was always there to protect him. Now that Xiao Ye is at the 10th level of the Sovereign Realm, higher than her, he no longer needs her protection, so he temporarily put aside his ambition to become stronger and focus on living a good life. But now that the Sovereign Realm is sufficient, and Xiao Ye and his family are in danger at any time, she will inevitably take on the responsibility of protecting him again. Xiao Ye smiled, "Just focus on your cultivation. I will take care of the safety issues." In fact, the safety issues are very easy to resolve. He can use the Time-Space Palace to lock down all the Beast Girl's closest relatives. Once their lives are in danger, the Time-Space Palace can promptly bring them into the Super World and place them in the village surrounding the Super Palace. The supercontinent of the Time-Space Palace is so vast, spanning trillions of light years. If these Beast Girl's close relatives wish to train or do other things on the supercontinent, it wouldn't be a big deal. Their relatives were all of decent character and wouldn't easily reveal anything about the Time-Space Palace. Even if someone in the universe had their eye on the Time-Space Palace and wanted to threaten the humans of Blue Star, Xiao Ye wasn't afraid. He could simply take everyone in the Dragon Kingdom into the Time-Space Palace and let them live and reproduce on the supercontinent. The supercontinent was so vast, over 1 billion people thrown inside wouldn't even cause a ripple. Of course, if you were to do that, Xiao Ye would definitely set some restrictions, prohibiting these people from seeing the core, the original body, the original appearance of the super hall, etc., of the Time-Space Palace. Xiao Ye, please cherish me. Yunzai had a fever. Even a person whose personality had become cold had desires. Xiao Ye satisfied her 128 hours later. The special origin was awakened, and Yunzai and Yunbing both entered a state of cultivation. Xiao Ye left to find the next beast girl. And so it went. Each beast girl would accompany him for a week to a month, and a cycle would last less than a year. Xiao Ye would accompany each beast girl at least once a year, and apply a time-accelerating technique 1,000 times to beast girls whose cultivation level was lagging behind. Time passed very quickly with cultivation and companionship. Year after year passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 million years had passed. All the beast girls returned one after another to the super hall at the very center of the Time-Space Palace supercontinent. Cheng Bingxi, Nanguang Xiao, Liu Yan, Yunbing, Ziran, Yunzai, Qinzir, Gu Qingcheng, the god of destiny, the god of reincarnation, the primordial empress, Huangfu Xiangling, the time empress, and Changzunyu, the human form of the starry sky giant beast, all walked into the super hall with rosy complexions and high spirits. Nanguang Xiao, hands on her hips, boasted, everyone, Nanguang Xiao, have already reached the second level of the Star River realm. How about it, aren't you envious? Qinzir covered her mouth and laughed, Sister Xiao, I'm also at the second level of the Star River realm. Huangfu Xiangling chuckled, I'm at the third level of the Star River realm. Nanguang Xiao's expression froze. Wait, everyone's at the second level of the Star River realm? Shouldn't you all be at the first level? Cheng Bingxi raised her eyes and said, Xiao, the second level of the Star River realm is considered low. I'm already at the fourth level. Zhang Zunan is already at the sixth level of the Star River realm. The highest levels should be the Time Empress and Mu Qingsu, but I wonder what their levels are. At this moment, the Time Empress and Mu Qingsu returned. Mu Qingsu smiled and said, sorry, I'm at the universe level, one level higher than the Star River realm. The women were stunned. Nanguang Xiao? So, she was the lowest level? Chapter 684 All-Star River Realm Cultivators, the highest level being the universe realm. The beast girls were shocked. My god, the Time Empress and Qingsu, they've actually reached the universe level. Universe level? Is that a realm above the Star River realm? Sounds incredibly impressive. We're only at the second level of the Star River realm, and you two are already at the universe level? You've surpassed us by a whole realm. The Time Empress and Mu Qingsu smiled sweetly. During their cultivation, they could use time acceleration at any time. The fastest time acceleration at the Sovereign Realm is 1,000 times, while at the Star River Realm it's 10,000 times. What others cultivated for a year, they cultivated for 10,000 years. Over those million years, they cultivated for over 100 million years. It took them so long to reach the first level of the universe level. At the universe level, the time acceleration they could use was even more terrifying, reaching 100,000 times. Time attribute cultivators were truly terrifying, possessing built-in cultivation cheat codes. The primordial goddess, the destiny goddess, and Gu Qingcheng entered from outside, laughing. The three of us are now at the 8th level of the Star River realm. We're among the highest level now, right? Nanguang Xiao, her face crestfallen, said dejectedly, I'm still the lowest level, only at the second level of the Star River realm. Why are you all cultivating so fast? Aren't we all at the mythical level? And Xiao Ye even gives me time acceleration from time to time. The highest level is already at the cosmic level. Cosmic level? The Destiny Goddess glanced at the Time Empress and Mu Qingsu, somewhat surprised. At the cosmic level, one could be the controller of a first-rate power. Xiao Ye teased, Xiao, you're the least serious about cultivation. With my time acceleration, you think you can rest for at least 2 months a year, while others cultivate continuously, unlike you who slack off. Nanguang Xiao pouted, embarrassed, I need to set aside some time to learn cooking and how to be a gentle and virtuous wife. I'm not a cultivation machine, how can I cultivate all the time? Xiao Ye was speechless. Nanguang Xiao was right, The Beast Girls weren't cultivation machines. It seemed he needed to speed things up and improve the talents and aptitudes of these Beast Girls and deities. From the mythical level to the Great Dao level, their cultivation speed should increase several hundred times. Cultivation wouldn't take so long in the future. Before long, all the Beast Girls returned. Cheng Bingxi tallied the realms of the many Beast Girls. Nanguang Xiao Ye and Qin Zhe were at the second level of the Star River realm. Liu Ya and Huang Fu Xiangling were at the third level of the Star River realm. The Goddess of Destiny, Gu Qingcheng, and the Primordial Goddess were at the 8th level of the Star River realm. Yunbing and Yunzai were at the 6th level of the Star River realm. The Empress of Time and Mu Qingxu were at the first stage of the Universe realm. Zhang Zunyu was at the 10th level of the Star River realm. Cheng Bingxi herself was at the 8th level of the Star River realm. Ziran was at the 10th level of the Star River realm. The Goddess of Reincarnation was at the 10th level of the Star River realm. Xiao Ye was not included in the tally. These Beast Girls and deities had all formed contracts with him, and his related attributes were based on the realms of the Beast Girls. For example, his time attribute is the same as Mu Qingxu in the Time Empress, at the first stage of the first level of the Universe realm. His special attribute is the same as the Primordial Empress, at the 8th level of the Star River realm. His reincarnation attribute is the same as Mu Qingxu's, at the Universe realm. A dozen beautiful eyes watched as Xiao Ye spoke. The time difference between the Time-Space Hall and Blue Star has been adjusted to 280 million years, equivalent to 1 day on Blue Star. This time difference is terrifying. It's enough for everyone to advance to the Universe realm within 1 day on Blue Star. However, he emphasized, his expression softening. You are not cultivation machines. Cultivation based solely on accumulated time is extremely boring and tedious. I will quickly raise everyone's template level, talent, and innate ability from the mythical realm to the Great Dao realm. You don't need to cultivate for the time being. You can continue cultivating after your template level is raised. Cheng Bingxi smiled with satisfaction. Blue Star is facing a huge crisis, but it's not urgent, he said. We'll take it one step at a time. We don't need to try to be fat all at once. As long as our cultivation level is high enough to handle the crisis, that's enough. With a cosmic level Qingxu and the Time Empress here, Blue Star's crisis is more than enough to be resolved. Alright, meeting adjourned. Xiao Ye waved his hand, opening a huge golden light gate. He led the many Beast Girls through the golden light gate and returned to Blue Star. At this time, only about half a day, or about 12 hours, had passed since they entered the Time-Space Hall. That is, one night. When Xiao Ye and the many Beast Girls stood on the ground of the Mengxuan base city, the brilliant sunlight shone down from the sky, and the citizens of the base city had just finished breakfast. The many Beast Girls scattered and flashed back to their respective base cities. Xiao Ye, Cheng Bingxi, and the Time Empress went to the dungeon of the Mengxuan base city. They saw the demon soul of the Void Star region imprisoned in the dungeon. This is the demon of the Void Saint Star region? Xiao Ye was a little surprised. Second-tier Dominator realm, not a low level. What is the overall strength of the demon race? The demon race soul stared blankly, offering no reply. Cheng Bingxi coldly shouted, "Speak quickly, answer truthfully." The demonic soul respectfully addressed her as master and slowly explained, "The core strength of our Void Saint Clan Starfield demons consists of tens of thousands of Dominator realm demonic beasts. The basic level of demonic beasts is Emperor realm and Star Domain realm, numbering approximately 1 million. The elite force consists of demonic elders, deacons, and so on, numbering over 100, at the Star River realm." Xiao Ye nodded. "What about the demon clan chief and the demon ancestor?" The soul shook its head. "I have never seen the demon ancestor and do not know his realm. As for the demon clan chief, he is most likely at the 10th level of the Star River realm." Xiao Ye speculated, "In that case, the demon ancestor's realm is very likely at the universe level. The ancestor's realm must be higher than the clan chief's. It's just that the demon ancestor, I wonder which stage of the universe level he is at." The universe level is divided into 3 stages, each with 10 minor ranks. Mu Qingxu and the Time Empress had only reached the first stage, level 1, and had just stepped into the cosmic level. The Time Empress recalled, "I've been to the Void Saint Clan's Starfield. I heard that the Void Saint Clan's ancestor and the Demon Beast ancestor were at roughly the same level, both having entered the cosmic level. The Void Saint Clan is a third-rate force in the universe. I think the Demon Clan's ancestor must be at the first stage of the universe. If he had entered the second stage, the Demon Clan would have already launched a full-scale attack on the Void Saint Clan. If the Void Saint Clan's ancestor had reached the second stage, the Void Saint Clan's power level would be a second-rate force in the universe. The Demon Clan's soul was horrified and greatly shocked. These people, based on some speculation, could actually guess the Demon Clan's ancestor's realm range. Although he didn't understand, he was greatly astonished. The soul entity respectfully said, "Actually, you all don't need to worry about the demon ancestor. The ancestor is the guardian of the race and cannot leave the Demon Clan's lair. If the Demon Clan attacks Blue Star, even the Demon Clan chief might not come. The worst-case scenario is that a few Star River Realm demon elders will lead a large Demon Clan army to attack Blue Star and seize the World Tree and the Desolate Realm." Just then, the imprisoned Demon Clan soul entity's expression changed, and it said, "My lord, everyone, the clan chief sent me a message." Cheng Bingxi immediately asked, "What message?" Chapter 685 The Demon Army, Collection of Law Cores. The Demon Soul Entity said, "Today, the first wave of demon captains will be arriving on Blue Star with their squads to scout the situation. To ascertain the strength and level of the humans on Blue Star. They're commonly known as cannon fodder. After this wave of demon squads has scouted the situation, the next phase of the plan will proceed." Xiao Ye asked, "How many squads are there, and what is the total number of demonic beasts?" The soul entity pondered. Demon squads are generally composed of 10 demonic beasts per squad. I guess the first wave might have 3 squads. These scout squads are generally around the 6th level of the Dominator Realm. Xiao Ye nodded. Around 30 demonic beasts, only at the 6th level of the Dominator Realm, he could wipe them out with a wave of his hand. But simply wiping them out seemed insufficient. "Has your spy identity been exposed?" The demon soul entity shook its head. Xiao Ye smiled. He had come up with a good plan. He could imprint the minds of all 3 demon squad captains arriving today into his mind, making them spies. He could then have the 3 squad captains provide false information to the demons. Then, it would be best to track the movements of every wave of demons, capture a few to act as spies, and provide false information. Finally, wipe out the entire demon army in one fell swoop. Xiao Ye shielded the 5 senses of the demon soul and told Cheng Bingxi and the Time Empress about this plan. The Time Empress clapped her hands and said, "This plan is good. We'll wait for the demons to fall into our trap. Wave after wave, and wipe them all out in one fell swoop." Cheng Bingxi also thought this plan was good and strongly supported it. This plan could minimize casualties among the Dragon Kingdom's people. The demons who invaded Blue Star were all demonic beasts above the Emperor Realm. The highest level of the Dragon Kingdom's people was Quasi-Emperor Realm. A single aftershock of a battle at the Dominator Realm could destroy the entire Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom could not afford such a devastation. Cheng Bingxi was born in the Dragon Kingdom and did not want her home to become a hellish place, a desolate wasteland. If casualties could be minimized, that would be the best thing to do. The demon soul asked, "The clan leader ordered me to designate a safe location for infiltration. How should I reply?" Xiao Ye thought for a moment and said, "The Pacific Ocean. Just have them descend into the Pacific Ocean." The demon soul nodded and immediately used the demon's unique long-distance telepathic ability to reply, "Clan leader, the most suitable location for the scout team to descend is the Pacific Ocean of Blue Star. Descending into the Pacific Ocean is the least likely to attract human attention. Starting from the Pacific Ocean, they can infiltrate various countries and regions of Blue Star to gather intelligence. This is the safest route and plan." After replying, a response was quickly received from the Demon Clan leader, "Very good, then descend from the Pacific Ocean of Blue Star. You continue to lie low and do not reveal your identity. Once exposed, immediately self-destruct." The demon soul immediately replied, "Yes, sir." The telepathic transmission ended. The demonic soul looked at Cheng Bingxi, Xiao Ye, and the Time Empress, saying, "Everyone, the scout teams may have already entered the Milky Way galaxy, or even arrived on Blue Star, preparing to descend." With the imprint of thought, the demonic soul's current stance was on Blue Star, considering the interests of Blue Star's humanity. The imprint of thought fundamentally alters a person's thoughts, attitudes, and stances, an unsolvable supernatural power. Xiao Ye immediately expanded his divine sense, covering the entire Milky Way galaxy. He scanned the entire galaxy and discovered that outside Blue Star's atmosphere, there were indeed 3 demonic beast teams rapidly descending towards Blue Star's largest ocean. These 3 scout teams consisted of 30 demonic beasts. Their cultivation levels were generally at the 5th rank of the sovereign realm, with the 3 team leaders at the 6th rank. Xiao Ye was somewhat puzzled. He had established a barrier in the Milky Way galaxy, a 10th rank sovereign realm barrier. These demonic beast scout teams had actually entered one by one without being detected by the barrier or triggering an alarm. Damn it! It seemed the Milky Way galaxy barrier was set up for nothing. These magical beasts possessed at least one concealment item at the 10th level of the Dominator realm, masking their aura and shielding them from the barrier's scanning and perception. Xie Mengxuan exclaimed, "They've arrived." As an 8th level Star River realm expert, she knew of the scout team's arrival with a mere sweep of her divine sense. Xiao Ye smiled, "It's our turn to act." He lightly raised his hand and waved. 3 thought imprints shot out, directly penetrating the souls of the 6th level Dominator realm captains of the scout team. A burst of destructive energy erupted. Apart from the 3 captains, the souls of the remaining 27 magical beasts, around the 4th level of the Dominator realm, were instantly annihilated. Xiao Ye reached out. Using spatial compression and spatial transfer, the 27 magical beast corpses, along with the 3 scout team captains, whose bodies stretched for 100,000 meters, were compressed into a mere 1 meter in size and brought to the dungeon before him. The imprisoned magical beast soul's pupils contracted, their eyes filled with shock. This human youth had simply raised a hand and wiped out 3 scout teams. What realm has he reached? The Star River realm? Hiss. Such a young Star River realm cultivator, his talent is probably even more terrifying than the demon ancestor. Xie Mengxuan, the Time Empress, and Xiao Ye carefully examined the 27 miniature demon beast corpses on the ground, and the 3 demon beasts lying respectfully on the ground. These demon beasts aren't all of the void attribute. Among them are 10 space attribute, 10 void attribute, and 10 dark attribute. These 3 attributes are indeed very suitable for spies. Xiao Ye raised his hand. He activated the law core fragment extraction function of the template adjuster. From the 9 Dominator realm space attribute demon beast corpses, 27 space attribute law core fragments were extracted. From the 9 Dominator realm void attribute demon beast corpses, 27 void attribute law core fragments were extracted. From the 9 dark attribute demon beast corpses, 27 dark attribute law core fragments were extracted. The surprisingly high number delighted Xiao Ye. A magical beast isn't limited to extracting only 1 law core fragment. It seems an Emperor-level magical beast can extract 1, a Star Domain-level beast can extract 2, and a Dominator-level beast can extract 3. 3 law core fragments can be combined to form 1 law core. 10 law cores can elevate a mythical-level beast to the Great Dao level. Therefore, to elevate a mythical-level beast with 10 law cores, only 30 law core fragments are needed. Xiao Ye glanced at the 3 magical beast captains respectfully prostrate on the ground, pondering whether to kill them to extract law core fragments. After thinking for a moment, he decided to keep them for now. The magical beasts of the Void Saint clan and the Demon clan are countless, capable of extracting a great many law core fragments. These 3 scout team captains are useful. Xiao Ye coldly asked, "What intelligence can you 3 provide?" The space-type scout team captain respectfully replied, "My lord, our 3 elders of the Demon clan have already led the Demon clan army here. At this time, they may have already entered the Milky Way." Xiao Ye frowned. So fast? He expanded his divine sense again, scanning the Milky Way galaxy. He found nothing. This was a cosmic-level divine sense. The Demon Elder was only at the Star River realm, impossible to block a cosmic-level divine sense scan. Could it be they haven't arrived yet? Xiao Ye's divine sense spread, reaching the entire beast-hunting star field. So they're here. They stopped outside the Milky Way galaxy barrier, haven't entered the Milky Way yet. Ha, my Milky Way galaxy barrier does have some use. It's not just for show. Chapter 686, a complete sweep, more than 10,000 law cores. Nangguang Xie Ye rushed over, urgently asking, "There are many demonic beasts outside the Milky Way. Should we just go and wipe them all out?" "I used my divine sense to investigate. They didn't detect us." Xiao Ye shook his head. "Let's lure them in first, imprint their thoughts on us, and then wipe them all out. If they report the true situation on Blue Star back, the demons might launch a full-scale attack, which would be detrimental to us. By luring them in wave after wave, wiping them out one by one, we can maximize our benefits." He immediately instructed the captains of the 3 scout teams to send messages, stating that Blue Star's high-level combat power was only at the 10th level of the Dominator realm. Aside from the highest level, the rest were only at the Emperor realm. The barrier outside the Milky Way had already revealed that the Milky Way possessed experts at the 10th level of the Dominator realm. The 3 captains of the scout team immediately used their demonic telepathic abilities. Report. The highest level on Blue Star is the 10th tier Dominator realm, and there's only one. The rest are no threat, they're mostly at the Emperor realm level. We can attack them directly. The reply came, keep an eye on the 10th tier Dominator realm human and report his movements immediately. We'll enter the Milky Way immediately and attack Blue Star. The telepathic ability was deactivated. The scout captain respectfully said, my lord, they've arrived. Xiao Ye nodded. In his divine sense, the demon army had already broken through the barrier and entered the Milky Way. They would reach Blue Star within a few hours. This army consisted of 20,000 demonic beasts. The demonic beast army was divided into 6 waves: space, light, dark, life, illusion, and ice, each wave containing up to 3,000 Star Domain realm and Dominator realm demonic beasts. The 3 elders were of life, void, and lightning attributes, respectively, and their cultivation levels were at the 6th tier of the Star River realm. Xiao Ye's thought imprint came from Xie Mengxuan's Nine-Tailed Fox, only at the 2nd level of the Star River realm. If he attacked the 3 elders directly, they could easily evade his divine power. The Time Empress said, I'll trap those 3 elders, the rest are for the human emperor. She immediately acted, unleashing cosmic level time power from an immense distance upon the 3 leading demonic beast elders, trapping them in a time prison, subjecting them to a time loop from which they could not escape. Xiao Ye also made his move. His thought imprint divine power descended upon the army traversing the Milky Way. The divine power was like a vast cosmic net, enveloping all the demonic beasts within. In just a breath, the 20,000 demonic beasts were imprinted with a thought imprint of submission. Xiao Ye declared, stop, end your own lives. Preserve your bodies intact. A horrifying scene unfolded. The 20,000 demonic beasts collectively mobilized their power, severing their own heart meridians. After their heart meridians were severed, the eyes of the 20,000 strong demonic beast army became listless and lifeless, their vitality fading. Xiao Ye immediately activated the template adjuster and began extracting law core fragments. Supreme power descended upon the corpses of the demonic beast army. A putrid aura permeated the air. Finally, they dissipated into specks of light in the starry sky. At the same time, Xiao Ye received a notification from the template adjuster, gained 6,300 space-type law core fragments, gained 6,500 life-type law core fragments, gained 6,000 light-type law core fragments, gained 5,400 dark-type law core fragments, gained 4,300 illusion-type law core fragments, gained 5,600 ice-type law core fragments. Hearing the notification, Xiao Ye grinned. Most of the demonic beast army were at the Star Domain realm. Each demonic beast could yield 2 law core fragments. Each wave of demonic beasts had 3,000 demonic beasts, so he could extract approximately 6,000 law core fragments of the same attribute. There are 5 attributes in total, each requiring approximately 6,000 law core fragments. 3 law core fragments can be combined to form 1 law core. Synthesize law cores. Xiao Ye commanded the template adjuster in his mind. The template adjuster began the synthesis, and 10 seconds later, he obtained 2,100 space-type law cores, 2,140 life-type law cores, 1,230 illusion-type law cores, 1,820 ice-type law cores, 1,800 dark-type law cores, and 2,000 light-type law cores. Law cores have been placed in the system space. He instantly became incredibly wealthy in 10 seconds, a young tycoon with over 10,000 law cores in his pocket. For cultivators of a specific attribute, absorbing and refining just 1 law core grants them aptitude comparable to an ordinary mythical level cultivator. If a mythical level cultivator absorbs and refines a law core of a specific attribute, their aptitude can be increased to a certain extent. Although the effect of refining and absorbing is not as good as the talent enhancement effect of the template adjuster, for beings in the universe, it is the most efficient treasure for improving aptitude. These core laws were enough for Xiao Ye to elevate Yun Bing, Yun Zai, and the Primordial Empress's spatial aptitude, Liu Ye's illusionary spirit attribute aptitude, Yun Zai's ice attribute aptitude, and Chang Bingxi's life attribute to the Great Dao level. The Time Empress laughed. Those three magical beasts are going crazy. I just knocked them out. Knocking out Star River Realm magical beasts was easy for her, at the universe level. Xiao Ye nodded. The power of space roared out, instantly compressing the three Star River Realm magical beast elders and bringing them into the dungeon. A thought imprint of submission was then engraved upon them. The unconscious 6th-tier Star River Realm magical beast elders had no power to resist and were successfully imprinted with a thought imprint. The three scout team leaders and the magical beast souls were shocked. These three small magical beasts, compressed to 1 meter in size, were three elders? Star River Realm elders? Star River Realm elders, defeated just like that. Hiss. The four gasped, their gazes towards Xiao Ye and the Time Empress filled with astonishment. The three scout team leaders knelt respectfully, prostrating themselves on the ground, heads bowed in submission. Congratulations, Master, on imprisoning the Beast Elder. Master is mighty. Master's divine might is boundless. He will surely sweep across the universe and achieve supreme glory. Xiao Ye smiled. Nangguang Xiao curled her lip. Sycophants. Cheng Bingxi looked at the unconscious Beast Elder on the ground and shouted, "Stand up!" Her soft shout, like a thunderclap, jolted the three Beast Elders awake. The Beast Elder looked around in a daze, and upon seeing Xiao Ye, immediately knelt respectfully, saying, "Greetings, Master. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Master." The three scout team leaders exchanged bewildered glances. Even the Beast Elder acknowledged Master as their master? They were Star River Realm experts. Xiao Ye immediately spoke up, "Send a message to your Demon King, saying that Blue Star is a treasure planet, full of extraordinary encounters. It would be best if your Demon King personally led the entire demon army to Blue Star to attack and seize territory." The Beast Elder, "Huh? My lord, the Demon King won't easily leave the Void Saint Clan's demonic lair in the star field. Getting him to bring his army here is probably impossible." Xiao Ye took out a special law core and tossed it to the Beast Elder, saying, "Go back and use this to persuade your Demon King to bring his entire army." The Beast Elder's eyes widened in surprise. A law core. It's actually a law core. Once this thing appears, it will definitely cause a frenzy and covetousness among the major races of the universe. My lord, is it really appropriate to take this thing with us? Chapter 687 Great AI Level Aptitude. Enough with the nonsense, just take this, Xiao Ye said. The Beast Elder confidently replied, "I'm confident I can get the Demon King to lead his army here within a day." He immediately tore open a special rift, leaving Blue Star and returning to the Void Saint Clan's star field. Nangguang Xiao asked in confusion, "Xiao Ye, that thing is so precious, why don't you give it to us? Giving it to that beast for free. Besides, if news of this thing leaks out, our Blue Star will truly attract the covetous eyes and prying eyes of countless cosmic races." Xiao Ye took out 1,000 law cores from his pocket, and the crystal-clear crystals instantly filled the entire dungeon. He smiled and said, "I have many of these, and I prepared them for you as well. As for whether the news will leak out, don't worry. This thing is so precious, the Demon King will definitely want to keep it for himself, and he won't share it with other cosmic races." He waved his hand and led everyone away from the dungeon. In the pavilion, Xiao Ye took out 1,000 law cores of the life attribute, put them into a special ring, and handed them to Cheng Bingxi. "These are the cores of the law of life. You can play with them. I'll upgrade your life attribute aptitude now, from mythical to great Dao level." Cheng Bingxi stared at the special ring in astonishment. 1,000? So many. And she's just playing with them. The Time Empress knew better than anyone else present how rare law cores were. 1,000? The Time Empress's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Even the most powerful cosmic races wouldn't have more than 10 law cores in their ranks. But the human emperor had so many, and he was letting his eldest sister play with them. Nangguang Xiao pouted, dissatisfied, "Xiao Ye, I want some too." "You can't be biased. Sister Bingxi gave some, give me some too. I don't need many, just give me 999. The Time Empress's lips twitched. 999? Did she think law cores were as common as cabbages? Such a huge quantity, and she could even say that. Xiao Ye chuckled, "Xiao, don't rush. You're a beast girl with both supreme and 5 elements attributes, and I don't have any law cores of those 2 attributes right now. Once I get them, I'll definitely give them to you. Don't even mention 999, even 1,000, I'll give them to you." Nangguang Xiao pouted, "All right then, I'll remember that. Don't try to fob me off." Xiao Ye shook his head and smiled. I'm not fobbing you off. These law cores, like the law fragments from before, were extracted from magical beasts. You used to hunt magical beasts with me and extracted law fragments together. Do you think I'd fob you off for something so small? Nangguangxiao's beautiful eyes lit up. Extracted from magical beasts. Xiao Ye, you're amazing. I'm waiting for you. She tiptoed and kissed Xiao Ye, her face full of smiles. The Time Empress raised an eyebrow, as if she had heard something earth-shattering. Law cores could be extracted from magical beasts. Hiss. The human emperor has this ability. She whispered, Human emperor, could you extract one of the time-type law cores for me? I don't need many, one is enough. Time-type law cores were even rarer. She had never seen one before. Xiao Ye laughed. I have them all, as long as they're my beast girls or gods, plenty. You can eat them as food. The Time Empress smiled. The human emperor is so good to us. I'm waiting for your time-type law cores. Xiao Ye nodded. He sat down next to Cheng Bingxi, watching her play with the life attribute law cores with a look of delight, and asked, what does it feel like to hold this? Cheng Bingxi pondered. Holding this in my hand is like drinking enlightenment tea. It's refreshing and invigorating. My understanding of the life attribute has deepened. Truly a cosmic treasure. As she spoke, Xiao Ye took out 10 more life attribute law cores. He activated the template adjuster's aptitude enhancement function. Aptitude enhancement in progress. The supreme mysterious power descended. The 10 life attribute law cores transformed into essence and merged into Cheng Bingxi's body. Multicolored light enveloped Cheng Bingxi. 5 colors: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. After a moment, Cheng Bingxi's light subsided, and divine runes of the Great Dao burst forth from her body. Countless divine runes emerged from her skin. The life attribute origin of Blue Star appeared in the void, instinctively emitting a trembling, joyful sound. The life attribute origin itself was cheering for Cheng Bingxi's advancement in aptitude. In a corner of the universe, the life attribute Great Dao origin suddenly appeared, radiating a heaven-shaking brilliance that shone upon Blue Star from afar. The Mangilum-based city suddenly became vibrant with color, and the aura of the Great Dao appeared. All the radiant Great Dao aura converged towards Cheng Bingxi, surging into her body. Half an hour later, the Great Dao origin disappeared, and Blue Star returned to normal. Cheng Bingxi opened her eyes, her gaze as vast as the starry sky, bursting forth with the light of the Great Dao origin. She exclaimed joyfully, I just sense the call of the original source of the Great Dao of life in this universe. My current physique seems to be favored by the original source of the Great Dao. I feel that if I continue cultivating, the improvement in my life attribute realm will be at least 200 times greater than at the mythical level. Aptitude advancement completed. The template adjuster emitted a notification sound. Xiao Ye nodded and said, Bingxi, your life attribute aptitude is no longer at the mythical level, it's at the Great Dao level, above the mythical level. You're the first beast girl whose aptitude has advanced to the Great Dao level. Is there anything you want to say to me? Cheng Bingxi thought for a moment, gently hugged Xiao Ye, and whispered, Xiao Ye, I will help you manage the big family. Xiao Ye smiled. There was no need for thanks between them. Cheng Bingxi's words were the most suitable for his feelings. Cheng Bingxi understood him perfectly. You possess 2 attributes, there's still one destruction attribute that hasn't been improved. Once I have enough law cores, I'll improve your aptitude, he instructed. Cheng Bingxi nodded, indicating she understood. She waved her hand, summoning a golden portal, and said eagerly, my aptitude has improved, I'll try cultivating first. With such a fast cultivation speed, I must first raise my realm. I'm only at the 8th level of the Star River realm now, I'll strive to reach the first stage of the universe realm in one go. Xiao Ye waved his hand, casting a time acceleration spell that covered Cheng Bingxi. A 100,000-fold acceleration, which could last for 10 years. Cheng Bingxi waved goodbye and entered the golden portal, preparing to cultivate. Nangguangxiao said shyly, Sister Bingxi is working so hard. Won't my realm fall far behind everyone else? Why don't I start cultivating now and advance my realm to the 3rd level of the Star River realm? Then when I come out, the lowest realm will be 0 at the 2nd level of the Star River realm. She thought this idea was brilliant and immediately summoned a golden portal, entering the time-space hall. Xiao Ye chuckled. Empress of Time, do as you please. I'm going to improve the aptitudes of the Primordial Empress, Yun Bing, Yun Zai, and Liu Yang. The Empress of Time looked at the spot where Xiao Ye had left, her eyes shining brightly. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 688 The Vajra Supreme Respect appears. Xiao Ye arrived at the Magic City base, the top-tier base city where Kunpeng Academy was located. Outside a luxurious manor in the heart of Magic City was the home of Yunbing and Yunzai's family. Xiao Ye met Vajra Supreme. He was somewhat surprised. Vajra Supreme was the official head of the Dragon Kingdom's Education Bureau, and the father of the Kunpeng Academy Student Council President. Vajra Supreme had previously contacted him and offered some assistance. Vajra Supreme was squatting outside the manor, looking distressed, smoking a cigarette, staring blankly at the sky. The ground was piled high with cigarette butts. Xiao Ye asked, "Uncle Chang, what are you doing here?" Vajra Supreme Changgang snapped out of his reverie and looked up at Xiao Ye in astonishment. He was clearly surprised to see Xiao Ye here. "Brother Xiao, aren't you only a sophomore? Why aren't you at school? Where have you been? I still need to find you to fix my physical defect." He had tried to find Xiao Ye, but hadn't succeeded. His physical defect was a 3-second man defect. He was a 3-second man. This defect had improved for a while after Xiao Ye massaged him before, but it had recently recurred. A defect? Xiao Ye's lips twitched. With his rising cultivation level and contact with higher-level beings, Xiao Ye had forgotten about Changgang's defect. He scratched his head and said, "Uncle Chang, I've had some things to take care of lately and haven't been studying at school. I'll solve your defect immediately." Solving a template defect only requires rule crystal fragments. Replenishing and replacing rule crystal fragments is very easy. He activated the template adjuster, extracted the excess metallic rule crystal fragments from the Vajra Supreme's body, and then inserted 2 creation crystal fragments. In a short time, Changgang felt much stronger and more powerful. He clenched his fist, his gloomy expression vanishing, and exclaimed excitedly, "Brother Xiao, you're amazing. My body feels so much stronger now, thank you so much, ha ha ha. Now that woman can't say I'm short and weak anymore, right? When I get back today, I'm going to regain my manly prowess and reclaim my position in the family." Xiao Ye smiled, "You're welcome. What are you doing here, smoking silently?" Changgang's smile froze, and he sighed, "You know, I work for the Education Bureau, managing the education of teachers and students nationwide and assigning teachers. After Sister Yunbing and Sister Yangxi got married, they abandoned Kunpeng Academy. Now, the number of students enrolled in the Beastmaster High School in the Shanghai Bay City is much lower than before, because the 3 perfect goddesses of Kunpeng Academy, Yangxi, Yunbing, and Xie, have left. I came here to talk to Sister Yunbing and Sister Yangxi. It would be great if they were still willing to return as Dean and Vice Dean." Suddenly, Changgang was startled, his eyes narrowing. "Wait a minute, Sister Yunbing, Sister Yangxi, and Xie all seem to have married you. Now, not only have Yangxi and Yunbing left, but even the goddess-like teaching assistant Xie has left Kunpeng Academy, probably with you." A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. Changgang abruptly rolled up his sleeves, his face hardening, and stepped towards Xiao Ye, exuding a do-or-die aura. Step. 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 With each step, his aura grew stronger, until the final step. Xiao Ye actually felt immense pressure from him. But Xiao Ye remained unmoved. This pressure was like an ant trying to shake a tree, not even breaking his flowing hair. Bang! Just as Xiao Ye thought Changgang was about to attack, Changgang suddenly knelt down. Kneeling on both knees, his resolute face turned mournful as he pleaded, "Brother Xiao, my dear brother Xiao. Could you please let Xie, Yunbing, and Yunzai return to Kunpeng Academy? I beg you." Xiao Ye was taken aback, his lips twitching. What was Vajra Supreme up to? He thought there was going to be a fight, but instead, Changgang was kneeling. Helpless, Xiao Ye helped Changgang up and said earnestly, "The 3 of them left voluntarily. I didn't force them to leave. Begging me won't help. I won't force them to do anything. So, you need to find another way to boost the popularity of the Beast Tamer Academy in Shanghai and increase its enrollment." Changgang sighed, looking dejected. The Beast Tamer Academy in Shanghai is doomed. Local high school students in Shanghai are no longer willing to apply to the Beast Tamer Academy. At this moment, Yunbing and Yunzai, who were inside the manor, sensed Xiao Ye's presence and ran out. Upon seeing Xiao Ye, Yunbing and Yunzai were overjoyed, their faces beaming with smiles. "Xiao Ye, we're already at your doorstep, why don't you come in?" they exclaimed. "HMPH, you heartless bastard, finally you've come to see us." They each grabbed one of Xiao Ye's hands. Xiao Ye pointed to Chenggang and said, "Uncle Cheng is here. I chatted with him for a while." Yunbing and Yunzai were surprised. "Isn't this Vajra Supreme? You're here too?" Chenggang was on the verge of tears. He was standing right there, and these two women hadn't even seen him. Xiao Ye said, "Uncle Cheng, come in together. Let's think of a solution together." The Beast Tamer Academy in Shanghai was, after all, his alma mater. Although the Beast Tamer Academy had 10 colleges, and Kunpeng Academy was just one of them, the Beast Tamer Academy's impending collapse was more or less related to him, Xiao Ye, and he needed to resolve this problem. Chenggang followed him into the living room. Yunbing and Yunxi's parents were chatting on the sofa when they saw Xiao Ye enter. They immediately stood up to greet him. Their wrinkled faces, like chrysanthemums, blossomed with smiles as they said, "Son-in-law, it's been so long. You're still as handsome as ever. You've been so busy with work, we didn't want to bother you, otherwise we would have invited you to come over." Xiao Ye greeted them, "Father-in-law, mother-in-law. I really had things to do and couldn't come to see you right away. It was my fault, I'm sorry." The two elderly people were very understanding and smiled. "It's alright, we understand your feelings for Xia Elbing and Xia Yuxi. No need to apologize, you saved our lives, you can come anytime you want." Xiao Ye chatted with them for a while, and the two elders, in good spirits, went to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Chenggang then spoke up, "Deans, do you really not want to continue working at Kunpeng Academy?" Yunbing and Yunxi shook their heads, indicating they wouldn't go back. Having reached the Star River Realm and reunited with their parents, they now focus on the safety of Blue Star and their families, and do not want to be distracted by the trivial matters of Kunpeng Academy. Chenggang looked worried and sighed, "Then our Beast Tamer Academy in Shanghai is really doomed." "No, it's already doomed." Xiao Ye's eyes swept over Yunbing and Yunzai, pondering. "Uncle Cheng, perhaps there's still a way to revive the Beast Tamer Academy's popularity." Chenggang waved his hand, "Brother Xiao, you don't need to comfort me. 3 goddess-level deans and teaching assistants don't want to go back, what can we do?" Xiao Ye smiled and said, "The Beast Tamer Academy's popularity plummeted after Yunbing, Yunzai, and Liu Ya left. You could hang a banner at the school gate. Say that Yunbing, Yunzai, and Liu Ya have been diligently cultivating at Kunpeng Academy and have broken through to the Great Emperor realm. Or use this as a gimmick to promote it online. Perhaps that can revive the Beast Tamer Academy's popularity." Chenggang was shocked. Yunbing, Yunzai, and Liu Ya, all 3 had broken through to the Great Emperor realm? Chapter 689 The Emperor's preaching causes nationwide excitement. The Great Emperor realm, that's an ethereal, unattainable goal, a shore no one has ever reached throughout countless ages. And now Xiao Ye is saying that Liu Ya, Yunbing, and Yunzai have all advanced to the Great Emperor realm? Chenggang clicked his tongue, his initial shock quickly subsiding, and said speechlessly, "Brother Xiao, you don't have to exaggerate like that. I could believe you if you said they advanced to the Saint Realm, but Great Emperor? Who can believe that?" He raised an eyebrow and asked, "Sister Yunbing, Sister Yunzai, are you both at the Great Emperor realm?" Yunbing and Yunzai both shook their heads. Chenggang's lips twitched, and he spread his hands. "Brother Xiao, both of you, the Kunpeng sisters, said you're not at the Great Emperor realm. Your method won't work." Xiao Ye's lips curled into a smile. "Sister Yunbing and Sister Yunzai are indeed not at the Great Emperor realm, because they are above the Great Emperor realm." Chenggang's lips twitched even more violently. "Above the Great Emperor realm? That's an absurd exaggeration." His lips were practically numb from the twitching. "Oh, so what realm are you at?" Chenggang asked speechlessly. Xiao Ye waved his hand, "Even if I told you the specific realm, you wouldn't understand. Chenggang, look at my eyes, see if I believe you or not." Yunzai covered her mouth and laughed, "Vajra Supreme, our realm is indeed above the Great Emperor. Look." She waved her hand casually, and the original body of the Blue Star Emperor realm appeared in the sky above the Magic City base. The huge original body of special rules spanned the sky, attracting the attention of almost everyone in the Magic City base. The citizens all looked up at the sky, all looking at the original body with great shock. Although they didn't know what it was, they could all sense the pure and rich original power flowing from the original body. Many Saint Realm experts broke through the air from their families, staring at the original body with burning eyes. Some wanted to get closer, but were repelled by the original body's powerful original power, unable to get even a fraction closer. At the manor in the city center, Vajra Supreme watched as Yunzai waved her hand, but nothing appeared. He rubbed his eyes, bewildered, and asked, "Did I miss something?" Xie calmly replied, "You'll know what it is when you go out." The Vajra Supreme trembled. He sensed the extremely refined special origin power emanating from the sky. Even though he wasn't a special cultivator, he could perceive the purity of that origin power. It was like that of a newborn infant, completely untainted. "This is the special origin?" Cheng Gang was shocked. Only a quasi-emperor could mobilize even a trace of the special origin. Such pure and abundant origin power must be something only an emperor could mobilize. Exclamations came from outside. Cheng Gang hurriedly went to the open space outside the manor and looked up at the sky. "Holy crap, what is this?" "The special origin, this is what's emanating from." Xie stepped out and calmly said, "This is the physical form of Blue Star's special origin. All the special rules of Blue Star extend from this physical origin. Blue Star's space is also maintained and operated by this thing." Cheng Gang was stunned. This time, he didn't doubt Xie's words. Only the physical source of space could exude such refined and vast power. So, Xie really was at the Great Emperor realm? Damn. Sister Kunpeng had actually reached the legendary Emperor realm. Sister Xie, I'm your little brother. You've achieved great success. Don't forget me. Don't forget me when you're rich and powerful. I was Sister Yunbing's punching bag for so long. The Vajra Supreme's face showed a fawning expression as he excitedly said, "Yunbing and Xie." Xiao Ye pondered, "You're a metal attribute Beast Tamer, and the template you created is an SSS-level Vajra template. Then I'll give you a few things. If you can comprehend them, you might be able to break through to the Emperor realm in the near future." With that, Xiao Ye's divine sense spread out, finding the physical source of the 5 elements hidden in some endless void. Then, he extracted 2 tons of metallic elemental power, condensed it into a metallic elemental crystal the size of a dinosaur egg, and tossed it into Cheng Gang's hands. "Uncle Cheng, you should be able to sense what this is. You helped me before, this is my way of repaying you. As for whether you can break through to the Emperor realm, that depends on your own efforts." With the elemental crystal in hand, if Cheng Gang still couldn't break through to the Emperor realm, then it was because Cheng Gang was slacking off. Cheng Gang hugged the crystal, which was larger than his head, his eyes widening, and gasped, "Hiss. Ah, this is a metallic elemental crystal. Thank you, Brother Xiao, thank you so much, Brother Xiao, you're so kind to me, I'm eternally grateful. As for the Beast Tamer Academy, forget about it, let it be. I want to cultivate." Cheng Gang grinned, all traces of his previous worried face and size gone. "Xiao Ye, you got an opportunity and now you're abandoning the Beast Tamer Academy? You heartless bastard." Xie glanced at Cheng Gang indifferently and said, "If you don't handle the Beast Tamer Academy matter properly, I'll take back the origin crystal from you." Cheng Gang shuddered, immediately putting the origin crystal in his pocket and hurriedly said, "Sister Kunpeng, don't worry, I'll take care of the Beast Tamer Academy matter. This matter was originally my responsibility." Xie nodded and said, "Xiao Bing, it's your turn." Cheng Gang scratched his head. "Take action?" Xiao Ye stroked his chin and smiled, "Sister Xie, you're not one to show off, but summoning your special origin form, you must have other intentions, right?" Xie nodded. Yunbing immediately raised her hand and waved, and her phantom appeared in the sky. The phantom stretched to the heavens and the earth, with the ozone layer above its head and the rooftops of the base city beneath its feet. This magnificent figure immediately attracted the attention of all the citizens of the Magic City base. "Wow, isn't that the Kunpeng Supreme? That essence, was it released by the Kunpeng Supreme? The Kunpeng Supreme has reached the Great Emperor realm?" The citizens were all shocked. The illusory figure Yunbing spoke, his voice not loud, but it resounded throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom. "Fellow colleagues, I have advanced to the Great Emperor realm at the Kunpeng Academy in the Magic Capital Base City. If anyone wishes to apply to the Magic Capital Beast Tamer Academy, they may do so at any time. Freshmen already enrolled in other base city academies may also transfer to our magic capital Beast Tamer Academy. Every 1,000 years, I will give a lecture and impart my experience at the Kunpeng Academy of the magic capital Beast Tamer Academy. Only students and teachers of the magic capital Beast Tamer Academy are qualified to attend. People from all the base cities in the Dragon Kingdom look towards the magic capital base city. They could all see a towering illusory figure standing between heaven and earth, and they could all hear the words spoken by that illusory figure. In an instant, all the people of the Dragon Kingdom were shocked. A great emperor, another great emperor has been born. Previously, 3 great emperors were born in the wilderness base city. Although their names were unknown, they were all deeply awe-inspiring. Now, in the Magic City base city, yet another great emperor has been born. And this great emperor is going to lecture and impart knowledge at the Magic City Beast Tamer Academy? The entire nation of Dragon Kingdom is in an uproar. Chapter 690, a high school overseen by the great emperor. Students attending universities in other base cities stared wide-eyed, their eyes filled with shock. The Beast Tamer Academy in the Magic City actually had an emperor. A university with an emperor and one without were two completely different concepts. A university with an emperor was a sacred institution. In the future, universities would likely only be divided into 2 types, ordinary universities and universities with emperors. Many first-year students considered transferring. Going to the Magic City Beast Tamer Academy would allow them to catch a glimpse of the emperor's true form and even have the opportunity to listen to his lectures. Especially those students from the Magic City base city who had applied to Beast Tamer academies in other base cities. They deeply regretted their decision to forego applying to the Magic City Beast Tamer Academy. However, it wasn't too late, they could still transfer. Becoming a disciple of an emperor would be enough to bring glory to their ancestors. Not only that, they would also enjoy cultivation resources and facilities unavailable in other base cities. After all, a university presided over by an emperor would undoubtedly have far superior facilities and equipment compared to ordinary universities. Students wanted to transfer, and so did some teachers. They all wanted to teach at the Beastmaster Academy in Shanghai. The Beastmaster Academy was the first university with an emperor presiding over it, and its graduates were highly likely to be more outstanding and brilliant than those from other base city universities. Working at the Beastmaster Academy would not only enhance one's network of connections but also potentially greatly improve one's benefits. This wasn't just true for teachers. Parents in all base cities across the Dragon Kingdom were also extremely envious of the Beastmaster Academy in Shanghai. In this cruel era of the Beast Girls, everyone knew of the Emperor's supreme status. Even if the Beastmaster Academy only held the Emperor's name, it would still undergo an unprecedented transformation. The illusory figure in the sky disappeared, but the original spatial source did not. Yunbing smiled and said, "Chang'an, the issue of the school's popularity is resolved. But you still need to follow up on the enrollment matters. Not only at the student level, but also at the teacher level, you need to pay close attention and ensure quality control throughout the process." Vajra Supreme nodded, his lips twitching, and said, "I just wanted to bring the popularity of the Shanghai Beastmaster Academy back to normal. But your actions have directly made the Shanghai Beastmaster Academy the most popular and dazzling academy in the Dragon Kingdom. Its popularity will probably explode. I'll likely be very busy from now on." Yunzai rolled her eyes. "Should I find someone else to oversee this? Give us back the metal elemental crystal you have." Vajra Supreme's expression changed. "No, this matter is troublesome, but I have the ability to handle it well, to do it beautifully. Besides me, no one in the world understands enrollment better than me." He waved his hand and said, "I have things to do, you can do as you please." After saying that, he left without stopping, as if afraid Yunzai would snatch the metal elemental crystal from him. Xiao Ye smiled and said, "It's good that the great emperor has appeared, letting the world know of his birth. For the next period, Blue Star might be invaded by the myriad races of the starry sky. Knowing the great emperor exists, they won't panic and cause us trouble." Yunbing and Yunzai pulled Xiao Ye back into the manor. The two elders had already prepared the meal. It was a simple, home-cooked meal, nothing particularly special or expensive. But Xiao Ye could tell the elders had put a lot of thought into it. Xiao Ye then chatted with the elders for an hour and ate. He made an excuse to say goodbye and led Yunbing and Yunzai to the Hall of Time and Space. Yunbing asked, puzzled, "Xiao Ye, what's up?" Yunzai suddenly blushed. "Are you trying to get some exercise?" Xiao Ye waved his hand. No. I have something important to discuss with you. Do you remember what I said last time about improving your cultivation talents, raising your mythical level talents to the Great Dao level? Great Dao level talents? Yunbing and Yunzai were taken aback. They had only heard of the Great Dao level from Xiao Ye, and had no idea what this level of talent meant. Yunzai asked, the Great Dao level, is that a higher level of the mythical level talent? Xiao Ye nodded, the Great Dao level talent is a level above the mythical level, and the cultivation speed is hundreds or even thousands of times faster. Of course, it's not just cultivation speed, comprehension, combat power, foundation, and everything else are hundreds or even thousands of times faster than the mythical level. A comprehensive upgrade. Yunbing's eyes lit up. Can you upgrade our talents now? Xiao Ye nodded. He took out 2,000 space law cores from his system space and placed them in their 2 storage rings, saying, 1,000 law cores for each of you, all of the space type. Keep these safe. Use them however you like candy, or even as food. Yunzai and Yunbing put away their stored rings and each took out a law core. It contained an extremely rich special origin and special essence. The 2 women felt refreshed and invigorated. Yunxi's pupils contracted, and she exclaimed in shock, just inhaling a breath, and the effect is even better than the enlightenment tea. What is a law core? Xiao Ye explained. A law core is the seed of the law's original essence. After gestation, it can give birth to the original essence's initial form. Any living being that consumes one, refines and absorbs it, will see an improvement in their cultivation talent. It is a treasure for all races in the universe to enhance their cultivation talent. The 2 women were both stunned upon hearing this. Enhanced talent. The original essence's initial form. It sounded incredibly powerful. In their understanding, once a human awakens a template, the template level cannot be improved. If it's SSS level, it's SSS level forever. If it's S level, it's S level forever. But this thing can actually improve talent level. It can even improve mythical level talent. One can imagine how monstrous and precious this thing is. Especially since it's the original essence's initial form, it's even more extraordinary. Yunbing needed the law cores. Surprised, Xiao Ye, we don't need so many. 1,000 each. Why don't you take them back? 10 each will do. Yunzai chimed in. Yes, these things are too precious, probably hard to come by. We can't use too many. You can take them back for yourself. Or give them to someone who needs them. The 2 of them took out 10 law cores from their storage rings and returned them to Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye refused, saying matter-of-factly. You are the ones who need them. No matter how precious they are, they can't compare to your place in my heart. Keep them, or I'll get angry. Yunzai and Yunbing smiled broadly, happily putting away the storage rings. Yunbing exclaimed excitedly, if you need anything, just tell me. Xiao Ye nodded. He took out 20 space attribute law cores from his system space and smiled. Now, I'll upgrade your space type talents. You can just stand there. Chapter 691 Guilt towards Liu Yam. The template adjuster was activated to enhance talent functions. Supreme power descended from the heavens, landing on Yunbing and Yunzai. 20 special attribute law cores, half drifting towards Yunbing and half towards Yunzai, transformed into the purest energy under the influence of the supreme power, merging into their bodies. Yunbing and Yunzai closed their eyes. The surrounding special attribute energy automatically swept over them, surging into their bodies. Their auras became increasingly ethereal and otherworldly. The Great Dao level primordial entity, dormant and hidden within this superworld, suddenly appeared. 2 streams of primordial power burst forth from an extremely distant corner, shooting into space. Then, the Great Dao level primordial entity fell back into slumber and concealment. 2 streams of Great Dao level primordial power appeared remotely on Xiao Ye's side, merging into Yunbing and Yunzai's bodies. Their auras became increasingly profound. Their auras became increasingly otherworldly. As time passed, the awakened Star River Realm and Sovereign Realm special attribute origins suddenly appeared above the Super Hall. 2 enormous origin entities spanned the sky, their surfaces reflecting colorful arcs of light and trembling slightly. The special attribute energy of this superworld also trembled violently, seemingly celebrating the birth of Yunbing and Yunzai's Great Dao level talents. Yunbing and Yunzai opened their eyes, their faces filled with joy. They both sensed that their affinity with special attribute energy, rules, and origins had increased several levels. They could freely manipulate any special energy, rules, and origins. If the mythical level talent, spatial energy, rules, and origins were the ocean, then they were two active fish blessed by the ocean. With a great Deo level talent, they were the masters of the ocean. Not only had their affinity reached an unprecedented level, but their comprehension, cultivation speed, and so on had also reached unprecedented heights. Xiao Ye asked, "How are you feeling?" Yun Bing was pleasantly surprised. "It feels fantastic. Much better than the experience of a mythical level talent. To be specific, I'm currently at the 6th level of the Star River realm, but I can sense the precise location of the cosmic level spatial attribute origin. I can now awaken the cosmic level spatial attribute origin across tens of thousands of light years and summon it to move over. This affinity with the origin is like being the owner of the origin, able to summon and dismiss employees at will. This is a wonderful feeling that a mythical level talent could never provide." Yun Zai wholeheartedly agreed with Yun Bing, nodding and smiling happily. "Our cultivation speed has probably seen a terrifying increase. From now on, we won't have to cultivate so slowly. We'll soon reach the cosmic level." Xiao Ye smiled. Yun Bing, Yun Zai, and he had formed a contract. The two women's talents had improved, and his spatial attribute talent would also improve accordingly. What the two women could do, he could do too. "Is there anything you want to do now? Do you want to cultivate, or would you like me to keep you company while you cultivate?" Xiao Ye asked. He had already improved Yun Bing and Yun Zai's talents, but Liu Ye and the Ancestral Empress's talent still needed improvement. He needed to continue improving Liu Ye and the Ancestral Empress's talents. Yun Bing and Yun Zai waved their hands, a rare occurrence for them, and smiled. "Go do your own thing, we want to cultivate." "Yes, we won't keep you, go ahead." Xiao Ye, with talents at the Great Dao level, he, as their husband, was actually less important than cultivation. Young Xie covered her mouth and laughed. "Xiao Ye, we'll come find you to be all lovey-dovey after we both advance to the universe level. Last time you told me that Blue Star would be facing wave after wave of crises, and we Beast Girls needed to improve our cultivation to protect you and our families. So, Xiao Bing and I's top priority is to raise our cultivation levels. Once we have the strength, we can talk about romance with you." Xiao Ye suddenly understood and said, "I understand." He waved his hand, opening a golden portal, stepped inside, and returned to Blue Star. "Let Yunbing and Yungxi cultivate if they want. For a great Dao level talent, advancing from the 6th level of the Star River realm to the first stage of the universe level only takes about 40,000 years. Don't underestimate 40,000 years, it's already 300 times shorter than the 1,200 years for a mythical level talent. Currently, 280 million years in the time-space hall is equivalent to 1 day on Blue Star. Perhaps 10 minutes on Blue Star, the time it takes to go to the bathroom, and Yunbing and Yungxi would have advanced to the universe level. Cultivating with a great Dao level talent is a completely new experience, and Yunbing and Yunzai won't be bored. After leaving the time-space hall, they returned to the large manor in the Magic City base. Looking up at the sky, the original body of the Emperor-level spatial attribute rules spanning the Magic City base was still there. Xiao Ye waved his hand, transferring and concealing the original body in the endless void. This thing was too dazzling. If the myriad races of the universe invaded Blue Star, it would attract their attention. If the myriad races of the universe were to engage in battle within the Magic City base, a single aftershock could flatten the Magic City base. The disappearance of the original body wouldn't affect the popularity of the Magic City Beast Tamer Academy's recruitment. With the title of Great Emperor Academy, removing the original body was insignificant. Having done all this, Xiao Ye spread his divine sense to find Liu Ye's location. Since leaving Kunpeng Academy, he had never actively sought out Liu Ye in reality. This made him blush. He didn't even know where Liu Ye lived. Liu Ye's parents had perished long ago at the feet of a ferocious beast. Now, Liu Ye likely lived alone, without any relatives or friends. Her husband, Xiao Ye, hadn't even bothered to look for her. He wondered how Liu Ye had been these past few days, whether she was happy. A pang of guilt rose in Xiao Ye's heart as he pondered this. In a split second, his divine sense swept across the entire Dragon Kingdom, but he couldn't find Liu Ye anywhere. Xiao Ye frowned. Where was Liu Ye? Just as Xiao Ye was searching for Liu Ye, a stunningly beautiful teaching assistant with a voluptuous figure walked into the manor with a smile, her hands behind her back, and said with a hint of resentment, "Xiao Ye, you've come to Shanghai, why didn't you come to see me? Last time we were cultivating, You promised you'd come to see me often, but now that you're in Shanghai, you haven't come at all. You liar, humph. Hearing the voice, Xiao Ye withdrew his divine sense. Somewhat astonished. He had searched the entire country for Liu Yao without success, and yet she was right beside him, having come to see him in person. Liu clenched her delicate fist and punched Xiao Ye's shoulder, saying irritably, "My manor is right next to Sister Yunbing and Sister Yunzai's, don't you know that? HMPH, are you even my husband? You don't even know where your wife's home is. I'm angry." Xiao Ye's lips twitched. Liu was next door? He subconsciously assumed Liu was somewhere else in Shanghai, so he hadn't searched the manor grounds. No wonder he hadn't found her. Xiao Ye composed himself and smiled. "Sister Liu Yao, how could that be? I know her home is right next to this manor. I was just about to come find you, to upgrade your talent, to raise your mythical level talent to the great Dao level." But just then, a handsome young man chased after Liu Yao, holding a bouquet of roses, and hurriedly said, "Xiao Ye, I've bought you the roses you wanted. Can I have dinner with you tonight?" Chapter 692 Liu Ye's emotional outburst. The young man, dressed in luxurious designer clothes, moved with remarkable elegance. On the roses was a photograph of Liu Yao walking along the road, her back bathed in brilliant sunlight. Liu frowned slightly, turned her head, and said, "Don't follow me anymore. This is the second warning. I'm a married woman, I don't want a spoiled brat like you." Xiao Ye's lips curled into a smile. It seemed this young man had taken a liking to Liu Yao, even following her to her doorstep. How would Liu react? Liu took Xiao Ye's arm affectionately, saying, "Honey, this guy is so annoying. I really want to slap him to death." The elegant young man's face stiffened, his gaze sweeping over Xiao Ye. He noticed Xiao Ye's black and gold combat suit and his unusually youthful appearance, seemingly only around 20 years old. Immediately, contempt flashed in the elegant young man's eyes. "Liu, I'll come find you next time. In this world, it's all about power and background. Not just any nobody can have you." With that, the elegant young man picked up the flowers and left. Seeing Xiao Ye's smiling face, Liu Yang asked in surprise, "Xiao Ye, that person called you a nobody, why aren't you angry?" Xiao Ye shrugged, nonchalantly replying, "Why should I be angry? Why bother arguing with a dead man?" Liu Ye thought Xiao Ye was being too magnanimous after hearing the last sentence. But after hearing the next sentence, her lips twitched. Xiao Ye gently raised his hand. A certain elegant young man walking on the road transformed into starlight and disappeared into the air, directly reincarnating as a male pig. Liu Ye's eyebrows furrowed, her beautiful eyes blazing with anger. A question mark appeared above Xiao Ye's head, and he smiled faintly. "If you can't bear it, I can capture his soul and light it for 10,000 years. Liu shook her head. "It's not that I can't bear it. That person is dead, he's dead. I'm just worried that you'll become an inhuman person who despises life." Xiao Ye. He and Liu Ye arrived at the neighboring manor. This manor was next to Yunbing and Yangxi Manor. The interior was decorated in a fresh and elegant style, with no extravagant furnishings. It was just a bit deserted and lacked warmth. Liu sat down familiarly on the sofa, kicked off her shoes, and put her feet on the table, ordering, "Xiao Ye, make me a cup of tea. The blankets need to be aired out, take them to the backyard to air them. There's a Wuling Hongguang Rocket Edition in the garage, take a look and see if you like it, then test drive it for me. The iodized salt in the kitchen is finished, buy me some more." Her mouth rattled off a string of words like a machine gun. Xiao Ye was speechless. He said, "Speechless, Liu Yan, what do you take me for, a maid?" Liu Yan bit her lip, her beautiful eyes stubbornly looking at him, remaining silent. Xiao Ye stared at her for a few seconds, then gave in and said helplessly, "Fine, what else do you want me to do? Just tell me everything at once, and I'll take care of it all for you. Do you want your socks washed? Do you want your clothes washed? I'll take care of that for you." Xiao Ye went to make tea first. Liu Yan bit her lip and scolded coquettishly, "Xiao Ye, you stop right there. Do I need you to do all these things for me? What I need is for you to give me a home. Since I bought this manor a long time ago, I've always lived alone. Everything is so cold and lonely. I'm like a widow, without the warm embrace of a husband. Without companions to eat with, and even when I go out shopping, I get stared at by strange men." Wa, the once most beautiful teaching assistant, was now crying her eyes out, tears streaming down her face. The emotions that had been suppressed for so long erupted like a dam bursting. Xiao Ye's body stiffened, and he turned his head stiffly. Back on the sofa, he gently embraced Xie Ye, saying, "I'll make time to spend with you more from now on, and we can live together." Xie Ye had lost both her parents and couldn't live with her family like Cheng Bingxi, Nanguang Xiao, Ziran, Huanfu Xiangling, Qinzi, Yun Bing, Yun Zai, the god of destiny, and Gu Qingchen. Without his company, she had spent most of her time alone. Seeing the contrast with others, it was understandable that she felt emotional. Xie Ye buried her head in Xiao Ye's arms, inhaling his scent, and actually fell asleep. Xiao Ye was taken aback. He carried Xie Ye into the bedroom, gently placing her on the bed and covering her with a blanket. He sat on a chair by the bedside, quietly watching. Xiao Ye's guilt grew stronger. He couldn't dedicate all his time to these beast girls. It had been like this before, and it would likely be the same in the future. Blue Star would face invasion from the myriad races of the starry sky, and their situation would become even more difficult. Living peacefully would be hard. Half an hour later, Xie Ye groaned and opened her still sleepy eyes. The first thing she saw was Xiao Ye's handsome face. She exclaimed in surprise, "Xiao Ye, what are you doing here?" But she froze as soon as she spoke. She remembered that Xiao Ye had come to find her, and she had cried. Xie Ye blushed and said remorsefully, "Xiao Ye, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been upset with you. You didn't need to come all this way to keep me company. I'm used to living alone, it's okay if you didn't come." Xiao Ye shook his head. "You don't need to apologize, I'm the one who should apologize." Xie Ye got out of bed, seemingly enjoying her time alone with Xiao Ye, and scolded, "Honestly, you finally came to find me, and I actually fell asleep. What a waste of time. Xiao Ye, let's eat together." Xiao Ye nodded. Xie Ye followed him into the kitchen. Seeing the kitchen was pitch black, like a scene from an atomic bomb explosion, Xiao Ye was somewhat taken aback. Xie Ye said shyly, "I love food, but I can't cook. I've been researching various dishes these past few days, and I either burn them or fry them. But now, I can cook. It'll definitely be edible," she declared confidently. Xiao Ye smiled, "Then you cook, and I'll check your culinary skills." Xie Ye moved, taking out fresh ingredients from the freezer and starting to cook meat. The more Xiao Ye watched, the more outrageous it seemed. She cooked fish without scaling it or cleaning its innards, simply throwing it into lukewarm water. The lionfish was still lively, swimming in the water, occasionally leaping out of the water, splashing a spray of water. Xie Ye exclaimed excitedly, "Xiao Ye, this fish is so active. The fish soup will definitely be delicious. Wait 10 minutes, I'll be done soon." Xiao Ye. 10 minutes later. Xie Ye looked at the still lively fish and the boiling water, lost in thought. Xiao Ye pulled Xie Ye out of the kitchen and sat her down at the dining table. He asked, "Xie Ye, you live here alone, what do you usually eat?" Xie Ye smiled and said, "I eat at Yunbing and Yangxi's places. I've never cooked before." Xiao Ye was speechless. He sighed and said, "I'll prepare the dishes for this meal. It'll only take 10 seconds, very quick." Xie Ye's eyes lit up. "You mean that?" Chapter 693 Xie Ye's inner conflict is resolved. Xiao Ye nodded and waved his hand. Creation type Star River Realm origin power flowed and appeared in the air. One after another, creation type Star River Realm divine abilities roared out. On the table, dishes made from Star River Realm ferocious beasts, magical plants, and ingredients were created. 10 seconds later, 3 dishes and a soup were freshly prepared on the table. Very ordinary dishes, all home-style cooking. But these dishes all exuded a rich Star River Realm illusory spirit origin power, made from illusory spirit type Star River Realm ingredients. Creation type divine abilities can materialize things of various attributes, including illusory spirits. Xie Ye stared in disbelief, exclaiming, "Xiao Ye, is it this convenient for you to eat? You can just wave your hand and there's delicious food. I really envy you having this ability." Xiao Ye smiled, "I only do this for convenience. The beast girls usually prepare the meals. Even though our realm is high, we haven't left behind the warmth of everyday life. Who uses this kind of ability to eat?" Afterwards, Xiao Ye and Xie Ye enjoyed a very warm and cozy meal. Half an hour later, Xiao Ye pulled a special ring from his pocket. Feigning mystery, he said, "This is a gift I carefully prepared for you. Open it and take a look." Xie Ye smiled brightly, eagerly putting the ring on her finger and taking out a spirit-type lock collar. The small, Crystal clear stone exuded an extremely dense and pure spirit-type primordial aura. She asked, puzzled, "What is this?" "A cultivation resource." Xiao Ye shook his head. "This thing is called a law core. It's the initial form of the primordial essence of spirit-type rules in the universe. It can enhance the cultivation talent of beings in the universe, whether it's a mythical level talent or an SSS level talent. Consuming one and refining it will improve it." Liu Ya's pupils shrank, and a look of shock appeared on her face. Checking the storage ring, she found 999 of them inside. A full 1,000, lying brightly in the storage space. She exclaimed in astonishment, "These things must have been hard-won, there are so many." Items that can enhance cultivation talent are all extremely high-grade, precious, and rare. Not to mention, this thing is the original form of the primordial essence. Xiao Ye smiled and said, "I can extract it from emperor-level magical beasts, just like extracting rule fragment crystals. You think this thing is hard to obtain?" Liu opened her mouth. "Then I'll accept these. It's so easy to obtain." She naturally put them into her pocket. Xiao Ye took out 10 more illusionary spirit-type law cores from the system space. "These 10, I will use to enhance your illusionary spirit-type talent, raising your talent from the mythical level to the great Dao level. Just clear your mind." Liu Yan nodded, put away the law cores in her hand, and stood up straight. Xiao Ye activated the template adjuster. Supreme power descended. Soon after, Liu Ya's talent was raised to the great Dao level. Liu Ya's understanding of the illusionary spirit essence deepened, and she felt that cultivation had become much simpler. She eagerly asked, "Xiao Ye, I need to cultivate immediately, will you come with me?" Xiao Ye opened a golden portal and said, "Go ahead, I need to find the next beast girl to upgrade her talent. Come find me when you reach the cosmic level." Liu entered the Hall of Time and Space. Xiao Ye left, sensing the location of the Ancestral Empress. In the system space, only 80 space attribute law cores remained, enough to upgrade the Ancestral Empress's talent. He just couldn't give away 1,000 law cores as a gift. However, the Ancestral Empress probably wouldn't mind. The Ancestral Empress's aura was actually in the White Horse Galaxy, not on Blue Star. What was she doing, running off to that place? Xiao Ye used teleportation, his figure disappearing from Blue Star and appearing on a Black King star in the White Horse Galaxy next to the Milky Way, radiating overwhelming demonic energy. Here, demonic energy soared to the sky, and there was free-floating demonic attribute energy everywhere. Above a huge palace with the densest demonic aura, Xiao Ye looked down. Below, the primordial empress walked gracefully, slaying each demonic beast she encountered. She had nearly wiped out all the demonic beasts in the Demon King's palace. The primordial empress remained calm, as if crushing ants, turning each demonic beast into ashes. "Human Emperor, what are you doing?" she asked. Xiao Ye appeared beside the primordial empress, surprised. The demonic beasts here are of very low cultivation levels, the highest is only at the second stage of the Emperor realm. It seems the White Horse demonic path suffered heavy losses in the Starry Sky battlefield, damaging its foundation. "You've come to eliminate them completely?" The primordial empress nodded. The White Horse demonic path need not exist. The moment they clashed with Blue Star, their fate was sealed. At this moment, an ancient, primal roar echoed from within the palace. Divine sense fluctuations reverberated outwards. "Ancestor Queen, our White Horse demonic path has been defeated. All demonic beasts have retreated from the Milky Way galaxy, never to invade again. Why did you have to be so ruthless, wiping out all the demonic bloodlines of our Demon King star? You've slaughtered every last one of the demon princes." The Ancestor Queen sneered, "Is this your last word? Finished? If so, hurry up and go." The Ancestor Queen and Xiao Ye ascended into the sky. A massive energy handprint slammed down. The handprint, wreathed in Star River Realm spatial runes, flattened the entire Demon King palace with overwhelming force. The ancient demonic beast that had just spoken fell silent, forever buried in the ruins. After destroying the entire palace, the energy handprint continued its downward pressure. The Ancestor Queen pulled Xiao Ye into the starry sky. Boom! With a deafening roar, Demon King Star, this enormous planet filled with demonic energy, exploded like fireworks. Thus, the White Horse star system, the ancestral star of the demonic path, perished. With the destruction of the demonic ancestral star, the Emperor level and Star Domain level demonic rules origins existing on the Demon King star also perished. Xiao Ye laughed, Are you happy now? With the demonic rule's origins destroyed and the Demon King star gone, the White Horse star system will no longer be dominated by the demonic path. Cultivators or magical beasts of other attributes will rise to power. The ancestral empress's lips curled into a smile. Of course I'm happy. The White Horse demonic path fought me for hundreds of thousands of years. To personally annihilate my former mortal enemies, who wouldn't be happy? I'm overjoyed. As she spoke, she laughed out loud, a feeling of unprecedented exhilaration and satisfaction. Xiao Ye also laughed. In the past, the ancestral empress and the White Horse demonic path had fought for 500,000 years. The pent-up hatred of so long led to the ancestral empress's revenge and the annihilation of the White Horse demonic path. Every cause has its effect, the enmity was the cause, and today's outcome is the effect. It's not a matter of right or wrong. The primordial queen stared blankly at the empty starry sky for a long time, then suddenly said, "Human Emperor, you've suddenly come to see me, there must be something you need." "Speak," Xiao Ye replied speechlessly, "what do you want to see me about?" The primordial queen rolled her eyes. "You can come to see me, but knowing you as I do, you definitely wouldn't come if there wasn't something." Xiao Ye blushed slightly, feeling a little embarrassed. He took out 10 special attribute law cores and said, "I'm here to enhance your talent, to upgrade your mythical level talent to the Great Dao level talent." Chapter 694 The Dissatisfied First Empress. What is this? The primordial empress's pupils contracted, utterly astonished. If I'm not mistaken, this is a law core. In the primordial chaos of the universe, you can only find one with incredible luck. You actually have 10. Xiao Ye raised an eyebrow. You've seen this before? The primordial empress shook her head. I was only an emperor-level being in the Milky Way before, I've never seen anything this high grade. I only heard my sister, the Time Empress, mention it. She knew how rare and precious this thing was. One was enough to cause a scramble among the major cosmic races. Even the most elite cosmic emperors coveted it. To upgrade a mythical level talent to the Great Dao level, you need 10 law cores. The Great Dao level talent is terrifying indeed. Human Emperor, are you really willing to use these on me? The primordial empress's eyes gleamed. Xiao Ye took out the remaining 70 space attribute law cores from his system space and tossed them to the ancestral queen, generously saying, 10 is nothing, I still have 70. All the law cores are yours. The ancestral queen's pupils dilated in shock, somewhat flattered. Ah, so many, I don't need them. These things are so rare and precious, Human Emperor, you should keep them. Yunbing and Yunzai are also space attribute cultivators, they need to upgrade their talents. Xiao Ye smiled, Sister Yunbing and Sister Yunzai have both upgraded their talents, I'll give each of them an extra 1,000 law cores as snacks. If you don't want these 70 law cores, then I'll keep them. He raised his hand, intending to put the law cores into his pocket. The ancestral queen's expression changed drastically. She hurriedly clutched the law core with both hands, her beautiful eyes widening in anger. Fine, Human Emperor. Yunbing and Yunzai each got 1,000, but you only gave me 70. The difference in treatment is too great. HMPH. Human Emperor, these 70 are mine. Don't even think about taking them back. Xiao Ye was speechless and didn't stop her. He watched as the ancestral queen put away the law core. He guessed the ancestral queen was jealous, even gods compete for a favor. The ancestral queen blushed under his gaze and pouted, saying, I'll keep them for you. If Xiao Ye hadn't seen her packing things away at near light speed, he almost would have believed her. Xiao Ye smiled calmly, I'll upgrade your talent first, and then I'll give you another 1,000. The ancestral queen was a godwife he trusted. The ancestral queen's need for affection was relatively weak, she didn't need a man's constant companionship like humans. For example, Liu Yan wanted Xiao Ye to live with her, to share a home, and to spend their days together. Liu was human, possessing unique human emotions. Gods, on the other hand, only needed companionship at specific times. In daily life, a god's feelings for a man weren't as intense. You still have 1,000 more? The ancestral queen's mouth gaped open, big enough to fit a goose egg, as she exclaimed in surprise, Where did you get so many law cores? Did Grandpa give them to you? Xiao Ye shook his head. He activated the template adjuster, the talent upgrade function. Supreme power descended from the sky, landing on the ancestral queen. The 10 law cores suspended in the air transformed into the purest form of energy, merging into the ancestral queen's body. The ancestral queen emanated a profound and supreme aura. With her eyes closed, she exuded a faint sense of majesty and tranquility. Everything within the ancestral queen's body, genes, DNA, foundation, and so on, was undergoing an unprecedented transformation. Meanwhile, outside, the emperor-level special origin of the White Horse Galaxy automatically emerged from the cosmos, its vast form trembling as it actively approached the location of the primordial empress. Deep within the extremely distant starry sky, a spatial origin at the Great Dao level also awakened from its slumber, reviving in the cosmos. A supreme spatial origin power pierced through space and merged into the primordial empress. The primordial empress's talent transformation had finally broken through the insurmountable barrier, reaching the Great Dao level. She abruptly opened her eyes, radiating an unfathomable aura of a special emperor. With a wave of her hand, the emperor-level special origin that had approached her compressed space into her palm. The special origin of the White Horse Galaxy, I'll take it. This is an unexpected gain. The primordial empress's lips curled into a smile. Xiao Ye could feel his special talent had increased slightly beyond the Great Dao level. He had achieved 3 breakthroughs in special talent transformation, Yunbing, Yunzai, and the primordial empress. Each of their talents' transformations would be fed back to Xiao Ye, guiding him through a similar transformation. At this moment, Xiao Ye's special talent was the highest. He smiled and said, "Your Majesty, how do you feel? How does a Great Dao level talent compare to a mythical level talent?" The ancestral queen pondered, "It feels great. My foundation has undergone another transformation, experiencing a significant amplification. The talent upgrade has also upgraded and transformed my foundation and essence. Foundation and essence are what determine whether I can go far in the future." Xiao Ye nodded, took the ancestral queen's hand, and arrived at a place in the beast hunting starfield abundant with special energy. This was a planet where magical beasts specializing in spatial attributes gathered. He was out of special attribute law cores and needed to replenish them. This planet had hundreds of Star Domain Realm cultivators and 4,000 Emperor Realm cultivators, all spatial attribute cultivators. It was perfect for extracting fragments of special attribute laws. The ancestral queen asked, "What are you doing?" "I want to cultivate. My talent just upgraded, so I definitely want to test the changes in my cultivation speed. To examine the changes in my comprehension of divine abilities and the increase in combat power. I'm confident that I can easily defeat my former self." Xiao Ye glanced at her. He could also easily defeat the current ancestral queen. "Did you want a law core? I'll get one now. See these special attribute magical beasts? They are the source of the law cores." The ancestral queen's lips twitched, completely unconvinced, and she rolled her eyes. She seemed to say, "I don't believe you for a second, you're a wicked human emperor." Xiao Ye shrugged and reached out. All the special attribute magical beasts on this planet were captured in his palm world. 4,000 Emperor-level magical beasts and 200 Star Domain-level magical beasts were all imprisoned in his palm world, unable to move. With a thought, a spatial storm raged in Xiao Ye's palm world, and milliseconds passed. All the demonic beast corpses within the palm-sized world lay intact, all dead. The primordial queen stared strangely, her resolve wavering. Are you really trying to obtain the core of a law? Human emperor, are you sure you're not kidding me? The core of a law is the original form of the law's essence, and can only be found in the primordial chaos. What does it have to do with demonic beasts? Xiao Ye smiled. Just watch. He activated the template adjuster, the core of a law extraction function. Boom. Supreme power descended. A breathtaking scene unfolded. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 695. The First Empress is shocked. Suddenly, the magical beasts began to convulse. These were already corpses, and shouldn't have been moving. But for some unknown reason, their muscles and nerves were stimulated, causing them to twist and twitch involuntarily. A putrid aura rose from the palm-sized world. The beast corpses rotted and finally dissipated into specks of light. The palm-sized world was instantly empty. Xiao Ye casually put the palm-sized world away. Emperor-level special attribute magical beast, successfully extracted one law core fragment, Star Domain level special attribute magical beast, Successfully extracted 2 law core fragments. A series of notifications appeared. 4,400 law core fragments appeared in the system space. Xiao Ye activated the template adjuster's synthesis function again, combining the law core fragments into law cores. 3 fragments could be combined into 1. A moment later, 1,460 special attribute law cores lay gleaming in the system space. The ancestral empress frowned, completely bewildered as to why the corpses had disappeared. She guessed, human emperor, can law cores really be obtained from magical beasts? The primordial queen believed Xiao Ye wouldn't do anything without benefit, wouldn't waste time killing magical beasts for no reason. Xiao Ye moved 1,000 special attribute law cores from his system space. Thousands of law cores floated in midair, radiating an extremely dense power of special essence. He smiled. Would I lie to you? These law cores were obtained from the corpses of those magical beasts. The primordial queen was dumbfounded, her eyes wide with shock. Law cores could actually be obtained from magical beasts. This was simply unbelievable, refreshing the understanding of gods. If law cores were so easy to obtain, then why were mythical level talents so rare in the universe, only born in top-tier cosmic imperial races? Wait. The primordial queen realized. This method of obtaining law cores was most likely possessed only by the human emperor. Otherwise, law cores wouldn't be so precious and rare. The human emperor's grandfather, the old man from the orphanage, was the embodiment of the great will of this universe. It was only natural that the human emperor possessed such astonishing abilities. Xiao Ye waved his hand in front of the ancestral empress's stunned face and said, "Put these law cores away. You can use them for whatever you want. Eat them as food, eat them as snacks, or play with them, it's up to you. I promised you 1,000 law cores, and I will definitely give them to you. I won't break my promise." The ancestral empress nodded and pocketed the 1,000 law cores floating in midair. Her lips curled into a wide smile, almost reaching her ears. It was clear how excited and pleased she was. "Human emperor, how about we kill more magical beasts and split the profits 10/90? Her eyes gleamed with the golden light. Xiao Ye was astonished. Had the ancestral empress suddenly become a money-loving goddess? Alright, the more the better. But where do we catch them? I can cultivate later. The beast hunting starfield belongs to the Milky Way galaxy. We can't kill too many magical beasts to avoid weakening the overall strength of the beast hunting starfield." The ancestral queen raised an eyebrow and said, "Go catch them wherever there are magical beasts. There are very few emperor-level magical beasts in the Milky Way galaxy, but the universe is so vast that there are countless emperor-level magical beasts. Whether they have special attributes or other attributes, we can't catch them all." Xiao Ye nodded. His cosmic-level divine sense spread out, instantly covering the entire beast-hunting starfield. Not only that, but it also completely covered the fairy starfield next to the beast-hunting starfield. He let out a soft exclamation and discovered something incredible. The Xie Ye Emperor Star in the beast-hunting starfield was actually gathering troops, as if preparing for war. The domain lord of the Xie Ye Emperor Star seemed to be his servant. Xiao Ye took the ancestral queen's hand and teleported to the outer space of the Xie Ye Emperor Star. Shangwen Hong, the purple-skinned lord of the Xie Ye Emperor Star domain, was giving his army a pre-battle pep talk. With his hands behind his back, he spoke eloquently. "The army of the fairy star domain's little fairy emperor star is heading towards their beast-hunting star domain. They will arrive within 12 hours. Our task is to crush and kill all the angels of the little fairy emperor star. Do you have confidence?" Rows upon rows of 1,000,000 purple-skinned humans, in perfect order, shouted in unison, "Yes! Crush the angel legion and build the glory of the Xie Ye Emperor Star. Kill! Kill! Kill!" The 10 peak-level star domain generals at the front of the army also shouted in unison, "Under the leadership of our lord, our beast-hunting star domain will surely dominate the entire universe. Just do it." Shangwen Hong was very satisfied with their reaction. He had completely secured his position as the lord of the beast-hunting star domain. 9 out of 10 generals obeyed him without question. The remaining one also trusted him implicitly. He completely replaced the previous domain lord. Xiao Ye appeared beside Shangwen Hong, and the 10 generals present paled and hurriedly surrounded him. The ancestral empress was prepared to intervene. But to everyone's surprise, the 10 generals clasped their hands in respectful greetings. "Greetings, human emperor. Greetings, human emperor. We respectfully welcome the human emperor's arrival." Shangwen Hong knelt on one knee, respectfully saying, Shengwen Hong welcomes your majesty. The ancestral empress was astonished. These people actually knew the human emperor. Xiao Ye took a handrail, and a gentle force lifted Shengwen Hong up. He asked, Shengwen Hong, do these people know me? Shengwen Hong nodded, his eyes filled with reverence. He exclaimed, our lord single-handedly annihilated the entire demonic legion of the Void Saint clan, earning our admiration and respect. I had previously assembled a large army to go to Blue Star to support our lord and resist the demonic legion of the Void Saint clan, but before we arrived, the demonic legion was completely wiped out. The 10 generals revered him like a god, their eyes filled with worship. They all said, the human emperor is mighty, invincible. Those demonic legions had several Star River Realm experts and over 5,000 Star Domain Realm experts under their command. This force was enough to destroy our Purple Star Emperor. Yet the human emperor easily annihilated them all, earning our admiration. Xiao Ye suddenly understood. The ancestral empress frowned. When the demonic forces arrived, she was still in the White Horse star system and had not participated. However, the demonic path of the Star River Realm is certainly no match for a human emperor who is already at the cosmic level. Shengwen Hong spoke up. My lord, we are about to depart for the Andromeda Star region. Would you like to come along? The 10 generals' eyes burned with fervor. If the human emperor were to participate, the beast hunting star region would surely be victorious. Xiao Ye nodded and smiled. Let's go together. I've long wanted to see the little fairy angels of the Andromeda star region. Shengwen Hong was overjoyed. The 10 generals were also delighted. Previously, they were confident in defeating the little fairy angels of the Andromeda star region, but after the battle, the Xie Ye Imperial Star would inevitably suffer heavy losses. But this time, with the addition of the human emperor, a super powerful being, the Xie Ye Imperial Star would surely achieve a great victory, killing the Angel Legion with minimal losses. Chapter 696 The Beautiful and Holy Legion of Angels. Shengwen Hong and the 10 generals were overjoyed. Shengwen Hong respectfully asked, My lord, how should we fight this time? Do you have any instructions? Xiao Ye waved his hand, just follow your previous battle strategy. The ancestral queen and I may not necessarily intervene. If you encounter a powerful angel that you cannot defeat, we can consider intervening. Shengwen Hong nodded. It seemed that his lord wanted to test his ability to lead the army to victory. He waved his hand, raised the banner of the Purple Star Emperor, and ordered, all troops, listen to my command, proceed. The 10 generals led their armies, marching in a mighty procession towards the outside of the Hunter's star field. The million-strong army, with its powerful aura, exuded a battle spirit. Behind them, Shengwen Hong invited Xiao Ye and the ancestral queen into the chariot, personally serving them tea and water, and explaining the situation in the Andromeda star field. The Andromeda galaxy contains tens of thousands of star systems, among which the Imperial Star is the little Andromeda Angel Imperial Star. The Angel Legion is also the legion led by the little Andromeda Angel Imperial Star that attacked the border of our beast hunting star region. According to scouts, the Angel Legion's highest combat strength is at the Dominator realm, its core strength is at the 100,000 star domain realm, and its low-end combat strength is at the Million Emperor realm. Xiao Ye was somewhat surprised. The realms weren't high, but the numbers were. What is the distribution of the Angel Legion's attributes? He asked. Shengwen Hong pondered. 9 out of 10 possess divine attributes, and most possess multiple attributes. Spatial attributes, 5 elements attributes, light and darkness attributes, life attributes, destruction attributes, etc., are all present. The most famous angel queen, Queen Kaizu, possesses 4 attributes at the peak of the Dominator realm. Divine attributes, light and darkness attributes, life attributes. The left-wing angel, Ice, is at the high-level Dominator realm, possessing divine attributes and 5 elements attributes. The right-wing angel, Frost, is at the high-level Dominator realm, possessing divine attributes and supreme attributes. Left-wing angel, right-wing angel, angel queen? Xiao Ye's expression was strange. He thought of a certain angel king with a divine body. However, in this universe, overall strength wasn't improved through generations of divine body upgrades, but through realm advancement. The ancestral queen said enviously, Human Emperor, with so many angels, why don't we just wipe them all out? Capture them all and obtain resources. If we let the Legion of the Xie Ye Imperial Star slaughter them all, how will we obtain resources? She had previously observed Xiao Ye's process of extracting the core of the law. The corpses of those magical beasts were all very well preserved, which is why she determined that the corpses had to be intact to extract the core of the law. Xiao Ye frowned. If we kill them all, how will the Legion of the Xie Ye Imperial Star train? The Legion has trained for 10,000 years, waiting for the day they can achieve great things and rise to the top. We can't do something so inhumane. The ancestral queen was stunned, not expecting the human emperor to think so much. Xie Mengxuan immediately stood up, offering the highest respect, and said reverently, "My lord, you are truly a gem born to be the human emperor. If you were to form an army, I, Xie Mengxuan, would be the first to follow you." Xiao Ye waved his hand and smiled. "I have no intention of forming an army. Moreover, your majesty, you don't need to rush. Even if the angels have their limbs severed, as long as they haven't been completely annihilated, I have ways to obtain what we want. Letting the army of Xie Ye Imperial Star kill the enemy while we acquire resources has the same effect as us killing the enemy and acquiring resources ourselves." The ancestral empress's beautiful eyes lit up, shining like bright light bulbs. She found that the human emperor was becoming more and more charming. Such a human emperor was indeed worthy of her entrusting her life to. 10 minutes later, Xiao Ye spread his divine sense. This place was still tens of thousands of light years away from the edge of the beast hunting starfield, which was the border where the Angel Legion was attacking. According to the army's marching speed, it would take at least 10 hours. But Xiao Ye simply didn't have that much time. So, he raised his hand and waved. A vast spatial power descended upon the 3 million strong legion, carrying all the Xie Ye Emperor star beings, magical beasts, and ferocious beasts of the legion, and teleporting them together. In a flash, the entire legion only felt the scenery shift before their eyes, and they appeared near the border of the beast hunting starfield. The 10 generals and the legion were shocked. Such a vast distance had been covered in an instant. Even a Star River realm expert couldn't achieve such supreme power. Xie Mengxuan stepped out of his chariot, approached the 10 generals, and waved his hand, saying, "Generals, heed my command. Follow me and slay the Angel Legion. Target, Angel Legion, left wing Guardian Bing, right wing Guardian Shuang, Angel King Kaizu. Kill." At his command, the 10 generals charged towards the Angel Legion's encampment on the other side of the border. The 3 million strong legion followed suit. The Angel Legion reacted swiftly, adapting to the changing situation, forming teams and advancing in an organized and orderly manner towards the beast hunting legion. The angels, each beautiful and handsome, possessed wings and were distinguished by gender. The female angels wore revealing clothing, more like miniature JK skirts, exposing their delicate collarbones, flat, toned navels, and incredibly long legs. The male angels wore only trousers. Boom, boom, boom. Countless supernatural powers and innate skills from both armies clashed, creating deafening roars. Supernatural powers of over 10 attributes: spatial, illusory, 5 elements, light and darkness, life, nothingness, creation, supreme, destruction, reincarnation, ice, lightning, and more, condensed into colorful energies in the universe before exploding. Kill, kill, kill. My Beast Hunter Legion is invincible. Our Angel Legion is the strongest. The battle was fierce, resulting in countless deaths and injuries in an instant. In terms of numbers, the Angel Legion outnumbered the Beast Hunter Legion. In terms of formation and coordination, the Angel Legion completely outmatched the Beast Hunter Legion. However, the Beast Hunter Legion's cultivation level was generally 1 or 2 ranks higher than the Angel Legion's. Xiao Ye and the Primordial Queen, observing from the rear, discovered that the Beast Hunter Legion only had a slight advantage. A slight mistake could lead to their defeat. The Primordial Queen analyzed, the Beast Hunter Legion's coordination is poor, they lack a unified attack formation. In contrast, the Angel Legion seems well trained, having experienced many battles, and their coordination is excellent. Xiao Ye nodded, activated the template adjuster, and used the function to extract law core fragments. He issued the command, only extract fragments from fallen angels, and extract law core fragments with attributes that are secondary attributes found within the angels' bodies. The supreme power descended upon the entire battlefield. None of the legions noticed. At their cultivation level, they couldn't perceive the arrival of the supreme power. But the fallen angels began to convulse strangely, emitting a putrid stench, their bodies rapidly decaying, finally turning into specks of light and dissipating into the starry sky. Star Realm Angel successfully extracted 2 space law core fragments, X200, Emperor Realm Angel, successfully extracted one divine attribute lock or fragment. X95, Emperor Realm Angel, successfully extracted one 5 elements attribute lock or fragment. X320. Chapter 697 780, 000 Lock Cores. A series of notification sounds rang out. Within Xiao Ye's system space, fragments of lock cores appeared one after another. They possessed all attributes, space, 5 elements, phantom spirits, ice, lightning, and so on, with the most prevalent being the divine attribute. Moreover, the template adjuster's extraction function was continuously active. Whenever an angel fell on the battlefield, the supreme power would extract lock core fragments. The primordial queen was still analyzing the situation. The Beast Hunter Legion has a slight advantage, but in terms of high-end combat power, the 10 generals and Shengwen Hong have an absolute advantage against the Angel King, the left wing guard, and the right wing guard. The 10 generals are all at the high-level Dominator Realm, and Shengwen Hong is at the 10th level of the Dominator Realm. The Angel King is at the 10th level of the Dominator Realm, and the 2 guards are at the high-level Dominator Realm. Whether in terms of numbers or individual combat power, the angelic side is inferior to Shengwen Hong plus the 10 generals. Time slowly passed. Half an hour went by. The situation on the battlefield had entered a stalemate. Both sides were fighting with fierce intensity, their eyes bloodshot. Both the Beast Hunter Legion and the Angel Legion suffered over half their casualties. The Angel's high-end combat power was severely weakened, the left-wing Angel's ice wings were completely broken, the right-wing Angel was seriously injured and incapacitated, and even the Angel King was exhausted. If it were a back-and-forth battle, it could easily last 10 days to half a month. However, they attacked with all their might, using their most powerful divine abilities, which consumed a great deal of energy. Shengwen Hong wasn't worried about defeat because of Xiao Ye and the Primordial Queen, so he went all out from the start. The Angel King was forced to fight and had no choice but to go all out. Xiao Ye looked at the system space. It contained over 500,000 lock core fragments, with various attributes. He stood up and said, "It's our turn to win this war." The lock core fragments are almost collected too. The Primordial Queen's beautiful eyes lit up. How many are there? Xiao Ye calculated that 3 lock core fragments could be combined to form 1 lock core. 560,000 lock core fragments could roughly combine to form 180,000 lock cores. He laughed. "We've already harvested 180,000 lock cores." The Ancestral Queen's beautiful eyes widened in shock. "So many? I thought there were only a few thousand, but you actually harvested 180,000. Hiss. You're here to stock up, aren't you? In this universe, only the human emperor probably has the ability to stock up on lock cores in bulk." Xiao Ye waved his hand. "This is nothing. Many members of the Angel Legion have been blasted into dust, otherwise, I could have extracted them successfully. We'll make our move later and wipe out the Angel Legion in one fell swoop. The Beast Hunting Legion has been killing for so long, it's time to let them rest." The Ancestral Queen nodded. The two left the chariot and arrived above the star battlefield. Xiao Ye used his special imprisonment and special absorption abilities. Vast spatial power descended, enveloping the entire star battlefield. With a wave of his hand, the remaining 600,000 Angel Legion members on the battlefield were all imprisoned in body, mind, and soul, and were remotely absorbed into the world in his palm. Whoosh! The Beast Hunter Legion only saw the angels they were fiercely fighting suddenly become immobilized and then vanish. They were all shocked. They could sense that special power. They guessed that this was the work of the human emperor, whom even the Domain Lord and the 10 great generals respected. "Look, His Highness the human emperor is above us. He's made his move." Hiss, the human emperor is truly invincible. He wiped out hundreds of thousands of troops with a wave of his hand. Awesome. Terrifying. His Highness the human emperor is even more powerful than our generals. Indeed, no wonder the Domain Lord is so respectful to the human emperor. Such strength makes us all admire him to the point of prostration. In their godlike gaze, Xiao Ye stood at an extremely high position like a war god, his hand seemingly controlling the entire world. And indeed, in the world within Xiao Ye's palm, the Angel Legion's faces were solemn, and fear filled their hearts. They felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. In their vision, Xiao Ye was like a giant demon god from another world, looking down upon them. With a thought, Xiao Ye conjured a destructive storm within his palm world. Streams of destructive storms swept outwards, ravaging the immobilized angel legion. Yet, after the storms subsided, the angels' bodies remained intact, but their eyes glazed over, all lifeless. This destructive storm technique was specifically designed to destroy the soul. It only destroyed their souls, leaving their bodies unaffected. Seeing the vast expanse of angel corpses, Xiao Ye immediately activated the template adjuster, extracting fragments of the law core. Supreme power emerged from the void, descending upon the angel legion within his palm world. The 600,000 angel corpses convulsed, emanating a foul stench, rapidly decaying, finally turning trash and dissipating into specks of light within his palm world. Simultaneously, a series of notification sounds rang in Xiao Ye's ears. Star Domain Angel, successfully extracted 2 Thunder Attribute Law Core Fragments. Star Domain Angel, successfully extracted 2 Void Attribute Law Core Fragments. Emperor Angel, successfully extracted 1 Reincarnation Attribute Law Core Fragment. A series of notification sounds rang out, one after another. 5 seconds later, the notification sounds stopped abruptly. All the extractions were complete. Xiao Ye probed the system space with his divine sense and was surprised to find that there were now 1.8 million law core fragments in the system space. He issued a command to the template adjuster, synthesize law cores. In the system space, law core fragments were synthesized one by one. Milliseconds later, another 600,000 law cores appeared. Adding to the previous ones, there were a total of 780,000 law cores. This trip was very fruitful, with a very large quantity of goods. Xiao Ye was very happy. Divine Attribute. 250,000, Spatial Attribute. 90,000, 5 Elements Attribute. 200,000, Illusionary Spirit Attribute. 60,000, Ice Attribute. 40,000, Light Attribute. 50,000, Dark Attribute. 50,000, Destruction Attribute. 80,000, Reincarnation Attribute. 20,000, Life Attribute. 30,000, Supreme Attribute. 40,000, Void Attribute. 70,000, Lightning Attribute. 40,000. This is the core of the law, not fragments of the core of the law. It's said that this trip has been incredibly lucrative, leaving one bulging pockets. At this moment, in the battlefield below, the Angel King, seeing the entire Angel Legion vanish without a trace of life, was enraged. Ice, snow, fight them to the death. Even if we die, we must take down Shengwen Hong and these generals. Angel King Kaizu roared, her 9 pairs of wings unfurling, radiating an incomparably powerful aura. The left-wing Angel Guard Ice, with its broken wing, and the heavily injured right-wing Angel Guard Frost, upon hearing this, instantly turned their eyes red, unleashing boundless killing intent. Jesse roared hysterically, "Die? You will all die. Let's all perish together." A dazzling white light erupted from the left and right angels, unleashing a surge of immense energy. A deafening boom. An explosion, brimming with destructive power, formed. Shengwen Hong and the 10 generals' expressions changed drastically, and they hastily retreated. Their timely reaction, maintaining distance and using defensive abilities, prevented them from being injured by the blast. But after the explosion, the white light vanished, and Shengwen Hong frowned, asking, "Where is the Angel King, Kaizu? Did she escape?" Chapter 698 Angelic Ice. Shengwen Hong's gaze sharpened, his brows furrowing. "They've escaped. Let's return." The purpose of the beast hunting Starfield's expedition wasn't to annihilate all the angels of the Andromeda constellation, but to repel the Angel Legion. With the Lord's help, this counter-invasion space war was a resounding victory, a cause for celebration. Rather than pursuing them deeper into the Andromeda starfield, it would be better to return and hold a banquet to celebrate the victory. The Angel Legion was completely wiped out, the Angel King's left and right wings perished, and the Angelic Court suffered a severe blow, estimated to take over 2 million years to recover. For at least 2 million years, the beast hunting starfield would not suffer another invasion from the Angel Legion. Shengwen Hong, accompanied by 10 generals, approached Xiao Ye, clasping his hands in thanks. "Lord, thank you for turning the tide, directly annihilating the Angel Legion, greatly reducing the casualties of our beast hunting legion. Would you like to return with us to the Xiao Ye Imperial Star for a victory banquet?" The 10 generals stood behind Shengwen Hong, their eyes filled with awe. They all clasped their hands in gratitude. Xiao Ye shook his head. "You all go back, I have other matters to attend to." Shang Wenhong nodded, and led the 10 generals and the assembled Beast Hunting Legion away. They also took the corpses of the Beast Hunting Legion members who had died on the star battlefield. The ancestral queen rubbed her hands together, her face flushed with excitement, and said, "Human Emperor, you've obtained so many law cores, shouldn't you share some with me?" 180,000 law cores, you should at least give me 2,000. Xiao Ye smiled, using his manifestation divine power to create a special ring. He took out 30,000 law cores with special attributes from the system space and placed them inside. He held the special ring and laughed, "There are quite a few, you must not expose them to the eyes of any cosmic beings." The ancestral queen nodded, "Don't worry, I understand. However, how many are there?" Xiao Ye tossed the special ring to her, "See for yourself." The ancestral queen caught it, probed with her divine sense, and calculated the number in milliseconds. But when she knew the number, she was stunned. 30,000. My darlings, there are so many. Human Emperor, you acquired a total of 180,000, and you're actually willing to give me half of them. The ancestral empress blushed. Tell me, isn't I your favorite god? Xiao Ye shook his head. I acquired a total of 780,000 law cores, and 90,000 space attribute cores. You, Yun Bing, and Yun Zai, all have space attribute cores, so each of you will receive 30,000. This trip yielded a total of 780,000. The ancestral empress was astonished. Human Emperor, you really came here to buy goods. And it's a purchase with no cost. But couldn't you have lied to me and said you loved me the most? Humph. Xiao Ye pouted. They're an old married couple, everyone knows whether he loves her the most or not. If you think 30,000 is too many, then give me 27,000 more, and you can keep 3,000. The ancestral empress hurriedly waved her hand. No way, once it's in my pocket, it's mine. You can't take it back. Xiao Ye fell silent. The Angel King has fled, and the Angel Legion has been annihilated. The Andromeda constellation must be extremely vulnerable. Should we take advantage of this opportunity to wipe out the angelic court in one fell swoop? A question mark appeared above the ancestral empress's head. She tentatively asked, Human Emperor, are you angry? Xiao Ye remained silent. He immediately rejected the idea of exterminating them. Wiping out the Angel Legion's invasion of the beast hunting starfield was no problem, but the angelic court couldn't be completely wiped out. If the Purple Star Emperor had no rivals, it would become arrogant and complacent. Born in hardship, die in comfort. Lao Tzu's words still hold true. The ancestral empress frowned occasionally, seeing Xiao Ye's continued silence. Her heart began to race. She took out 3,000 special attribute law cores from her storage ring, stored them in her own space, and then handed the ring to Xiao Ye, saying softly, Human Emperor, I'll return them to you. HMPH, you're willing to give Yun Bing and Yun Zai 30,000 each, but only give me 3,000? That's a huge difference. Xiao Ye snapped out of his daze, waving his hand, keep them, I have no intention of taking them back. These law cores are meant for you beast girls and gods. There's a saying, men earn money to support the family, women are responsible for spending money to cultivate. The ancestral empress's face lit up with joy, and she happily put away the storage ring, laughing heartily. Human Emperor, I like hearing you say that. Xiao Ye suddenly said, let's venture deep into the Andromeda star region and bring its ruler under our control. The domain lord of the beast hunting star region is my contracted servant, will also control the domain lord of the Andromeda star region. The first queen responded, all right. The Andromeda starfield is close to the beast hunter starfield. Let's control it first, lest it be colonized by the Star Clan later. If the Star Clan passes through the Andromeda starfield and invades the beast hunter starfield, we'll be able to receive the signal in advance. After discussing it, the two used special teleportation for an ultra-long-distance journey. In the center of the Andromeda starfield, on the little Andromeda Imperial Star, in the palace of the heir to the Angel King Bing sat alone on a high throne, her 9 pairs of wings folded behind her, her figure tall and graceful. She wore a very short skirt, revealing her white navel. Other heirs to the throne were surrounded by followers and adored by thousands. But her palace was cold and deserted, the doors locked, and she was forbidden from stepping out of the hall. Angel King Bing looked dejected, gazing up at the ceiling, and murmured, Father, Mother, I'm afraid I can't avenge you. Not only am I powerless to avenge you, but I've also become the heir to the enemy's royal family, soon to be the possessed body of the Angel King. In the future, The Angel King will control this body, fabricating charges to slaughter countless innocent angel refugees. Suddenly, a magnetic voice rang in her ear. Do you want to become the true Angel King and avenge your deceased parents? Yes or on? Angel King Bing was startled, her beautiful eyes darting around cautiously. What are you saying? I don't understand. The Angel King has been incredibly kind to me, he's my benefactor, I can't repay kindness with enmity. Her small face was filled with tension. Oh no. Had everything she just said been heard? She was in deep trouble. Since being abducted by the Angel King to be his heir, she had been under constant surveillance and had never left this hall. Only now, with the Angel King leading her angelic legions to conquer the Beast Hunter Starfield, did she feel the covert surveillance had vanished, and only then did she dare to speak to her. Xiao Ye's handsome and imposing figure appeared in the hall, calmly saying, You're quite cautious. The imprisoned heir, huh? Becoming the Angel King in the future is certainly legitimate. Angel King Bing's expression changed drastically, exclaiming in shock, You're human? This skin color, you're from the original ancestral planet of humanity. Chapter 699, Summoning All High-Ranking Angels. Angel King Bing shook her head again. Humanity's ancestral planet has declined. Although many cosmic-level powerhouses have emerged, they abandoned it after plundering its fortune. It's impossible for Blue Star to produce a terrifyingly high-level cultivator like yourself. May I ask what brings you here? Xiao Ye was somewhat surprised. Angel King Bing, who rarely left her secluded home, seemed to know so much, possessing a wealth of knowledge. I want you to inherit the position of the Angel King and become my slave, he said bluntly. Angel King Bing's pupils contracted, her face filled with misery. Even if you force me to agree, you cannot succeed. I am the possessed body of the Angel King. Xiao Ye shook his head. I can make you the true Angel King, free from the current Angel King's coercion and possession. The condition is that you become my maid. Angel King Bing's expression was complex, filled with misery, desolation, and sorrow. Was she destined to a tragic fate in this life? Either possessed by the Angel King, or enslaved by this human? Seeing her silence, Xiao Ye calmly said, The Angel King is nearing her end. I'll give you a month to reorganize the angelic court, solidify the Angel King's position, and rule the entire angelic starfield. Angel King Bing was astonished. The Angel King was assassinated in the star battlefield? Xiao Ye smiled faintly. No. She'll be here soon. Xiao Ye released a signal, which broke through the palace's blockade like fireworks, exploding in the sky above the palace. The Angel King, who was returning the way she came, saw the fireworks signal and her expression changed drastically. She hurriedly flew towards the palace. Upon landing in the palace, Angel King Caxa scolded, Who are you? What are you doing in my heavenly court? Xiao Ye's lips curled into a smile. You talk too much? He raised his hand and slapped her. His special compression technique was instantly activated. The Angel King was horrified, the space around her collapsed instantly. She couldn't leave this collapsed space and was trapped inside. Rip! Angel King Kaizu shattered like a mirror as space collapsed. Her soul and body shattered along with it. Angel King Bing stared in shock. The Angel King was dead? This human killed the Supreme Angel King with a single slap? Master, Qing Bing is willing to be your maid, Angel Qing Bing said, kneeling. Xiao Ye nodded. The change of heart was quick, he understood the situation. Get up. No need for a slave contract. I want your loyalty, not your body. I'm not interested in beauty. The Angel King and the entire Angel Legion perished on the starry battlefield. Do you understand what to do? Xiao Ye raised his hand, and a gentle force lifted Angel Qing Bing to her feet. Angel Qing Bing was filled with disbelief. No slave contract needed, just a verbal master. And he didn't even covet a body. Thank you, master. Angel Qing Bing quickly realized she had met a benefactor who would turn her life around. Her face was filled with excitement as she said, Master, I will do my utmost to inherit the Angel King's position within a month and solidify my claim to it. As the heir to the Angel King, inheriting his position is perfectly legitimate. I already have a plan. At this moment, outside the palace, 9 angelic elders arrived in a flash, waiting solemnly outside the palace. The signal from earlier was a call to all the high-ranking angels. Xiao Ye sensed this and calmly said, It's time for you to show your skills. With a wave of his hand, all the special seals on the palace were erased, and the palace doors opened completely. As for the Angel King's corpse, It had long since been completely obliterated. With the restoration of space, not a trace remained. Outside the palace, the 9 angelic elders filed in. Most of these elders were quite old, but their auras were terrifying, all possessing the power of a sovereign realm expert. Upon entering the hall, they saw the majestic angel King Bing seated on a high throne. 2 humans stood on either side of the throne. The elders bowed and asked, "Young master, what brings you here?" "Spit it out." Angel King Bing frowned and said, "The Angel King, the Angel Legion, and the left and right protectors have all perished in the starry battlefield. I summoned you here to discuss the Angel King's succession ceremony." The angel elders' expressions changed drastically, shocked. "What? The Angel King is dead? Impossible, absolutely impossible. She was at the peak of the Queen's dominion realm. Those people from the beast hunting starfield couldn't have killed her." Angel King Bing's face turned cold, and she said in a chilling voice, "Before her death, the Angel King transmitted a message to me, telling me to inherit the Angel King's throne, saying she was about to die. If you don't believe me, use your divine powers to check if the Angel King is still alive." The angel elders' faces were grim. They all used methods to contact the Angel King. Some used divine powers, some used telepathy. A minute later, every angel elder's face was extremely ugly. Their life perception divine powers found no trace of her. The telepathic messages went unanswered, with no reply. Even the messages sent to the captain of the Angel Legion, the left and right guardians of the Angel King, yielded the same result. Dead, truly dead. The Angel Legion, utterly annihilated. When did the Beast Hunter Legion become so powerful? They remained silent for a long time. Then, a murderous glint flashed in the eyes of the Grand Elder Angel, who coldly snorted, "Who doesn't know you're the Angel King's puppet? So what if the Angel King is dead? The Queen's position isn't for you to inherit. I do have a good candidate, my grandson, who is most suitable to be the Angel King." The other elders were stunned, gasping in shock. The Grand Elder's ambition was so great, wanting to seize the Angel King's throne. The second elder angrily retorted, "You're talking nonsense. My granddaughter is also suitable to be the Angel King. The Angel King has always been a female angel, you can't break the rules." The Grand Elder curled his lip, disdainfully saying, "Rules? What kind of rules are there? The highest position belongs to the capable." The other 7 elders remained silent. It brings no benefit to the other elder families if any member of an elder family becomes the Angel King. It's better to support a new Angel King than to be ridden on by someone else. Angel King Bing sneered. During the Angel King's lifetime, he only declared to the Angel Starfield that I, Angel King Bing, am the next Angel King. I, Angel King Bing, am the rightful heir to the Angel King. And if your people become the Angel King, they will only bear the label of reactionaries and be cursed by all the angels of the Angel Starfield for millennia. The 7 elders nodded in agreement. But the first elder and second elder were enraged, their murderous aura filling the air. HMPH, if you die, there will be no heir to the Angel King. That's right, you shouldn't have existed in the first place. The 2 angels suddenly attacked, heading straight for Angel King Bing. Xiao Ye's lips twitched. He cracked his knuckles and said calmly, "These 2 annoying flies have no reason to live." Chapter 700, The Angel King, King Bing. He unleashed a cosmic level aura. The first elder and second elder, who had been flying towards him, were blasted away by the force, crashing into the palace wall and spitting out mouthfuls of black blood. All the elders were horrified. Is this the Star River Realm? No, the Star River Realm doesn't have such a powerful aura. This is cosmic level. How is this possible? It's actually cosmic level. Angel King Bing actually has a cosmic level powerhouse supporting her. The 7 elders knelt on one knee, stating their position. I am willing to assist Angel King Bing in ascending to the position of Angel King. I am also willing. Please, Your Excellency, show mercy and spare our lives. Me too. Xiao Ye nodded, his gaze falling on the first elder and second elder who had fallen to the ground. The 2 elders looked grim. They had been severely injured and their internal organs damaged from being blasted away by the aura. The difference between the sovereign realm and the cosmic level was like an insurmountable chasm. Even a breath from him could leave them utterly defeated. The first elder, though outwardly fierce, said weakly, I am also willing to assist Angel King Bing. The second elder echoed, Angel King Bing is indeed more suitable to be the Angel King than my family. Xiao Ye smiled. He stepped forward, walking step by step towards the first and second elders. The first and second elders felt the powerful pressure descending upon them, sweating profusely. Angel Kingbing's eyes filled with adoration. She had spoken so much just now, yet none of these elders had submitted to her. But with a single action from her master, they were all respectful. She felt that her master was a god sent from heaven to save her. Master, I will definitely ascend to the Angel King position and solidify my position to serve you. I will prove my worth. I, Angel Kingbing, am not just a pretty face. I am not just a delicate body and a face that could bring ruin to a nation. With a calm smile, Xiao Ye said, since you've already set your mind on this, there's no need to assist you. 2 more of you won't make a difference, 2 less won't make a difference either. His cosmic level pressure crashed down. A deafening roar. The space where the first elder and second elder were located shattered. The bodies and souls of the 2 elders also shattered, completely obliterated by the spatial rift. Xiao Ye turned back and saw the 7 elders looking terrified. He smiled calmly. You, then, just assist Angel Kingbing properly. If I find out you have any ulterior motives, the fate of these 2 elders will be your end. The 7 elders fell silent, all promising, we will definitely assist Angel Kingbing with all our might. No, we absolutely won't have any ulterior motives. Yes, the successor to the Angel King is Angel Kingbing. Today, we will hold the succession ceremony to allow Angel Kingbing, no, the Angel Queen, to ascend the throne. Xiao Ye nodded. He unleashed the thought imprint from the Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox. Thought imprint, submit to Angel Kingbing, protect her. All 7 elders were affected. Xiao Ye looked at Angel Kingbing and said calmly, I will come to test the results of your efforts in the future. Goodbye. Ancestor Queen, let's go. Angel Kingbing hurriedly knelt on the ground, gratefully saying, Master, please take care. If you have any needs, you can come to Kingbing, and Kingbing will do her best to satisfy them. Xiao Ye nodded. He left with the Ancestor Queen. What happened next was up to Angel Kingbing. If she lacked ability, even after helping her so much, she still couldn't secure her position as Angel Queen. That meant this angel was truly incompetent. On the way back, the Ancestor Queen was very surprised and said, Human Emperor, Angel Kingbing is so beautiful, didn't you have any thoughts of taking her in? You didn't even sign a servant's contract. Xiao Ye said speechlessly, do I look like someone who falls in love with every girl I see? The Ancestor Queen nodded, yes, you are. Xiao Ye's lips twitched, and he said nothing more. The Primordial Queen pondered, I understand. You want her to ascend to the throne and then possess the Angel Queen Kingbing. Nurture her. HMPH, you old lecher, you're truly perverted. She looked at him with utter contempt and disdain. Xiao Ye. You're overthinking it. The 2 quickly returned to Blue Star in the Milky Way. Xiao Ye found Cheng Bingxi and was surprised to discover that she was already at the universe level. A dual universe level in both life and destruction attributes. This meant that Cheng Bingxi had been cultivating continuously during the half-day he was away. She had cultivated in the Hall of Time and Space for at least tens of millions of years. Her life attribute talent had reached the Great Dao level, but her destruction attribute talent was still at the mythical level. Xiao Ye chuckled, Bingxi, you don't need to rush your cultivation. It's not too late to cultivate after I raise your destruction attribute talent to the Great Dao level. Cheng Bingxi smiled brightly. Do you think I've caught up with you in terms of cultivation level, and you're not convinced? HMPH, I don't need to rely on you to cultivate to the universe level. Xiao Ye took out a special ring, filled it with 30,000 destruction attribute law cores and 30,000 life attribute law cores, and placed them in Cheng Bingxi's small hand. These are law cores of 2 different attributes, you can use them for whatever you want. Your husband has plenty of law cores, I could eat them all. Cheng Bingxi examined them, her face filled with astonishment. 30,000 life attribute and 30,000 destruction attribute, that's so many. Did you rob someone? She exclaimed. Xiao Ye shook his head, just a little shopping, extracting law cores from magical beasts, it was easy. Cheng Bingxi was speechless. Alright, I accept. The Ancestral Queen hurriedly said, you too chat, I need to cultivate. My realm is only at the 8th level of the Star River realm, I also want to advance to the universe level, no, the 2nd stage of the universe level, I want to become the god with the highest realm. She could foresee that after the human emperor enhanced the talents of all the beast girls, their realms would experience explosive growth, leading to extremely competitive cultivation. If she slacked off, her realm as the Ancestral Queen might be the lowest after just one night. Xiao Ye nodded. Go ahead. Before the ancestral queen could enter the time-space hall, a golden light gate appeared, and the plump young woman Nanguang Xiao jumped out, chuckling. I, Nanguang Xiao, am also at the universe level, a universe level with 5 elemental attributes, so my realm isn't the lowest anymore, right? Ha ha ha, I, Nanguang Xiao, am also great. Nanguang Xiao was very happy, her little face full of smiles. The ancestral queen felt even more pressure and directly entered the golden light gate to cultivate in the time-space hall. Xiao Ye took out a special ring and said, Xiao, this is a gift for you, 150,000 5 elements law cores, 30,000 for each of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and 30,000 supreme attribute law cores. Nanguang Xiao immediately accepted the special ring, adding, Xiao Ye, you only gave me this much? Why not give me 1 billion or even 10 billion at once? Eating this while cultivating will speed up my cultivation many times over. It's practically a cultivation cheat code. Xiao Ye almost spat out blood, annoyed. Damn it, Xiao, you're asking for the moon. Binksy only got 60,000, and I gave you 180,000, and you're still not satisfied. Cheng Binksy covered her mouth and laughed. Nanguang Xiao was surprised, a smile playing on her lips. Are you serious? Xiao Ye nodded. Nanguang Xiao was extremely excited, giggling. Sister Binksy, I told you Xiao Ye loves me the most. Giving me so much at once is more than twice as much as you. Chapter 701 All Great Dao Level Talents. Cheng Binksy smiled but didn't reply. Nanguang Xiao felt like she'd punched cotton, and smacked her lips. She picked up a wood attribute law core and popped it into her mouth like a snack, stuffing her cheeks full. Crunch crunch crunch. The law core crunched like potato chips. Nanguang Xiao looked quite pleased, saying as she ate, Xiao Ye, if you have time, go kill some magical beasts and extract more law cores. I can eat one every 10 minutes, 128 a day. The 180,000 law cores you gave me will be gone in 1,000 years, far from enough for me. Cheng Binksy said irritably, you really eat this stuff like a snack? Something that people treat as a clan's treasure, you're wasting it too much? Nanguang Xiao stuck out her tongue. Nania, mind your own business. My husband earns law cores, we can't finish them all, we simply can't finish them all. Cheng Binksy slapped her forehead, quite helpless. Xiao Ye laughed, eat up, there's as much of this as you want. Currently, the time difference between the time-space palace and Blue Star is 2.8 years to 1 day. About 12 hours have passed on Blue Star since I last entered the time-space palace, but 140 million years have passed in the time-space palace. The rules and origins of various attributes in the time-space palace's superworld are perfected. In such a long time, many ferocious beasts of various attributes above the Emperor realm have been born there. Probably countless. Nanguang Xiao's beautiful eyes lit up, and she excitedly said, Xiao Ye, let's go to the time-space palace together to extract the law cores. It's been so long since I've killed ferocious beasts with you. Cheng Binksy, hearing this, also became interested. Xiao Ye, I want to go too. Xiao Ye planned for a moment and said, no problem, after I finish enhancing the talents of all the beast girls, I'll take everyone to the time-space palace to extract the law cores. Cheng Binksy nodded. Nanguang Xiao was a little disappointed, she thought she could go immediately. Xiao Ye took out 10 destruction attribute law cores and 10 supreme attribute law cores. I'll upgrade your talents first. Binksy, your life type talent has been upgraded to the Great Dao level, but your destruction type talent hasn't, it's still at the mythical level. Xiao, your 5 elements talent has improved, but your supreme attribute hasn't. Since we have enough upgrade resources now, I'll upgrade you first. He activated the template adjuster, the talent upgrade function. Boom. Supreme power descended, simultaneously covering Cheng Binksy and Nanguang Xiao. The destruction type law cores and supreme type law cores in Xiao Ye's hands automatically floated up. They drifted into the range of supreme power, transforming into 2 streams of pure energy, which merged into Cheng Binksy and Nanguang Xiao's bodies respectively. A destructive aura appeared on Cheng Binksy's body, forming a space around her filled only with destructive energy. Nanguang Xiao's supreme intent became increasingly noble, her entire being exuding an air of nobility, like a princess. 10 minutes later, the 2 women's talents were upgraded. Both talents had been upgraded to the Great Dao level. You all experience the effects of your talent upgrades. I'll go upgrade the other Beast Girl's talents first. After giving his instructions, Xiao Ye teleported away. First, he arrived at the central domain of the Rule Realm, in the ancestral land of the Xie family Holy Clan. The Xie family was drinking tea. The Xie couple and Ziran were there. Xie asked expectantly, "Ziran, how's your progress with your son-in-law? How many years until you have children?" Xideo's wife nodded. "Take advantage of your youth and have children as soon as possible. Once you both become stronger, it will be very difficult to have children." Ziran rolled her eyes and said impatiently, "Push, push, what's the rush? You're so eager to have children, I have a way. You can still have children, just have another one." Xideo's lips twitched, speechless. "What age am I? Where do I have the energy to have children? Don't change the subject. Your son-in-law has so many beast girls. If you want your status in your son-in-law's heart to surpass the other beast girls, you'd better be the first to have children with him. That way, you'll have an advantage over the other beast girls. In the Dragon Kingdom, the eldest son is paramount, and the first son has the right of inheritance, whether it's a family, a dynasty, or a power." Ziran was stunned, lost in thought. Just then, Xiao Ye appeared outside the door, knocked, and said with a smile, "Father-in-law, mother-in-law, Ziran, long time no see." Xideo was overjoyed and appeared in front of Xiao Ye in a flash, pulling him into the house. She said happily, "Son-in-law, we were just talking about you and Ziran, and here you are. Very good, we have something to tell you." Xiao Ye asked in confusion, "What is it?" Ziran lowered her head, her pretty face blushing. Xideo laughed heartily, "Nothing much, just that you and Ziran could spend more time together. Trying to have a son within a year." Xiao Ye froze. "This is nothing? This is no small matter." Xiao Ye smiled faintly, "Father-in-law, Blue Star is facing numerous crises right now, this is not the time to discuss these things. With the opening of the Desolate Realm, Blue Star is not only threatened by the beasts of the Desolate Realm, but also by all the races of the universe, who will come to Blue Star to invade it, drawn by the scent of the Desolate Realm." Xideo was shocked. "The Desolate Realm, is it that dangerous?" Xiao Ye nodded. Xideo took a deep breath, "Then forget it, my wife and I will just go back and have another one." "Ziran?" Xiao Ye gave a thumbs up, still going strong despite his age. Xiao Ye took out 2 Devouring Law Cores and 2 Destiny Law Cores. He activated the template adjuster to enhance the talents of Xideo and his wife. In 1 second, their talents were raised to the mythical level. Rule Fragment Crystals can also enhance talents, but the effect of Law Cores is stronger. Xideo was shocked and overjoyed, "I feel 5,000 years younger. The realm barrier has become as fragile as paper, easily broken through." With a poof, his realm instantly advanced to the great perfection of the Quasi-Emperor realm. Ziran's eyes were complicated as she said, "Father, Mother, you're so lucky. Your template level has been upgraded to mythical. Your cultivation will be hundreds of times easier from now on." Xideo solemnly said, "Son-in-law, your father-in-law is deeply grateful for such a great favor. If you take a fancy to any beauty in my clan, I'll betroth her to you directly." He knew Xiao Ye had a taste for this kind of woman, otherwise he wouldn't have married so many beast girls. "Ziran? Wait, Lao Dang, what are you doing? How can you introduce a beauty to your son-in-law in front of your daughter? Mother, look at your husband, what a scoundrel he's doing." Xideo's wife rolled her eyes, "Xideo, our son-in-law has very high standards, let's not get involved in this." Xideo scratched his head. Xiao Ye pulled Ziran and hurriedly left the house, going to the backyard. "Ziran, I'm here to improve your talent." Ziran's eyes widened, "I'm already mythical level, can I improve it again?" Xiao Ye nodded. He took out 10 Devouring Law Cores. Last time, the Angel Legion yielded 780,000 Law Cores, with only a few hundred being Devouring Cores. But that was enough to improve their talents. Chapter 702 Nangong Xiao slaughters the Demon Beast Army. Immediately afterward, Xiao Ye took out 10 more Creation-type Law Cores, intending to simultaneously elevate Ziran's 2 attribute talents to the Great Dao level. He activated the Template Adjuster and Talent Enhancement function. Boom! Supreme power descended, and the 20 Law Cores transformed into the purest energy, merging into Ziran's body. Ziran closed her eyes, her body rising into the air. Profound feelings arose in her heart, placing her in a state of profound mystery. Her entire body was undergoing a transformation. A deep and mysterious aura of devouring and a sacred aura of creation emanated from her. Moments later, Xiran received the blessing of the Great Dao level source power, and her devouring talent reached the Great Dao level. Her creation type attribute talent also rose to the Great Dao level. Xiao Ye received feedback, and his own body also underwent a transformation, with his related attributes rising to the Great Dao level. Xiran opened her eyes, her gaze filled with confusion. Is this the talent of the Great Dao level? It's incredibly profound, the feeling is indescribable. Xiao Ye smiled. You're currently at the 10th level of the Star River realm. When you start cultivating, you'll understand the terror of a Great Dao level talent. Oh, right, I forgot to tell you, Bingzai and Xiao are already at the universe level. Xiran nodded and smiled. Xiao Bing and Xiao Zai just informed me that they've also broken through to the universe level. I'm currently at the 10th level of the Star River realm, just one step away from the universe level, so I'm not in a hurry. With a significant improvement in talent, cultivation will undoubtedly be twice as effective, saving a lot of time. Cultivation is tedious and requires time to accumulate. If one enters a state of enlightenment during cultivation, time flies, and one's realm rises rapidly. A Great Dao level talent easily allows one to enter a state of enlightenment, a wonderful state of mental clarity where the passage of time is imperceptible. With a soft kiss, Xiran gave Xiao Ye a quick peck, saying sweetly, "This is a reward for you." Xiao Ye touched his cheek, then carried Xiran into the villa and closed the door. 2 hours later, Xiran, her body limp, pushed Xiao Ye out the door. Xiao Ye instantly teleported away, finding Yunbing and Yunzai. These two beast girls had indeed raised their cultivation levels to the cosmic level. Their speed was astonishing. Cosmic level with special attributes. Xiao Ye took out the lightning attribute lock ore and the ice attribute lock ore, handing them to Yunbing and Yunzai. He also raised their lightning and ice attribute talents to the Great Dao level. Yunbing, with one arm around Xiao Ye's shoulder, chuckled, "Xiao Ye, it's been so long since we've had some fun together. Today you should keep me company." Xiao Ye rolled his eyes, "You little rascal, let go of me. Now is not the time for that. I still need to extract the core of the law." Yunzai covered her mouth and laughed, "Xiao Ye, you can't escape our clutches today, so just enjoy it." Xiao Ye? Just then, Cheng Bingxi sent a telepathic message. The demon lord of the Void Synclane has arrived in the Milky Way with his demon army. Xiao Ye's expression hardened. He broke free from Yunbing's small hand and said, "I have something to do, bye-bye." He teleported instantly, disappearing from sight. Yunzai clicked her tongue softly. Meanwhile, in Mangidum Base City, Cheng Bingxi said seriously, "Xiao Ye, that demonic Saint Lord is at the 10th level of the Star River realm. We can't let him into Blue Star, otherwise he could destroy Blue Star with a single thought. After the World Tree was planted, Blue Star is undergoing an ascension, and it has now reached the Dominator level, but compared to the Star River realm, it's still a bit immature." Xiao Ye nodded. He led Cheng Bingxi and Nanguang Xiao to the edge of the Milky Way to intercept him. Looking at the array barrier that covered the entire Milky Way, Xiao Ye thought for a moment, created several materials at the 10th level of the Star River realm, and added them to the array barrier, raising its level to the 10th level of the Star River realm. 2 hours passed after he finished this. Outside the Milky Way, a vast army of demonic cultivators attacked. Demonic energy soared into the sky, affecting the universe. At the forefront was a towering titan, 10,000 meters tall, followed by an orderly array of demonic beasts. Nanguang Xiao's eyes lit up. "Ha ha ha, these are all walking law cores. Come into my arms, baby." Cheng Bingxi sighed and rubbed her forehead. "Xiao, can you be normal for once?" Nanguang Xiao rubbed her hands excitedly. "I'm perfectly normal. Who wouldn't get excited seeing delicious food?" Ha ha ha. Seeing her like this, Xiao Ye simply threw Nanguang Xiao out, landing her 1,000 meters in front of the demonic army. He transmitted his voice, "Xiao, since you want to eat so much, then these demonic beasts are yours to handle. Kill them all, leave them whole. I'll extract the law core fragments." Nanguang Xiao was completely bewildered and exclaimed in panic, "Huh? I can't do it. Hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts, how can I handle them all by myself?" Cheng Bingxi smiled faintly. "Don't forget you're a universe-level being." "Universe level?" Nanguang Xiao's eyes lit up. "That's right, I'm a universe-level being. Come out, 5-clawed golden dragon. Roar. She transformed, and a colossal golden dragon emerged. Covered in golden scales, its massive head exuded majesty, its body 1,000,000 meters long. A deep, majestic voice emanated from its head. My darlings, accept the judgment of the 5-clawed golden dragon. Roar, Supreme Dragon Roar, reduces the opponent's attributes by 80% and forcibly intimidates their mind for half an hour. A golden wave of light surged from the dragon's mouth. The golden light traveled incredibly fast, spreading hundreds of light years in the blink of an eye, engulfing the entire army of magical beasts. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Titan's expression changed drastically. This is a cosmic-level supreme dragon. Damn it, isn't Blue Star a remote place? How could it possess such a supreme cosmic race? Escape. Escape now. All magical beasts, retreat immediately. But before he could finish speaking, Titan felt all his attributes plummet, instantly dropping to the second level of the Star River realm. Furthermore, his mind was violently impacted, his brain went blank, his body stiffened, and his eyes became vacant. Not only the Titan, but the entire army of over 200,000 magical beasts had their attributes reduced to 20% of their original levels. Their minds were also impacted, and their consciousness was forcibly sealed for half an hour. The 5-clawed golden dragon was extremely excited. Ha ha ha, my darlings, leave your corpses behind. Your souls are too filthy, I'll cleanse them a bit. Complete control of metal attribute rules. Control over all metal attribute rule origins at the cosmic level and below. A faint fluctuation spread out. The metal attribute armor on the magical beast army directly transformed into metal barb, piercing their hearts, leaving them completely pierced. PFFT. 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 Even the Titan, a 10th level Star River Realm cultivator, was no exception. In the blink of an eye, his life was lost, his soul locked, and he was dead. The 5-clawed golden dragon proudly proclaimed, Xiao Ye, why aren't you making your move? Do you need me to remind you? Chapter 703 World Tree completed 99. Xiao Ye activated the Template Adjuster's Law Fragment Extraction function. A supreme and glorious mysterious power descended from the cosmic void, covering every corpse of a demonic beast that had died from a pierced heart. Under the influence of this mysterious power, each corpse seemed to be placed in a furnace, struggling reflexively like dead fish leaping, a truly bizarre sight. Hiss. Hiss. A stench of extreme decay emanated from the corpses. The 5-clawed golden dragon covered its nose, swishing its tail as it fled the void, muttering, this is too smelly. It stinks like stinky tofu that's been soaking in a cesspool for 3 months. Slurp. Speaking of stinky tofu, I'm going to have a good meal when I get back. Reflected in its jewel-like pupils, the corpses suspended in the starry sky gradually rotted away, revealing pale bones, which then rapidly dissipated, turning into ashes that drifted into the void. Hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts vanished in swathes. The 5-clawed golden dragon roared excitedly. She knew that her husband, Xiao Ye, had already extracted the core of the law. Flying close to Xiao Ye, she looked at him expectantly, licking her lips with her dragon tongue, her eyes shining brightly, like a beautiful girl eagerly awaiting a snack. Xiao Ye gave her a thumbs up and said, CIO, not bad. Let me see how much we've gained. He probed the system space with his divine sense. In the boundless space, floating were dazzling crystal chips of different colors, covering the entire system space like a colorful, dreamlike ocean of crystals. Template Adjuster, synthesize. A magnificent power descended upon the system space. 3 crystal chips combined into 1 crystal, completing the synthesis in less than 2 seconds. His divine sense scanned like a super radar, and his brain, comparable to a supercomputer, quickly calculated the results: 240,000 5 elements law cores, 120,000 space law cores, 50,000 dark law cores, 60,000 light law cores, 10,000 divine attribute cores, 80,000 illusionary attribute cores, 40,000 ice attribute cores, 150,000 destruction attribute cores, 120,000 life attribute cores, 200,000 void attribute cores, 20,000 lightning attribute cores, 4,000 time attribute cores, and 30,000 supreme attribute cores. How was the harvest? The elegant and beautiful Chang Bingxi asked with a light laugh. Xiao Ye replied, very good. Here, CIO, this is for you. He took out a special ring, filled it with 100,000 five-elements law cores and 10,000 supreme law cores, and tossed it to the five-claw golden dragon. The five-claw golden dragon cancelled its transformation and cheerfully accepted the special ring. After inspecting it, Nangguangxiao's eyes widened like large copper bells, and she exclaimed in surprise, "A total of 110,000. That's so many. It's almost overflowing. Ha, we're in for a treat these next few days." Cheng Bingxi wasn't as naive as Nangguangxiao. 100,000 magical beasts couldn't possibly produce only such a small number of law cores. Xiao Ye didn't take out all of them, for his own reasons. To complete the world tree's foundation, he needed law cores of various attributes. Slaying wild beasts in the desolate realm could also yield law cores, but nothing could compare to extracting them directly from magical beasts. Xiao Ye waved his hand, using special teleportation to bring the two women to the foot of the world tree in the wilderness-based city. Looking up, the world tree, blotting out the sky, was incredibly lush, its branches and leaves numerous, its surface radiating a vibrant, verdant aura. The brilliant sunlight streamed down, draping the world tree's abundant green leaves, making it appear as if it were wearing a golden armor. Xiao Ye took out law cores of various attributes and placed them before the world tree's massive trunk. 5 elements: void, space, time, lighting, ice, illusion, supreme, light, dark, life, destruction, reincarnation, divine. The world tree emitted a suction force, drawing all types of law cores into its body. Nangguangxiao pouted. So many snacks, gone, all gone. With her greedy nature, she wished she could collect all the law cores. Cheng Bingxi blinked her big eyes, curiously watching the changes in the world tree. Having absorbed a large number of law cores, the world tree became increasingly real. Before, the world tree felt somewhat illusory, the towering tree gave an unreal feeling. But now, the world tree emanated streams of primordial power, like a collection of law origins, encompassing all kinds of origins. It was revitalized. Xiao Ye's telepathic connection with the world tree grew stronger. He stared intently at the world tree, and streams of information flowed into his mind from it. World tree core completion progressed 99%, lacking the supreme origin of the great universe. Once completed, the world tree will be a new universe, a complete universe perfect in every aspect. One leaf, one world, countless worlds, the supreme origin of the great universe? Could it be that the beings in the desolate realm, as Grandpa Dean mentioned before, were various races from before the universe's complete collapse, who had seized the universe's resources? It seems he must take action against the desolate realm and eradicate it as soon as possible. If he can fully repair the world tree, he has a premonition that he will be the controller of the new universe. This world tree is the external form of the new universe, capable of moving and existing anywhere. But before that, he and the Beast Girls must reach their highest cultivation levels. Only with sufficient strength can they eliminate the desolate realm. Just then, a hunched old man leaning on a cane appeared out of thin air like a ghost. He chuckled and patted Xiao Ye's shoulder meaningfully, saying, "Kid, you're in trouble now. The law core you had that little minion from the Void Saint clan, or Demon clan, take back has entered the side of all races in the universe. That little minion has been captured, and his soul and memories have been completely extracted. Right now, 3 Overlord-level forces from among the myriad races of the universe are heading towards Blue Star, preparing to attack the desolate realm. I just informed the rulers of the desolate realm of this news, and they are all gathering, preparing to attack the world tree." Xiao Ye's eyelids twitched, and his face darkened. "Damn it, you're just stirring up trouble. I might not be able to handle 3 universe overlords, and you even informed those guys from the desolate realm. What if they attack me from both sides?" The hunched old man chuckled. "It's alright. The worst consequence is the destruction of Blue Star, the theft of the world tree, and a war between the beings of the desolate realm and the beings of the universe. You and your beast girl won't die. What you do next is up to you." His figure vanished. Xiao Ye was so angry he wanted to flick the old man's forehead. This old man seemed to be the mastermind behind everything, pushing things forward as if he wouldn't stop until he achieved his goal. The desolate realm was released by the old man. The world tree seed was placed on the black hole at the center of the Milky Way. Perhaps the cosmic overlord's attack on Blue Star was also orchestrated by the old man. Xiao Ye remembered that when he first transmigrated to Blue Star, he was raised by the old man. So what was his relationship with the old man? As the embodiment of the great will of this universe, the old man certainly wouldn't have come to Blue Star without a reason to open an orphanage and raise a bunch of children. Xiao Ye had inquired. That orphanage was established by the old man when he was still an infant. He deduced that the old man opened the orphanage specifically to raise him. Xiao Ye. Right, the system. He had a system in his head. What was its relationship with the old man? Chapter 704 On the eve of the great battle. Could the system have been given to him by the old Dean? Was the old Dean's purpose in pushing everything forward simply to have him repair the world tree, create a new universe, and then claim it for himself? Xiao Ye had a vague feeling that the truth was about to be revealed. Gathering his thoughts, Xiao Ye said, Cio, Bixi, summon all the beast girls and gods to the Hall of Time and Space and raise their cultivation to the great Dao level. If possible, raise their cultivation to the highest level. At this moment, almost all of them were at the universe level. Above the universe level is the great Dao level, and behind the great Dao level is the universe controller. The highest cultivation level in a universe is the universe controller, and only one can be born in a universe. The Hall of Time and Space is a supercontinent, not in the same form as the countless planets in the universe. It is equivalent to piling up all the planets in the universe to form a super large, boundless continent. The Hall of Time and Space contains various great Dao origins of the universe. If all the beast girls master the great Dao origin, they will reach the great Dao level. As for the universe controller, Xiao Ye didn't know if it was possible to advance within the Hall of Time and Space. He opened the golden teleportation portal. Xiao Ye, hand in hand, led Nangong Cio and Cheng Bingxi into the Hall of Time and Space. The various beast girls and gods on Blue Star also received the news and, possessing the authority to enter the Hall of Time and Space, proactively opened portals to enter. In Blue Star's atmosphere, the old Dean watched Xiao Ye's actions and sighed, "Brother, it's time for you to return to your rightful place. Last time, you sacrificed yourself to protect the successful birth of my universe, even sacrificing your own. This time, I will fully assist you in the successful birth of your new universe and become its ruler." His weathered eyes seemed to be recalling memories, revealing a trace of weariness and loneliness. 2 seconds later, he chuckled, the weariness and loneliness vanishing completely, replaced by excitement and exhilaration. "Brother, you used to reject all women, living for trillions of epochs as a bachelor, with no attachment to the outside world, indifferent even to the destruction of the universe. But in this life, I'm going to make you settle down, to give you something to hold on to, so that if something like that happens again, you won't be so impulsive. You already have more than 10 beast girls, and when you have a bunch of big, fat boys, they'll have to call me uncle." The hunched old man muttered to himself, sinking into a quagmire of emotions, becoming increasingly agitated. After half an hour, he suddenly realized something. If his brother regained his memories, what would he call him? Grandson, or brother? Or should they each call themselves separately? "I'll call you grandson, and you call me little yellow?" Having finished his thought, he glanced into the void of space, his gaze piercing through space, instantly seeing the armies of 3 Overlord-level forces already assembled deep within the universe. They were orderly entering the hyperspace teleportation array, teleporting to the void of space outside the Hunter's star field. He withdrew his gaze and stared at the entrance to the desolate realm in the Pacific Ocean. The image of the Beast Overlord gathering his army of beasts came into view. In the central grand hall of the Time-Space Palace, Xiao Ye and more than a dozen beast girls and gods were gathered. He sat in the main seat, his face serious, his gaze sweeping over his wives. Sure enough, each wife's cultivation level had broken through from the Star Sea realm to the first stage, level 1 of the universe level. The universe level had 3 stages, each with 10 substages. The cultivation resources for the universe level were universe level origin power, and it was also possible to use great Dao level origin power across levels, achieving twice the result with half the effort. Especially the Beast Girls' talents, which had already reached the great Dao level. Their cultivation speed would only be faster than before. He was currently at the 4th stage of the first phase of the universe level, which was 2.8 billion years in the Time-Space Palace, equivalent to 1 day on Blue Star. His gaze swept around the room, and he slowly spoke, "This time, our goal is for everyone to raise their cultivation to the peak of the great Dao level. As for the highest rank and realm in the universe controller, that depends on everyone's fortune and luck. Mu King Su, Time Empress, you two are time-related, capable of accelerating the flow of time by 10,000 times. It remains to be seen whether you can advance to the universe controller level. And to all my wives, I will oversee your cultivation throughout. If you have any needs, please let me know, and I will do my best to fulfill them. This time, you don't need to travel all over the continent for cultivation. I will directly use my authority to summon and awaken your corresponding universe level and Great Dao level origin bodies. Cheng Bingxi, Nanguang Xiao, Kinziter, Zuran, Huanfu Xiangling, Liu Yang, Gu Qingcheng, Mu Qingsu, Yun Bing, Yun Zai, the god of destiny, the Time Empress, the god of reincarnation, and the primordial empress. A total of 14 wives, all of them stunningly beautiful, with fair skin, pretty faces, and unique personalities. There was also a cosmic behemoth in human form, the little maid Zhang Zunan. They fully agreed with and supported Xiao Ye's plan. Xiao Ye stood up and led his 14 beautiful wives and little maids out of the super hall and onto the super plaza. He used his authority to summon various cosmic level and Dao level primordial entities. Vast primordial entities, their full forms obscured, appeared in the sky above the super plaza, occupying all directions. Xiao Ye used his authority to awaken them. Boom! Streams of powerful and refined primordial energy spread out from the various primordial entities. Standing on the plaza with his 14 wives and little maids, Xiao Ye felt himself being washed by the primordial energy of various attributes, feeling unsteady on his feet. Ouch! Nanguang Xiao collapsed into Xiao Ye's arms. Huangfu Xiangling smiled and also leaned on Xiao Ye's back. Ziran, Gu Qingcheng, Yun Bing, and Yun Zai looked pained. They were only at the first stage of the universe level, and their bodies were struggling to withstand the onslaught of the higher level Dao level rules and origin power. Especially since various origin entities existed in the sky above, some of which possessed attributes that countered their power. Xiao Ye used his authority to separate each origin entity into independent spaces, sealing the escalating origin power within each space. Instantly, the 14 beast girls, goddess wives, and maids felt much lighter and breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Ye smiled and said, "Find the independent spaces of the corresponding attributes, and I've granted you free access. Let's begin cultivating." The beast girls and goddesses nodded, then swiftly flew into their respective independent cultivation spaces, hovering cross-legged. The maid, Zhang Zunan, took out piles of cultivation resources from her storage space, placed them on the plaza, and transformed into a star beast to begin cultivating. Xiao Ye nodded in satisfaction as he watched this scene, and then raised his hand to add a 100,000x time acceleration cheat to Cheng Bingxi. Chapter 705 Great Dao Level. Cultivation is an extremely long and tedious process. Xiao Ye serves as a spice, satisfying the needs of the many beast girls and gods during their boring cultivation breaks. In the blink of an eye, 30,000 years have passed. Mu Qingsu and the Time Empress have broken through their cultivation realms, reaching the second stage of the universe level. Cheng Bingxi, who has Xiao Ye's 100,000 times time acceleration, has broken through 10 minor stages in a row, also reaching the second stage of the universe level. The other beast girls have only barely broken through one minor stage, and that's only with their previous accumulation. The gap is like an insurmountable chasm. To Xiao Ye's surprise, Zhang Zunyu actually broke through to the 8th level of the first stage of the universe level. Without time acceleration, she broke through 4 minor stages in one go through her own efforts. Universe level, Great Dao level talent. Breaking through one realm in the first stage takes about 30 million years. It can be seen that even with countless ancient forces and countless ancient eras in the universe, the number of universe-level beings is still extremely rare, and each one is a super figure known throughout the universe. Within a clan, the existence of a cosmic-level power signifies a first-rate force in the universe. The existence of a Great Dao-level power signifies a cosmic overlord-level force. Mu Qingsu stopped her cultivation and spent some time with Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye experienced the gentleness and domineering nature of the once arrogant young lady. Next, he spent some time with the Time Empress. Seeing that Cheng Bingxi hadn't stopped cultivating since the beginning, showing no signs of fatigue and working extremely hard, Xiao Ye applied a 500,000 full-time acceleration effect to her. What took others 1 year, she experienced 500,000 years. Reaching the second stage of the cosmic level, Xiao Ye's realm also improved, and the time acceleration he could unleash increased from 100,000 times to 500,000 times. Mu Qingsu and the Time Empress continued their cultivation. Time slowly passed. 1 million years passed. Under the 500,000-fold time acceleration effect, Mu Qingsu, the Time Empress, and Chang Bingxi had cultivated for 50 billion years. Their realm had reached the 10th perfect stage of the 3rd stage of the cosmic level, just one step away from entering the Great Dao level. The other beast girls and gods had only advanced a small rank after reaching the 3rd stage of the 1st phase of the cosmic level. The difference was insurmountable. In the time-space hall, 3.8 billion years was only a day on Earth. In these 1 million years, only a few minutes had passed on Earth, the time it takes to urinate. Just when Xiao Ye thought Mu Qingsu, the Time Empress, and Chang Bingxi would naturally break through to the Great Dao level, the three women suddenly stopped cultivating. They came to Xiao Ye, biting their lips, hesitant to say something. Seeing the three stunning beauties, each with a different temperament, staring at him with conflicted expressions, Xiao Ye smiled faintly. "What's wrong? Have you encountered problems in your cultivation?" The three women nodded. Mu Qingsu said absent-mindedly, "The Great Dao level is a flawless and perfect realm. To reach this perfect realm, we must relinquish all inner distractions. My mortal life is not yet perfect, there are regrets." The Time Empress and Chang Bingxi looked understanding. They had also encountered the same problem. The Great Dao level is the highest realm in the universe, requiring mastery of the Great Dao's origin. One must be free of distractions, have achieved worldly fulfillment, and possess a clear and enlightened mind. Even the slightest distraction can lead to failed breakthrough, stagnation, or even demonic possession and loss of mind, necessitating reincarnation and rebirth. Xiao Ye sighed. The beast girls had regrets in their worldly lives, lacking fulfillment. He understood. With so many beast girls marrying him, how could they not have regrets? He hadn't given them enough joy and happiness either. The time he spent with each of them was very limited. This meant that breaking through to the Great Dao level would be extremely difficult for them, and achieving worldly fulfillment would be incredibly challenging. Xiao Ye patiently inquired, "Bingxi, Qingsu, and the Time Empress, what regrets do you have?" The Time Empress, with her ethereal aura and voluptuous figure, stepped forward, her eyes fixed on Xiao Ye, and said, "It's very simple. I need a grand wedding with you. As a deity, I have little attachment to the mortal world and the universe. I can abandon everything, but I cannot abandon my feelings for you." Xiao Ye was speechless. The Time Empress's request was indeed simple. He was obligated to give her a grand wedding. "All right, once the matter in the desolate realm is resolved, I will definitely give you a grand wedding." If the old man hadn't pushed the desolate realm and the cosmic overlords to attack Blue Star, we might have already held this wedding. Receiving a satisfactory reply, the Time Empress smiled radiantly. She trusted Xiao Ye, he would always keep his word. Xiao Ye sighed again. Before the wedding, the Time Empress couldn't break through to the Great Dao level. The Great Dao level was indeed extremely difficult to reach. It required relinquishing all worldly desires and achieving perfection. But the Time Empress smiled gently, leaping into the independent space of the Time Great Dao's original essence. Brilliant time power erupted from her body, her entire being permeated with profound and obscure time essence, her aura gradually strengthening. Time reached its essence, and the continuous power of the essence was absorbed into her body. Boom! Like a thunderbolt, an aura of supreme power erupted from the Time Empress's body. Great Dao level, achieved. Xiao Ye had signed a contract with the Time Empress, received feedback, and his cultivation level had also advanced to the Great Dao level in one step. He was astonished. The wedding hadn't even taken place, yet the Time Empress had still managed to break through to the Great Dao level. Did the Time Empress trust him that much? He had only said one sentence, that a grand wedding would be held, and the Time Empress's worries were resolved. Gazing at the Time Empress in the sky, Xiao Ye felt a profound love emanating from her. Mu Qingsu and Chang Bingxi bit their lower lips tightly. The regrets in their hearts, however, were not so easily remedied or resolved. They were not gods, but humans with the most complex emotions. Xiao Ye smiled and said, "Relax, if you have any worries, just say them." Mu Qingsu said hesitantly, "Xiao Ye, Blue Star is so dangerous going forward. I'd like to bring my parents to live in the Time-Space Palace, is that alright?" She knew the Time-Space Palace was Xiao Ye's private world, and no one else was allowed to intrude. In her opinion, this request was extremely unreasonable. Moreover, Xiao Ye's feelings for her seemed very shallow. Xiao Ye was taken aback. "That's it? No problem." He thought it was some extremely difficult and unsolvable regret, But it was so simple. Mengxuan exclaimed in surprise, "Really?" Xiao Ye nodded. "I've long wanted to move my wife's parents, including all the residents of the Dragon Kingdom, into the supercontinent of the Time-Space Palace. The supercontinent of the Time-Space Palace is boundless, with abundant primal power of various attributes. As long as we set permissions to prevent them from entering or approaching the super palace, it will be fine." Mengxuan smiled broadly and said happily, "Thank you, I'll move the entire land of the Dragon Kingdom to the supercontinent right away. From now on, the people of the Dragon Kingdom will be residents of our supercontinent. My parents will still be the city lords of the magic capital base city." Xiao Ye responded, "Let's go together." Mengxuan could accomplish the feat of moving the Dragon Kingdom's landmass by herself, but moving it into the Time-Space Palace required Xiao Ye's permission. Chapter 706 Making Up for Regrets, Achieving Fulfillment in the Mortal World. Through the Golden Portal, Xiao Ye and Mengxuan appeared above the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom was currently enveloped by the massive branches of the World Tree, used to resist the invasion of the corrupt rules of the Desolate Realm. Next, they would move the Dragon Kingdom continent into the Time-Space Hall and place it within a certain area of the supercontinent. The entire continent, the entire Dragon Kingdom, would be moved inside. The people of the Dragon Kingdom could still live very comfortably and continue to prosper. However, within the Time-Space Hall supercontinent, only the humans of the Dragon Kingdom would exist, all others would be magical beasts. Mengxuan and Xiao Ye exchanged a glance. Now, Xiao Ye waved his sleeve, and a vast and powerful spatial force swept out, covering the entire planet in milliseconds. Moving a continent was nothing. With their level of cultivation, lifting a continent was as easy as lifting a finger. Then, a breathtaking scene unfolded. The Dragon Kingdom continent miraculously rose into the air, passing the World Tree and hovering high in the sky, becoming a floating continent. Xiao Ye used his authority to absorb the Dragon Kingdom continent into the Time-Space Hall. He placed it on a fertile plain in the east of the supercontinent, surrounded by magical beasts whose highest cultivation level was only Quasi-Emperor. After arranging everything, Xiao Ye used the Earth rule to control the missing landmass on Blue Star, creating a new continent to fill it. Once filled, Blue Star returned to its former appearance. However, the people of the Dragon Kingdom were gone. The World Tree remained in that region, radiating a rich life force, its lush branches covering the entire Blue Star. This World Tree was the embryonic form of the universe. Its core of laws would give birth to origins of various levels. Each leaf would give birth to a world. It still needed to track the Desolate Realm in all the races of the universe. Xiao Ye didn't directly incorporate it into the Time-Space Hall supercontinent. Xiao Ye calculated the time. Only 15 minutes had passed since they began cultivating in the Time-Space Hall. The Desolate Beasts hadn't yet emerged from the Desolate Realm Rift to cause trouble. The three cosmic overlord-level forces hadn't yet arrived in the Milky Way. There was still time. He re-entered the Time-Space Hall. Xiao Ye adjusted the time. At the Great Dao level, he could adjust the time flow ratio between the Space-Time Palace and Earth to 40 billion years to a single day. This difference in time flow was terrifying. 1 second on Earth was equivalent to millions of years in the Space-Time Palace. He instantly teleported to the super-large hall plaza. Looking up at the sky, Mengxuan had already advanced to the Great Dao level. The 2 seconds he spent filing the continent on Earth were a long time in the Space-Time Palace. The Great Dao level was divided into 3 levels. The first level was contacting and utilizing the rules of the Great Dao. The second level was contacting and utilizing the origin of the Great Dao of the corresponding attribute. The third level was controlling the origin of the Great Dao itself. Cultivation at this level relied on comprehension. High comprehension could allow one to instantly reach the third level. Low comprehension might keep one stuck at the first level for life. Mengxuan and the Time Empress were currently at the late stage of the first level and could utilize the rules of the Great Dao of Time. Xiao Ye put his arm around Chengbingxi's shoulder and said, "Sister, what's bothering you? Tell me." Chengbingxi rolled her eyes. "I'm not your sister. My problem is, I'm the main wife. I have the status of the main wife, but I don't have the strength. My abilities don't match my position. But, I don't want to give up this position." Xiao Ye's lips twitched. Why is this girl still dwelling on this? Who says the main wife has to have the highest cultivation level and the strongest abilities? Every beast girl has her own strengths and advantages in every aspect. How could Chengbingxi possibly surpass all the beast girls in every way? Xiao Ye said, Bixi, your personnel management skills are excellent. Look, so many beast girls, under your management, there haven't been any problems. Everything is in order, and they get along harmoniously. No one among so many beast girls can compare to your abilities. To be the main wife, you just need to be able to manage people. You don't need to be excellent in every aspect. Cheng Bixi's dim eyes brightened. It was as if she was about to understand. Xiao Ye added fuel to the fire, praising her without reservation. You're better than any empress of previous dynasties. Those concubines were always scheming against each other, even the empresses couldn't keep up. But you, under your management, our beast girls not only don't scheme against each other, but they live in harmony and prosperity. Bixi, actually, your worries are unnecessary. Everyone approves of you and listens to you. As Xiao Ye spoke, the disappointment on Cheng Bixi's face completely disappeared, replaced by strong confidence. She firmly said, I understand. I am indeed the most suitable beast girl to be the empress. I don't need to be outstanding in every aspect. Xiao Ye smile deepened. This girl has finally come to her senses. He slapped Cheng Bixi's shapely buttocks and said, Go on, let me meet your great Dao level, the true queen. Cheng Bixi blushed and muttered, I'll deal with you later. She flew up, hovering between the Life Dao and Destruction Dao bodies, and unleashed her aura, beginning to gather strength to break through to the Great Dao level. In just 2 days, she crossed that step, entering the Great Dao level of 2 attributes. Mu Qingsu and the Time Empress had very strong comprehension and were already at the perfect stage of the first level of the Great Dao level. Xiao Ye activated the Time-Space Hall's authority, allowing the Great Dao origin to open everything, so that Mu Qingsu, the Time Empress, and Cheng Bixi could have an epiphany. Next, he used a time acceleration of 10 million times on all the other beast girls and gods. With a blessing of the time acceleration of 10 million times, the cultivation speed of all the other beast girls and gods increased by millions of miles a day, and their realms rose rapidly. In just 3 million years, all the beast girls and gods reached the perfect stage of the 3rd stage of the universe level. The reincarnation god and the destiny god directly broke through to the Great Dao level, their hearts free of distractions and regrets, achieving perfect fulfillment in the mortal world. However, there were still 9 beast girls whose regrets and distractions needed Xiao Ye to resolve. First was Nangguang Xiao. To Xiao Ye's surprise, she wanted a huge amount of lock-core snacks and for her culinary skills to reach the Blue Star World level. These 2 requests were easily fulfilled by Xiao Ye, now at the Great Dao level. After touring the supercontinent, slaying millions of Star River level magical beasts, and acquiring 30 million lock-cores, he gave them all to Nangguang Xiao. Nangguang Xiao's smile almost stretched to her ears. Reaching the world level in culinary skills, with her Great Dao level talent and comprehension, she could easily comprehend any 2 culinary manuals given to her, leading to rapid progress in her cooking. Regrets and distractions were resolved and discarded. Nangguang Xiao continued cultivating, reaching the Great Dao level. Ziran's regret was wanting to leave her parents a child. Xiao Ye agreed. For the next period of time, he spent every day and night with Ziran, diligently cultivating their altar. Finally, 2 years after arriving at the Hall of Time and Space, she became pregnant. It was a girl. 100 years later, with a cry, the girl was born, accompanied by astonishing phenomena. Ziran, her face beaming with happiness, entrusted the baby girl to her parents in the eastern part of the supercontinent to raise. Ziran then naturally broke through to the Great Dao level. Chapter 707 All Beast Girls Reach the Great Dao Perfection. Empress Gu Qingcheng of Hangzhou's regret was wanting to spend her honeymoon with him. This surprised Xiao Ye and made him feel somewhat guilty. After marrying Gu Qingcheng, he entered the realm of rules to save the Xie family Holy Clan and fight against the Ouyang Imperial Clan. His schedule was incredibly tight, leaving him no free time to spend with his newlywed bride, Gu Qingcheng. Later, Gu Qingcheng and the former soul of the God of Destiny were both trapped in death. Therefore, he, Xiao Ye, truly owed these beast girls a great deal. Afterwards, Xiao Ye and Gu Qingcheng, like a divine couple, traveled throughout the supercontinent of the Temple of Time and Space. The supercontinent was vast, now comparable to a universe. They traversed plains, abysses, seabeds, caves, swamps, islands, forests, and other vast areas spanning hundreds of thousands of light years, witnessing beautiful landscapes and sharing their hopes for a bright future. They also visited the Dragon Kingdom continent, enjoying various delicacies and meeting all sorts of people. After 10 years, they returned to the Hangzhou-based city for the last time, saw Gu Qingcheng's parents, and spent another year together in warmth and happiness. After the New Year's Eve dinner, Gu Qingcheng and Xiao Ye watched the fireworks light up the night sky above Hangzhou, nestled together like the happiest couple. Suddenly, an aura of enlightenment surged from Gu Qingcheng. She soared into the air and quickly returned to her independent cultivation space above the super hall. The aura of her destiny attribute became increasingly condensed and profound. Great Dao level, achieved. Complete in the mortal world, without regrets, Gu Qingcheng broke through to the Great Dao level and advanced to the Great Dao fruit position in just 3 seconds. Xiao Ye returned to the super hall. Surprisingly, none of the beast girls and gods were cultivating. Instead, they were happily cooking, with Nangong Xiao as the head chef. They had prepared a table full of delicious food and various gifts, their faces beaming with joy, creating a very warm atmosphere. The moment Xiao Ye stepped into the super hall, bang, 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 fireworks burst forth all around, shooting into the sky in a dazzling display of colors, creating magnificent patterns that resembled beautiful paintings. A cacophony of sweet, melodious voices filled the air. Husband, welcome home. Honey, time for New Year's Eve dinner. Master, Zunan steamed some sweet dumplings for you. Silly boy, why are you back so late? You devil, staying out all night, huh? He glanced around. His 14 beautiful wives, each with their own expression, sat around the round table, waiting for him to return. Gu Qingcheng, who had just broken through to the Great Dao level, was also there. Cheng Bingxi patted the head seat, and Xiao Ye sat down, picked up his chopsticks, and waved his hand, saying, "Let's eat." A chorus of sweet voices filled the air. The various beast girls and deities mingled together, creating a joyful atmosphere. Every wife ate with great pleasure. After dinner, Xiao Ye accompanied all the beast girls and deities to the Dragon Kingdom continent to watch the fireworks. Xiao Ye could see the genuine joy and happiness on the faces of his 14 wives. The happy time flew by. Soon, the next day arrived. To Xiao Ye's surprise, Yun Bing, Yun Zai, Qinzir, Huangfu Xiangling, Zhang Zun, and Liu Yang, these beast girls who hadn't yet made up for their regrets, had also successfully broken through to the Great Dao level. After much thought, Xiao Ye summarized it in one sentence: the companionship of yesterday's New Year's Eve dinner had enlightened these beast girls. Perhaps no matter how many regrets they had, as long as the important people in their hearts were still there, those regrets were not regrets at all. They should cherish the people in front of them. At this moment, all the beast girls and gods broke through to the Great Dao level. The Time Empress and Mu Qingxi had already advanced to the second level of the Great Dao level. This speed, if it were to be known, would likely shock the entire universe. In just 100 years, they had crossed a level, their combat power experiencing a cosmic-like increase. But Xiao Ye knew that this breakthrough speed was inevitable. All the beast girls' talents had been raised to the Great Dao level, a meteoric rise compared to the mythical level. He also used his authority to open up various Great Dao origins, allowing the power of origin, the power of rules, and the original body to be comprehended, cultivated, and broken through by all the beast girls without any hindrance. In the outer universe, would those Great Dao origins allow people to so easily comprehend and absorb their power for cultivation? Where would they allow people to be placed right next to their own bodies, cultivating recklessly and endlessly? Ancient forces must collect various ancient treasures containing the power of Great Dao rules and the power of origin. Reaching the second level of the Great Dao realm, Xiao Ye used a 50 million times time acceleration, covering all the beast girls. The beast girls' cultivation accelerated even further. Time slowly passed. Millions of years passed in the time-space hall. In the Dragon Kingdom, which was teleported to a certain place in the east of the supercontinent, a number of powerful individuals were born. Unsurprisingly, these powerful individuals were all relatives of Xiao Ye's wives. The physiques and talents of these relatives reached the top level of the mythical level as Xiao Ye's beast girls' realms improved. They broke through to the Emperor realm, Star Domain realm, Dominator realm, and Star River realm. They became the most powerful family and force in the Dragon Kingdom. Others in the Dragon Kingdom, with the abundant resources of the supercontinent, also broke through to the Emperor realm and Star Domain realm. Their overall strength was steadily increasing. Xiao Ye allowed them to develop and grow stronger. He set up access restrictions, isolating the area within a 10,000 light-year radius of the super palace, preventing these people from entering. This maintained the absolute tranquility of the super palace. 10 million years passed. All of Xiao Ye's beast girls had broken through to the third level of the Great Dao level. Mu Qingsu, the Time Empress, and Chang Bingxi even reached the perfection of the third level of the Great Dao level. The third level of the Great Dao level is the control of various Great Daos. Xiao Ye received feedback and improved simultaneously. The beast girls controlled one or two Great Daos, but he controlled all Great Daos. This control was different from the access to the Time-Space Palace. The access to the Time-Space Palace was an external force of a supreme treasure. But controlling various Great Daos was his own ability. Now, he could make his words come true, creating worlds with a single thought. He controlled all Great Daos, including time, space, and so on. Rejuvenation, resurrection of the dead, these were mere trifles for him. Mu Qingsu, the Time Empress, and Chang Bingxi returned to Xiao Ye's side. The three had reached their peak and could no longer break through. But Xiao Ye had a premonition. His realm wouldn't stop at the Great Dao level. If all the beast girls reached the perfect third level of the Great Dao, he would advance to the rank and realm of the universe controller. Xiao Ye calculated the time. Less than 20 million years had passed in the time-space hall, and less than half an hour had passed on Blue Star. By the time all the beast girls reached the perfect Great Dao level, perhaps less than an hour would have passed on Blue Star. After becoming the universe controller, he would purge the desolate realm and the cosmic overlords invading Blue Star. Then he would completely repair the world tree. Finally, he would seize the old Dean and ask him about all the causes and consequences, his identity as Xiao Ye, the origin of the system, the world tree, and so on. Chapter 708 The Controller of the Universe, the Grand Finale. Outside, in the desolate realm of Blue Star, 4 Great Dao-level rulers had gathered all the desolate beasts of the realm, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Each beast possessed a cultivation level above the Star River realm, their bodies flowing with decaying rules. While the rules of normal humans, such as the 5 elements, were vibrant, the various attribute rules on these beasts were filled with deathly aura. Like the opposite of rules, they were constantly withering away. Facing the beast army, the 4 rulers spoke with majesty. The seal on the desolate realm has been broken. Our time is running out. If we cannot seize the world tree's origin, all our beasts will perish under the rejection and contamination of the rules of the outside universe. The desolate realm will also collapse and disintegrate within 100 years, washed away by the various rules of the outside universe. Rather than eking out a living, we should rise up in rebellion. This is our desolate realm's first and last action. Whether we can shed our status as beasts depends on the success or failure of this. Beast Legion, march. Roar. Ha ha ho. The 4 sovereigns, leading a massive army of 100,000 wild beasts, marched out of the desolate realm, exposing themselves to the rules of Blue Star and the universe. Upon emerging, they felt unwell, their scales and bodies showing signs of decay. This was especially true of Blue Star, completely covered by the branches and leaves of the world tree, filled with its unique purifying factors. The wild beast army and the 4 sovereigns paled. In this environment, even a Star River realm wild beast would be severely injured, its body festering, if it didn't die, after a day. The 4 sovereigns roared, unleashing the 4 great laws of time, space, destiny, and cause and effect, dispelling the surrounding purifying factors. Target, destroy the Eastern World Tree. The ancient forces of this universe have arrived too? Damn it, they're coming for us. They had barely given the order when they sensed something was wrong. In the cosmic space outside Blue Star, fleets of ancient forces floated. Leading them were the 3 overlord-level ancestors of this universe, all super-powerful figures at the first level of the Great Dao. The 3 patriarchs of the 3 dominant forces, observing the situation on Blue Star, were all extremely excited. They exclaimed, hundreds of thousands of wild beasts. Each one is a treasure. Ha ha ha, wild beasts, just scum who survived from the previous universe. Each one is a walking core of law. There's even a world tree, in its growth stage, not yet mature. This is a treasure comparable to the entire universe. We're so lucky. Ha ha ha, let's kill the wild beasts first, then move the world tree, and we'll split the spoils equally among the 3 of us. They seemed to have a very tacit understanding on this matter. Even before it came time to distribute the spoils, they appeared very united. All three knew that compared to cores of law, the world tree was clearly more precious, rarer, and more tempting. The world tree, that was a universe. Just then, the four overlords of the wild beasts, leading their armies, arrived in the starry sky beyond Blue Star, roaring, "Kill! Kill all these people! The world tree can only be ours, no one else is allowed to lay a finger on it." The overlords of the wild beasts changed their minds. Originally, they intended to directly seize the world tree. But these ancient forces clearly wouldn't allow them to succeed. Therefore, it was better to clear the obstacles first, kill or drive back the ancient forces, and then seize the world tree. Boom boom boom. Roar roar roar. The four overlords of the wild beasts and the three great Tao-level ancestors engaged in battle. The wild beast army, on the other hand, began to fight against the fleets of the ancient overlord-level forces. The Dean, watching from the shadows, smiled and had no intention of intervening. He was the one who had instigated this battle. With a flick of his sleeve, a mysterious energy covered Blue Star, protecting it from the aftershocks of the great battle. "Big brother, your memories should be restored by now." The three ancestors and the four overlords unleashed their corrupted rule-based divine abilities: time, space, cause and effect, destiny, five elements, supreme, and illusionary spirit. One after another, divine powers of the great Tao caused the Milky Way galaxy to collapse in an instant, and the Hunter's star field gradually crumbled. Normally, the attributes of the four sovereigns would have an innate, overwhelming advantage over the attributes of the three ancestors, but under the invasion of the cosmic rules, their combat power was greatly reduced, and they were actually fighting the three ancestors to a standstill. Just then, a golden gate of light appeared, and a magnificent and supreme aura descended. The three ancestors, the four sovereigns, and all the ancient fleets and wild beast legions present were instantly disoriented, their expressions changing drastically. They felt the supreme pressure and the irresistible aura. The three ancestors exclaimed in astonishment, "The great Tao level, the third level. There's no mistake. Facing these auras is like facing the very essence of the great Tao, making it impossible to muster the will to resist." The four sovereigns froze, their faces deathly pale, their hearts filled with terror. They were the first level downgraded from the third level of the great Tao level in the previous universe, and their first instinct was to perceive that these auras were the perfected third level of the great Tao level. The most perfect and flawless being is the great Tao controller, who has mastered the very essence of the great Tao. Xiao Ye led the beast girls and gods out of the golden light gate, revealing his form. Xiao Ye was now the controller of the universe. Each beast girl had reached the perfect third level of the great Tao. This was the result of continuing to cultivate in the time-space hall at a 100 million-fold time acceleration, a total of 30 million years, adding up to 300 billion years. Xiao Ye calmly looked at the three patriarchs and four sovereigns, who remained as still as cicadas in winter, and said, "Die." With just one word, the various great Tao-level rules inherent in him manifested. The four sovereigns and three patriarchs collapsed from their source, as if they had never existed, never been born, obliterated by various great Tao rules before their birth. Even the three fleets and the army of wild beasts vanished like dust in an instant. The starry sky suddenly became empty. Xiao Ye gazed at the destroyed Milky Way and beast-hunting starfield, and with a wave of his hand, his space-time great Tao divine power roared forth. Space-time reversed. In the blink of an eye, the Milky Way and beast-hunting starfield were restored to their original state. The previous collapse and destruction seemed as if it had never happened. His 14 beast girl wives watched quietly. Such a trivial matter didn't require their intervention. Xiao Ye glanced at Blue Star. He reached out and kneaded the desolate realm in his palm, then tossed it into the world tree. The world tree received its most important core replenishment, completely revitalized, and its trunk and branches grew and spread wildly, encompassing and covering the entire Milky Way. Each leaf gave birth to a world, and within each world, primordial races and innate gods were born. Each branch contained a river of spacetime flowing within the world tree. Inside the trunk, various great Tao-level primordial entities of different attributes were born. The core of the world tree gradually pulsated. Xiao Ye frowned. The world tree is not yet fully complete, it's missing the final step. But the desolate realm isn't enough? In his mind, the golden light dot deep within his sea of consciousness suddenly appeared, emitting a cold, mechanical voice. System body world tree detected. Merge? Xiao Ye was stunned. This system was actually extracted from the world tree? The system suddenly transmitted an immense memory into Xiao Ye's mind. With Xiao Ye's current realm and divine sense, he easily sorted through this memory. He suddenly understood. He completely understood his identity, his relationship with the Dean, the origin of the system, and the relationship between the World Tree and the Desolate Realm. In his previous life, he was the ruler of another universe. He had no children, no partner, no family, and lived alone for hundreds of millions of epochs. One day, he witnessed the birth of a new universe, but this new universe could not fully form due to insufficient foundation. He became slightly interested and took action. He helped this new universe condense a great will, which was the Dean. Then, using various cosmic origins, he perfected this new universe, allowing it to fully form and be born. However, his universe, by contributing too much cosmic origin, incurred the displeasure of the predecessors of the rulers of the Desolate Realm, causing them enormous losses. The primordial gods of the predecessor universes launched a war against him. That battle resulted in the complete collapse of the universe he controlled. Afterwards, those primordial gods plundered much of the universe's origin, leading their forces to flee into the God realm and using great divine powers to seal it. But the universe had already decayed and collapsed, and all living beings born within it would die with the universe's complete demise. The sealed rules of the God realm became corrupted, becoming the Desolate Realm, and the primordial gods became the rulers of the desolate beasts. The World Tree was created by Xiao Ye's previous life, using the last cosmic origin to condense a World Tree seed. The system is a kind of cosmic chaotic origin within the World Tree seed. It was given to him by the Dean after his birth in this life. For the Dean, he had many such chaotic origins and was neither envious nor jealous. For Xiao Ye, the system was a priceless treasure, a crucial tool for his rise to power. But for the old Dean, it was merely a chaotic source of origin. Xiao Ye glanced at him, speechless, and said, "Little Wang, why aren't you coming out? How long are you going to hide?" The old Dean appeared with a smile, excitedly saying, "Big brother, you've finally regained your memories. Little Wang missed you so much." The hunched old man threw himself into Xiao Ye's arms, tears streaming down his face. Xiao Ye pushed him away with disgust, saying irritably, "Get lost. I like women, not gay relationships. See my wives? Call them sister-in-law." The hunched old man's face flushed red, and he managed to stammer out, "Hello, sister-in-laws." End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.